So is that indicative of it just running out of fuel, do we think?
Could well be. It's a father and son outfit, that Liput Motorsport. So, yeah, Tyler Maxson, I think you might just double check this, but I think he's just an 18-year-old, and I seem to remember that he was a big karting star a few years ago, and was a factory driver for CRG, which is one of the big rides really in karting, and I think he's raced in Europe a lot on karts, but other than that I'm not really sure what he's done since.
Hails from Lawrenceville, Georgia, 17 years old,
17,
born in 2004, October of that year.
I'll just stop you because I think Joe Bradley might have something for us down in the pits.
I really have, guys. It was amazing. The number one BMW has come in. I guess who's climbing into it? Anthony Lazzaro. And I've just had a little chat there, and I've just been seeing Andrew Marriott's just been talking about you and the Ritzy Ferrari, and we had a chat, and we remembered that the first time I met him was at the inaugural Petit Le Mans back in 1998, which was about 3 or 4 years ago? Surely. And he's actually 58 years old, so he's pretty much the same age as me. And he's just getting into the number one now, guys. That's the pit stop you can see or hear in the background. He's just coming off the tyres. And he hasn't lost his touch, has he? Lovely wheel spin, a little bit of broadside as he leaves the apron. We'll get a chat to Andy.
So there's hope for... Yeah, look forward to that. And there's hope for Joe Bradley yet then to get involved in this race. I mean, your racing careers are very, very similar, I think, you and Anthony's.
Oh, 102 is off.
Almost parallel. Massive steering damage or failure, you would think, surely, because although I can't see the right side front wheel, it is not at the same angle, nothing like it, than the front left.
It's a Holmgaard motorsport car.
Yeah, Holmgaard of Denmark, and Marcus Holmgaard himself, Magnus Holmgaard, probably correctly pronounced, has had to stop that car. But I think
it's a bit difficult to tell, isn't it?
It is very difficult to tell. Just catching a glimpse of the right side of the car.
No, I think it might be all right, actually.
Okay, so he'd flung the steering well over to the left and is now reversing the wrong way, but well off the racing, well off the track, in fact. Just trying to park it in a more safe location.
Well, I think he might be wanting to leave the scene of the crime.
Yeah. I was just perplexed by the angle of the front left wheel.
I think maybe he just had full right lock on. I'm difficult to tell. It looks straight there, doesn't it?
Certainly the front right. Well, the front right was not a problem for me, but I would love to be able to see the left side of the car. But that's difficult from our TV crew to work it out. I think the fact that he's able to relatively straight in a straight direction, able to reposition that, so that actually the steering is still fully functioning, but only has reverse, seemingly, and is just trying to get that as close to the wall as possible. But if that car, and surely it will need to be recovered, it's very difficult to do that on the outside of the circuit where there are very, very few recovery vehicles. One will have to be called. Now he's managed to actually get it into an area where there are circuit vehicles, so has found a little cubby hole there where some of the circuit staff house themselves for the duration of this 24-hour race, and that was a neat bit of driving. For the duration of this 24-hour race, and that was a neat bit of driving, therefore, from code 60. That car was running in 5th position in the TCE part of the race, 5th in class as well, running as it does as a TCR car, and actually keeping a similar pace to Alex Morgan, who runs in the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf, car 112.
Meanwhile, right at the very front, Johnny, you've got to say that the young Porsche Super Cup driver Jean-Baptiste Subenauer is doing a very strong job there in the 31 WRT Audi, isn't he? Look, he's 50 seconds ahead now of Thomas Neubauer, and I think from somebody we don't know that well, really. I'm very much a Super Cup driver, and that's a hugely competitive series, of course. It's probably not used to those races. Super Cup races usually last about an hour, don't they? A bit less than that, perhaps, running, of course, alongside Grand Prix. And there's a different form of racing for him, but then he's got a great team behind him.
And although he is a champion in the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East Championship, all of those races actually ran at Bahrain.
Oh, did they?
And
right,
none of them
okay.
here.
Yeah.
So 6 rounds in total, back end of 2020 and the start of 2021. And he managed to outscore Dan van Kuijk, who is also in this race.
How in the Super Cup, he just sort of runs in the sort of back of the top 10, does he? I think.
In 2020, his best result was a two fifth place finishes, but didn't have as good a year in 2021 when his best finish was an 8th place. But he didn't do all the races either.
Mm-hmm. Is he driving for Timo Bernhard's outfit? Remember.
BWT last year.
All right, okay.
But it's always been Lechner, as far as I can tell, under their various various guises.
Well, we got Schubert BMW at the moment.
Yeah, this is a car that Marset's brought in.
Yeah, we heard from him
during Nick Damon's previous stint, Joe. So it came in on a flatbed, and great to hear and see that it's going out under his own stuff.
Yeah.
So, Marcel Lennertz, Marcel Lennertz of exactly the work that was an idea of exactly necessary on that car as the Ginetta 6, number 478, arrives on pit lane. But for the right 6, number 478, arrives on pit lane. But for the right read, bringing it in, and it will bringing it in, and it will be handed over who that's likely to be. No driver ready to take over, we think, Joe. So having said it was a sort of expected pit stop, maybe not so for CWS Engineering.
So Collins brought it in, he's jumped out of the car, the tyres weren't ready, Mike Simpson wasn't ready, he's literally just putting his gloves on now as he steps into the car. He hasn't got his left glove on yet, he's just literally put his helmet on, and now the wheels have been brought out from the back of the garage. The Hankook rubbers always stored at the back of the garages, and it wasn't ready, so I'm going to grab a word with Colin and find out what the problem is. I don't know whether he's overcome with heat, but he's certainly come in unexpected to a point, because the team that I thought was Ginetta, it wasn't. They're sharing the garage with the 979 numbered Speed Lover Porsche. So their crew was ready to receive their Porsche, but in comes Colin and takes their slot. So everybody has to shuffle around. This is the problem with shared garages, isn't it? Yeah. So all the Speed Lover guys had to lift up the tyres and create another corral of tyres behind the Ginetta. So a little bit of consternation. Colin looks like he's overheated. I'm going to step in. Let's have a look at Colin and see if he's all right. He's probably going to not be all right to talk to me. Colin White. Colin, man, you're too old for this. What's going on there?
I've got air conditioning right to turn off because it was too hot.
So the air conditioning was heating the car up?
Yeah, that's right. I had to turn off. The blowers were too hot in the face. Yeah, crazy, isn't it?
Yes, you've always been crazy, though. We love you for it. There it is. It was. I was right. He's come in out of sequence and he's overheated for those reasons. And he is too old for this, after all.
Meanwhile, the fourth place car, the 777, stopped at the side of the track, and now it's going again very slowly, and it's going to come into the pits, I think, Joe. So look out for the 777 Mercedes-Benz. Look out for the 777 Mercedes-Benz, which has got...
There was also a car that straight-lined the inside of turn 16, and if it had continued on straight, would have cleaned out about 3 other cars. That's the 35th placed 977 Porsche Cup car, which is team, bear with me, Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing, and Helal Al-Mazrouei in the Porsche, and also letting off quite a lot of smoke or steam is the 112 VW Morgan, who had been running in 4th position, and that was the car that Alex Morgan, who had been running in 4th position, and that was the car that Holmgard are potentially a retirement, or certainly accusing a lot of time in their 102, and now the car just ahead of it on the timing screen in TCE series has ground to a halt on the inside of turn 1. and that does in the too pretty either. In the relatively new paint scheme, the bright green and black for car 112, at least Alex has parked it in a relatively safe location, the inside of turn 1, but this will bring out another code 60 at 20:43 local time and 49 seconds to be exact, and this will be code 60 number 11 after not yet 6 hours of running, and total time of green between this code 60 and the previous one is half an hour, if that. But another quelling of the pace of this race, I'm afraid to say, because of the 112, and this also will provide an excuse to get car 102, the Holgard Motorsport machine, recovered too.
Yeah, Alex used to be a top Renault Clio racer, if I remember, about 8 or 9 years ago, and has done a lot of TCR racing since. But again, another code. We had a pretty good run then, though, didn't we?
Yeah, half an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not so bad. So I just wonder what's happening with the Indy Doncher in the 777, because there's definitely a problem with that. And, well, still smoking that TCR machine. And it's been shone in it. Look, very powerful torch. So I think they... Well, I just wonder where the smoke's coming from. Looks pretty serious to me.
Yes, it does.
That looks pretty serious to me.
Yes, it does. And the Welshman Alex Moore, interestingly, but Marshall's happy to be close to the 112 car. Either it has slowed and parked up there on the inside of turn 1 rather than being put there after some contact, for example, because it's parked too straight for me to have accidentally ended up there. But 1, 2, 3, 4 intervention vehicles now arriving at the scene, including an ambulance as well. So Alex may well clamber on board that car. I have to say, there's no significant damage evident on the 112 VW Golf, but you can't be too careful in these situations, and Alex will be taken care of for sure. Thomas Neubauer has decided to pit, or at least his team have called him in for this code 60, and he's gone to the fueling area, as have Rolfin Eichen for Barwell Motorsport, Phil Quaife, who's been installed in the CP Racing Mercedes, which runs in the AM part of GT3. And the other two cars that remain out there, race leader Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, and also Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT Raffaele Marciello. Neither of those have yet made a stop during the code 60, but it might be that they're not in a track position to do so.
But there's a lot of people in fuel. Looking at how many people have come in now, I suspect there's a bit of queuing going on down there.
Yeah.
Just got an onboard shot here from Ingo Vogler, from one of that car collection squad, with various other German drivers that have been together for a long time now.
So some investigative work continues at turn 1. Turn 1. And this is the camouflage space. It is Audi number 99. So that is the Attempto race. It is more familiar than Engstler, more PCR car rather than GT. Engstler down pit lane from 10th position.
Yeah, well, his father was a big BMW man, wasn't he? And actually was based east, I think, for a while.
Okay.
Or maybe out in the Middle East, I think, for a while.
Okay.
Or maybe the Far East.
Yeah, so he has run Engstler in the World TCR Championship and within their TCR VT2 Liqui Moly Team Engstler car as well. That was Hyundai again, Fastback and the i30N standard versions.
Well, I think you'll find if you go back on that Forex site, you'll find quite a bit about the dad.
Franz,
Franz Engstler. Yeah, pretty sure he raced. I can't remember if it was the Middle East or the Far East, but he was pretty successful, I know, in BMWs.
Okay, I'm just looking back. I mean, DTM he ran in. Okay, I'm just looking back. I mean, DTM he ran in mid-90s.
He did, yeah.
I need to drill down a bit further, I think, to discover the stuff that he's done in this area, or even further east, as you say. The 934 Max van Splunteren driven Porsche from Team GP Elite into the fueling area. And it's GP Elite that have some connection X, is it not?
Yes,
Are they basically the same team? With GPX, is it not?
Yes,
Are they basically the same team?
I think so, yes.
Former race winners in 2021 with Fred Fatiat as part of that lineup, along with 4 others.
I think he's the guy that basically runs it, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
and they had a couple of Renault RS01s, if you go back far enough,
Guys
in those gold colours. So the VW Golf is going to be retrieved from the inside of turn 1. It is certainly very, very busy in the pit lane and the fueling area, as there are a number of takers for a bit more topping up. Interestingly again though, Abu Dhabi Racing passing up the opportunity of making a stop for Raffaele Marciello as we head to Joe.
Engstler. Ah, sorry guys, I thought you weren't ready for me. Now, with that code 60 coming out, the number 99 Audi of Luca Engstler was already coming into the pit. Luca, that code 60 came out right at the very moment for you guys.
Yeah, we were quite lucky now. I was at the end of my driving time, so I did the 2 hours. So we had to pit in within the next 2 or 3 laps. So we were quite lucky with the code 60. I had a massive stint, was really good. We made huge progress. The car is fantastic. To be honest, a bit easier to drive than a TCR car when I was here.
Really? Is that right?
I mean, I did 2 hours and I still feel quite well. With the TCR car, I was a bit more destroyed after. But it's good fun. The car is massively fast and I enjoyed it a lot.
Is the reason it's easier? You say easier, but is the reason it's easier is because it sticks to the ground? It's not moving around so much for you.
Well, the aero is definitely massive in the car. With ABS, with ABS and traction control, definitely it's a bit easier to come up to speed fast. But then the last 10s are very difficult to find. So, I mean, it was cool. It was quite cold in the car, so I never experienced that before because it's my first time in a GT3 car. But I enjoyed it a lot. It's good fun.
The reason it's cold, do you guys run air conditioning?
Sorry?
Do you run air conditioning in the car?
No, not yet.
Oh, and it was cold?
Yeah, it was a good fan inside. I don't know, it was very cold compared to the TCR cars before I drove.
Great stuff. I can see that there's a big smile underneath that mask. You're obviously really enjoying this GT3 experience.
Definitely. I mean, I got a last-minute call to come here to Dubai to help out Attempter Racing, and it's so much fun. The car is so fast, and now to compete finally for the overall victory is great.
Well, you're in the top 10, and I don't know how that's going to play out. I will leave that to the engineers to work out the 50% fuel under purple. But good stuff, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks a lot. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Luca.
Just 21 years old, German driver Luca Engstler, so many championships with the TCR cars in the past. For example, 2020 he was a Malaysian team the previous year, an Asian TCR champion with Team Engstler, and has run in the Middle East in TCR cars as well, on course to a 2018 championship, which did 2 races here at Dubai 4 years ago, technically speaking now. Started off at Yas Marina in 2018, then a double header at Dubai, and finished off at Bahrain. So has track experience, just not at the wheel of an Audi GT3 car.
Which he was absolutely loving from what we heard.
Yeah.
Interesting, talking of Audis, WRT have now put their top man in the 31 car, Fred Vervish, who I think is considered their lead driver in that car, is now at the wheel. It'll be interesting to see what he does. He won this race before, didn't he?
I have a feeling he was in that car collection
2019,
Audi.
yes he was.
With with Rick Breukers.
Yeah.
Purely from memory, and I'm not sure whether that was his only victory here at Dubai, because Fred, with the calibre to have certainly have done a couple of victories here in the Dubai Autodrome, but an Audi man through and through.
Yeah, I think he must have a factory contract. I'm not quite sure how many people have got. There's sort of full contracts and sort of part contracts and so on. But I think it's a full factory guy.
He was also, that same year that he won the Dubai 24 in 2019, went on to win the Nürburgring 24 hours as well.
Right, yeah.
With Team Phoenix. So that was a real rich vein of form for Fred Vervisch from Rosselare in Belgium. And started off his career, as so many have done, in karting and single-seaters in Formula Renault. So 7.5 minutes to go of this hour, still of course under a code 60, I'm afraid to say, but the Golf concerns that brought this code 60 now on a flatbed and has taken a shortcut to the pit lane. Show damage though on the right hand side door, and also the rear bumper, which is loose from that car.
Broken rear suspension as well.
Is the bit I've just spotted. Yes.
And
That's a fairly big thud by the looks of. What can you see, Joe? Because Alex Morgan hopped it to the pickup truck, which pulled alongside and at turn 1. And having said it may have just come to a halt on the inside of turn 1, I've caught far more evident now. I've caught sight of the right-hand side of that car.
Yeah, we've actually got a tear in the door, Johnny. I might be able to see this on the live stream. That's something's went through the door. So heavy impact there is what I can see from the damage on the right-hand side of the car. Rear bumper hanging off, that's just superficial. It's whether the wheels are hanging in the right way. The car's being jacked up on the truck. Just wait for a car to get past. I'll have a look on the left-hand side of the car. Left-hand side of the car, not too bad. Front left, it's gone in heavy on the front. But main damage is on the right-hand side of the car. Now, looking at the geometry, the steering geometry, they've got it on the dollies, so they're not happy with the suspension for sure. It's wheeled off in a massive hurry. One of the crew just tripped over, he's fine. Well, let me say this. It may just look superficial, and it doesn't look as though it's, they're going to have to replace the door. That's perhaps the main thing. The scrutiny is not going to be happy with that. But from what I can see, it looks relatively superficial. But then you don't really want to be dealing with something relatively superficial in any way, shape or form, because while these guys are in here with the 112, it's the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Cupra, remember, that we're talking about. Oh, it's a Volkswagen, sorry, it's a Volkswagen GTI. Everybody's going round on the track, so they're losing massive amount of time. And for a championship winning team, these guys are having a very, very, dare I say it again, character building weekend.
Yeah, they were running 4th, but I think had the pace to trouble the top 3. And this has really put a dent in those hopes and aspirations. Back to green flag running we go again. 4.5 minutes to another hour completed, and when we get through those 4.5 minutes we will have done 1/4 distance. It feels like it's taken an age though to get to this stage, Andrew.
Well, now we got two top Audi guys in 2 WRT cars, first and second. Dries Van Thor, who's just gone into the 7 car, so I think we could see quite a battle between those, although at the moment there's quite a gap between the pair of them. And then Hubert Haupt, the boss of HRT, has gone back into his Mercedes. This is his second stint, which surprises me a little bit, and he's running in 3rd spot, and he's about 14 seconds behind Dries Van Thor, the younger of the 2 Van Thor brothers. Dries being a factory Audi driver, and his older brother, of course, a Porsche factory driver.
Yep. So the BMW M4 GT3 motoring its way now through the complex part of the early part of the lap. Fred Vervisch on an outlap, really bouncing over the curbs, coming out of turn 13, 12 and 13, and nearing the end of his outlap then. This is lap 139 for Belgian Vervisch. Dries Van Thor running in 2nd position and heads over the line now.
Ah, there's the Vortex, look.
The 701 heading into the bowl in the final sector, which is turn 14. And yes,
I was speaking to Sebring, and they've built about 6 or 8 of those tubular frame cars, big Yank engine in the back, and greatly enthusiastic little French team do that. And I just love the French team that do that. And I just love the shape of it, and I love their enthusiasm.
Is currently at the wheel of Bonnell, is currently at the wheel of that car then, and a regular wheel. So he will push on for another lap. Everyone just working their way back. So he will push on for another lap. Everyone just working their way back to the formerly driven Alex Morgan VW Golf of Autorama Motorsport. Where's all the green tape gone now, I wonder, because it's every other shade under the sun being used.
I thought there was some damage to the rear suspension, but they wouldn't be doing that if there was. So
you wouldn't have
I
thought
must have misread that from the screen.
And it never rains but it pours, because that looks suspiciously like, I was about to say another Autorama Motorsport car, but no, I think that's the Holmgaard VW Golf, which with Magnus Holmgaard at the wheel stopped in the first sector, and I was suspicious about the steering on that car. He managed to get it reversed into, well, behind one of the Armco barrier segments and into a safe zone, so we didn't need to get a code 60 out for that car in a few minutes. That then Alex Morgan had his moment at turn 1, but at least the 102 Golf from Holmgaard Motorsport in the pit lane is back in the pit lane, albeit on dock and being wheeled towards the garage bikes and being wheeled towards a good few minutes for VW Golfs in the TCR.
The number 10 car now, got Joel Eriksson on board, well known in Formula E, and a lot of single-seater experience.
Yeah, and that is. Yeah, and that is the Motorsport number 102, Holmgaard Motorsport number 102.
I think Sonak's is a car polish, isn't it?
Might be.
Polish, isn't it?
Might be.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah. There's been sponsoring motor racing for...
Beautifully turned out, that car, and therefore well polished.
It needs a bit more than a polish.
It does, but it was very tricky to work out exactly what needed to be fixed on that car in the darkness. Joe Bradley will be closer to it as soon as it's wheeled towards him.
Well, Johnny, I think we've had an interesting session. Lots of sectors, or purple, not purple sectors, code purples, if you will. This race is still hasn't quite found a rhythm even yet, has it?
No, we will get there. We are now 6 hours in, 18 hours still to go, and we want to find out a little bit more about that green VW Golf, exactly what happened at turn 1. The man to answer the question is Alex Morgan, now joining Joe.
Speculating as to what happened with the 112, some extensive damage on the right-hand side of the car. Alex, can you tell us exactly what happened?
Yeah, I was fighting with I think a Ligier for a couple of laps, and I got a bit of a run on him into the last corner, and then as I was kind of almost towards his back corner, I saw a Porsche was approaching really fast, so I backed out and the Porsche came 100 mile an hour, hit the Ligier in front of me, and the two of them spun, and then when I veered off the track to try and stay out of the way, I think the Ligier must have just rolled backwards and hit my back corner. So I was a passenger effectively, and I couldn't do anything to avoid it, but hopefully it's not too much damage and we can get back out, because the pace is very good and we were looking strong at the point in time, so just really unfortunate, a bit disappointed.
Now, this might sound like a stupid question, but how hard was the hit? Because that'll give us an idea of just what the damage is going to be, what the boys are going to find.
I've had harder, so yeah, no, it felt like quite a big impact in the car, but I've had very similar shunts before, and I think it's just the rear wishbones, to be honest. It looks worse than it was because it just knocked a bit of the rear bumper and the front bumper, so I'm hoping it'll just be a 5-10 minute job, but we'll see.
Well, Alex, the Autorama Motorsport guys are really good in the face of adversity, I think is how they say it, so hopefully they'll get that back on the road.
Yeah,
Bad luck.
I hope so as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks for talking to us.
I wasn't wrong about that rear suspension either. Vortex has stopped.
Further drama for Philippe Bonnell in the 701 Vortex V8 as well, heading into turn 14. I think I'm right in saying yes. So again, final sector. Peculiar place to have come to a halt there. I wonder whether he's actually peeled off from the back straight and ended up on that part of the circuit which you can access. So 6 hours gone. 6 hours gone. It feels like 8, I have to say, because of all of the Code 60s. 11 of them a full hour of green flag running. We've come close to it with 50 minutes, but that's the best we've done. Nothing to do with me and Mariotti. The best we've done with me and Mariotti, I promise. Now, 2 Audis lead the way. The 31 WRT car with Fred Your lead. 6 seconds from the MS7 by WRT crew, having an opportunity to race in the darkness hours. And I wonder whether actually the difference between those cars will stay pretty static for the next hour or so. Hubert for Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT, that's a Mercedes running in 3rd place, and then Rolf Eichen in the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan is 4th. CP Racing, class leader in GT3 AM's 4th. CP Racing, class leader in GT3 AM, that's Phil Motorsports Porsche number 67 is in place with Stefano Monaco, and then it's Sven Muller in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche 8th place, car 92. In 9th spot in the GT Series, Attempto Racing's Audi, the one liveried in the camouflage colours. We heard from Luca Exler not too far ago, so that car's recently been in for a stop and some fuel, running in 9th. Class leader in GT3 Pro-Am is the ST Racing BMW M4. 11th position and 2nd in the GT3 AM class is the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes number 20, and then it's the Al Manar Racing by HRT Merc treble 7 running in 12th place. Team Use Sportwagen Technique, a Porsche number 27 is 13th, ahead of Duvo Racing by Herbert Motorsports Porsche number 93 14th. MP Racing, another Pro-Am GT3 entry for their Mercedes, is 15th, and also of the Netherlands 933, a class leader in the new 992 Pro class for Team GP Elite, they are 16th. Leipert Motorsports Lamborghini, a GT3 car, is 17th, ahead of the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, which is 3rd in GT3 AM, car 39. Capital RT Yadro of Russia, GT3 AM car, is 4th in class and 19th overall. Then the Santilok Racing Audi 20th, HRT Performance, a class leader as the AM runner in the 992 class. All Swedish lineup, I should say, for the 929 car 99 in 21st position, and then the second of the team GP Elite cars is 22nd. Racetivity's Mercedes GT3 car 23rd, and the dual racing by TF Sport Aston Martin is 6th place in GT3 AM. Next slate sees in 2034 car, which is another Lamborghini Huracan from the GT3 part of the entry from ARC Bratislava. 2 Belgian cars next. PK Car Sport is the GTX class leader, and that car number 70426. Red Ant Racing is the 991 class leader, so for the older spec Porsche Cup cars, 903 leads that. Car Collection Motorsports Audi has been in difficulty through the course of the last 6 hours, and that's the reason why it's dropped quite a bit of ground, running in 28th place. Red Hat Racing's number 904 is 29th. HRT Performance's Porsche 930 is in 30th position. Then the NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten Porsche 31st, and the ST Racing number 28 is 32nd. Razzoon More Than Racing have a KTM Crossbow, and they run in GTX. They're 2nd in GTX and 33rd in the GT Series, ahead of the Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing Porsche number 977. Then the second of the Car Collection Motorsport Audis, that's a GT3 AM car as well. Leipert Motorsports GTX Huracan Super Trofeo is 36th, ahead of the ID Racing Porsche of Germany number 940 37th. Dragon Racing's GT4 car is that class leader for Roald and one son of the Goethe family, Ollie, together with Stuart Hall, Jordan Grogor as well. Car 408 is 38th. Fak Autotech's Porsche 39th, number 962, ahead of the Atlas BX Motorsport Mercedes number 403. 41st position for the Speed Lover Cup car number 979. Then the Century Motorsport BMW is 3rd in the GT4 category, ahead of the Aston Martin of Heart of Racing Team number 423. 44th for the Red Camel Jordans.nl Porsche Cup car. The second of the Century BMWs, this time the RHC Jorgensen Strom entered car number 450, is 45th. HRT Performance Porsche, there are 4 of them in the entry, and the second of those is 46th. The second of the Facultatech Porsches from Switzerland is 47th, and the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin car 401. Expected that to be a little bit higher. It's 6th in GT4. 49th overall is the HRT Performance car number 928. Vortex V8 in dramas. Haven't yet seen another code 60 for that, but it had come to a halt just before turn 14. Johnson Consults 415 is a Mercedes GT4, and that is the 51st position. Then the Haider Motorsport Audi R8 from the GT4 category. Dynamic Motorsports Porsche, a big crash into turn 16. I wouldn't be surprised to see that car that was being driven by Murad Sultanov at the time out of the race now. Huber Racing's 924 labelled as 54th ahead of the CWS Engineering car, which is still running. That's the Ginetta G56, which frustratingly is 55th rather than a place behind that. G56, which frustratingly is 55th rather than a place behind that. And Team BMWs. 57th is the ID Racing Porsche. Willi Motorsport by Ebby Motors have had two significant dramas for their older shaped cup car. Schubert Motorsports number 30 came into the pits on a flatbed, but it's been fixed and has rejoined the race. The second of the Team Avia Zorg Rennsport BMWs have had even bigger problems actually than the sister car, but still in 60th position. Uber Racing's Porsche 61st, but remember the Herbert Motorsport Porsche number 91, which will have done very well had it reached the race, but it did not start. That's the GT series dealt with. Now the small matter of what's going on in the TCE series. It's the AC Motorsport crew of Belgium that lead the way, and when you combine both races, that TCR car is actually 39th position. Mathieu Detry has a nearly 38-second advantage over the BBR crew, who have a Cupra TCR. They're in second position. Then the Audi from Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing, the 116 car, is third. The best of the TCX cars is represented by the Ligier JS2R of Ledu Saab. Then Yeti Racing with a BMW M2 CS racing car running in 5th place and second in class. And then the Kogemo/TLRT BMW M2. Sally Racing's Cupra 7th, and the Schubert Motorsport number 200 BMW M2 is 8th. 9th position is the 112 Autorama Motorsport car. Now that's the car that was being driven by Alex Morgan, and he described his incident on the run down to turn 1, so that's going to be being fixed for a little while yet. CTF Performance look to be the next car to benefit from that. They're running in 10th, but likely to be 9th shortly. VW Golf of Autorama Motorsport Treble 1 is in 11th. Lamera GT with their Treble 2 car 12th. Holmgard Motorsport were 5th in TCR, but have dropped all the way down to 13th in the TCE series, ahead of the second of the Lamera Cup cars from the Lamera GT Lux outfit. Orchis Racing, that car's having an engine change after it spectacularly blew up into turn 1. CWS Engineering second car, 278, more standard G55, is running in 16th place ahead of Zhenga Motorsport, the Hungarian crew with their Cupra 17th. PPM 18th, also with a TCR DSG Cupra. And finally CTF Performance with a Ligier JS2R, the 296 car. There have been an awful lot of highlights and indeed low moments to this point of the race, just over 6 hours done, and let's recall a number of those. So darkness hours hit, about 5 hours in, and yes, all hell.
joining me for, I think, his first visitation to this great round-the-clock enduro.
That is correct, Bruce. Yes, thank you. And I haven't been able to drag myself away from my screen. I should have been doing yoga or sleeping or something, but I thought what better way than to follow the race from the green flag. And it's been fascinating. But as Andrew says, it's kind of been a stuttering race so far, hasn't it, with various incidents throughout. But hopefully as we get into darkness hours, people settle down a little bit and we can get into a bit of a groove.
Some years they settle down, some years they don't. But yes, it's very hard, 8 hours in, to actually find the format in the race. You can look up and down the charts and see exactly who's quick when they're in the car. You look at Raffaele Marcello, then the former state. He's always quick when you look at the lap times that he's putting in. That is as expected. Those two WRT Audis, number 31 is leading, and number 7 is in second place. They're good, they're consistent, and if the mildest touch that WRT has applied to pretty much all of its drivers and teams in the past 10 years, and they're sitting very pretty at the top of the pile.
Well, I do wonder. I mean, WRT, 2021 really was the year of WRT. Of course, their GT accomplishments are out of question, but to win Le Mans in the LMP2 category on debut in at that race was just incredible. But this weekend has been particularly special. At the moment, the two WRT Audis are 1 and 2, and they announced a new Italian driver, some chap who used to race motorcycles, a certain V. Rossi Esquire, who will be racing with the outfit for the 2022 season, and goodness knows where that could lead. But it's definitely a good time to be at WRT right now.
It certainly is. I think that's a very wise choice from Valentino. I met him a couple of years ago when he removed his motorcycle helmet and was at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and he was down to drive 1 or 2 cars up the hill climb course, but almost every batch that came up, he'd worked another physical impossibility. He got himself into the following batch, and he was literally looking around the paddock going, I'd like to drive that one, I'd like to drive that one. He is such an enthusiast. All the bike fans from over the past 2 decades know that famous 46, they know his mannerisms, they know his antics and his sheer excellence, but he is a brilliant addition to anything. I can tell you what, though, 24 hours here would be a race that he likes, but his big target, clearly, it must be the Le Mans 24 hours.
I think so. I think if you're someone of Valentino's level in the motorcycle racing world, he's obviously competed at a high level in cars before, particularly on the rally stages. He's done Welsh Rally GB, he's won the Monza Rally Show on a number of occasions, but he seems to be approaching this very seriously, and I think if you've won 9 World Championship anything, no matter what you turn your hand to, it's never just for a bit of a laugh. This is definitely a serious career focus for him. To be honest, I don't know if it's an exclusive deal with Audi. I guess that will come out in time. I wonder if it has something to do with his relationship with Ducati, with his MotoGP team, which runs Ducati motorcycles. But I wonder if he will dip his toe into the GTE world, either in ELMS or in WEC, which of course Audi would not be able to take him in that direction. But that's something that I'm just being greedy now, aren't I?
You are. You're fully allowed to be greedy, because we all are, because we know quite clearly he would be in a car every weekend he could, because he just absolutely loves it. He often comes across as a person of great humour, but that's because it comes so easily to him. He's focused in the car, but when he's out, he's got all that boyish charm. And it'd be fantastic if he can come and take part in this race in 12 months' time. But we're 8 hours in. Hard to pick out the circuit now because it's very, very dark. But what's your feeling? You've watched 24-hour races. In fact, the last time I think we commentated together, we watched a 24-hour race with a lot of stasis, a lot of fog. That was the Nürburgring 24 hours last year. But you're accustomed to the Nürburgring 24, the Spa 24, no doubt, and Le Mans. But this is something very different, isn't it?
It is. Much like at the Nürburgring, the Creventic 24H series has its own unique way of going racing, and all the better for it. You know, you have Nürburgring, they have their way of doing things with localised code 60s and slow zones, etc., and mandated pit stop times and so on. IMSA have their way with full course yellows, which bunches the pack up. But here in the Creventic series, I have to say, we're looking at some of our pictures. For those with the benefit of pictures, the queue at the petrol pumps, even the world's top racing drivers have the queue at the petrol pumps in Creventic 24-hour competition. All of the fueling is done in one central location. I think that's one of the biggest differences, and that plays a real strategy, a real strategical element that's unique to this series. And it kind of reminds me a little bit, Bruce, of running a long road trip where you have to work out your strategy. You think, oh no, can't stop at Charnock Richards services. The queue for Burger King will be massive there. No. Next one.
Yes, it can all very easily come unravelled if there's a code 60 and you think actually it might be time to come in and do a bit of pit time and maybe get to the pumps, but maybe is the operative term. And if you're halfway around the lap, you're not going to have the choice. But if you have a quick read, you're going through turns 14, 15 on the 16-turn circuit, you can dive into the pits and you've got a very good chance of going to get that half tank of fuel that you're allowed. But many a time a race is unravelled. But I tell you what, I was just watching some old Le Mans documentaries last night just to get myself in trim. And again and again you see just how many small glitches just turn over the course of someone's race, often even in the first hour, and they have to fight their way back thereafter. And I think one car that sort of suffered in that first hour was the car that was leading early on in that first full course yellow or safety car period or whatever with the number 4 Mercedes, the Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT. But if you know you're already on the back foot, there's only one way you can go, and that's forward. But right now, what we want is a type of clear running without lots of incident. We've had lots of incidents so far. Not big incident, not big accidents or things like that, but just cars stopping and causing these periods of slow running. But right now, the temperature's dropping. It's a chance for the drivers to start to stretch their legs a bit, settle down, and that's what we want this race to do.
That's correct, and I think for a lot of the teams that have fielded their real hot shoe driver at this stage, you do, the last thing you want is your hot shoe driver to be stuck in a long code 60. That is ideally you want the code 60 to be your amateur driver. Of course, that's the beauty of 24-hour multi-class sports car racing, is you've got usually 4 or 5 drivers in the car, some at the very peak of their powers and some who do this for enjoyment and for a kind of breakaway from their regular job. I mean, for example, in the number 7 MS7 by WRT Audi right now, Dries van Toor, what an incredible young man that driver is. I mean, Dries yesterday went straight out in the first flying lap and was the only driver in all of qualifying to break 1 minute 58. Only driver to go into the 57s. Now, if you've got him in your car, you need to make full use of him, and he can't. I mean, I'm as quick as Dries van Toor in a code 60, but in a green, there's obviously a much bigger difference. So that's the thing that we have to watch over the course of the race. So, but at the moment, both WRT drivers, Frederik Vervisch in P1 and Dries van Toor in P2, both Audi Works drivers, there's not much to choose between them. They're only separated by 0.2 of a second last time by.
Well, they both have an enormous amount of experience, particularly Fred Vervisch in Audi R8 LMSs, but don't forget that before Dries was driving them, he was watching his brother Laurent racing them, so he's been that fixture in the back of the WRT garage, soaking it up like a young teenager who's car mad would, so there's no mystery to him either. But again, in fact, you picked up on a very good point. Dries does have that uncanny ability to get in the car and get straight to the maximum, and I've watched him do it constantly over the past half dozen years or so. So no wonder he's got so many titles in the bag at this young point in his career.
It's incredible to think he's just 24. I mean, win at the Nürburgring, Suzuka 10 Hour, Bathurst, a Le Mans win. But I have to say, Bruce, I mean, this year, 2021 at Le Mans, GTE Pro, Hyperpole, and everyone was talking about the Works Porsches, the Works Corvettes, the Works Ferraris, and Dries in a privately entered Proton run Porsche 911 RSR puts it on pole for Hub Auto Racing in their first Le Mans, a Taiwanese team, the first team to ever do that, and he put it on pole, and just showing just how special he is. I'd love to sit around the Van Toor family table when they have family gatherings and the banter between Dries and Lawrence, because it's quite a tough debate to see who's the quicker of the two. I wouldn't want to mediate that.
The Van Toor banter. By being the older brother, of course, Laurent has he has a fantastic sense of humour, but you always control your younger brother. Just ask mine. You know, or it doesn't matter what age we get to. If we're 88 and 80, well, that'd be a miracle. But you know how it goes. But Laurent's sort of been there, seen it, done it. But actually, his advantage is being chipped away because I think Dries is gathering titles at a greater rate. So I'm sure there's a lot of needle, but it's all very good-natured and kind-hearted in their household. But I guess it was sort of preordained there'd be races, being born just around the corner from Zolder. It literally was at the end of their garden, a short bicycle ride away, and yeah, they have done phenomenal things, most certainly. And of course, most of the pairings the last few years for Dries have been with Charviers. Now, if you've never been to the Dubai 24 Hours, it's a circuit that's very light down the start-finish straight, but that's the point at which you plunge into darkness. You droop down, the straight drops into turn 1, fantastic right-hand corner, but it feeds almost immediately into a left-hand corner. If you get that first bit wrong, and you'll see it time and again, drive a little bit deep, then turn 2 becomes a real compromise. That's a little left kink, and then you start feeding to turn 3 into the sort of, it's a loop section. You can overtake at this point. You've got to stay off the curbs, even in the early stages of the race, and even in practice and in qualifying, drivers were hitting the curbs too hard. They're not vicious, but they're enough to start cutting tyres. We've seen that over the years. Turn 4, it starts to tighten up, and then there's a kink to the left, and you're going into a shape a bit like the spoon curve at the top end of the Suzuka circuit, because you go to the left, and then turn 6, you start turning to the right. It's effectively a double apex corner. Turn 6 is married to turn 7, and that actually is a little bit tighter on the exit as the drivers get down there. There is plenty of space on the outside of the circuit, which is very much a feature of the Dubai circuits, and in fact that's why cars go off and don't lead to having too much trouble. But what they're thinking of as they come out of turn 7 is they've got to get around the double apex, turn 8 and 9. 2 corners together could be interesting, but the important thing is the exit from turn 9, because that then feeds the drivers onto the longest straight on the circuit, and little patches of light around the back of the circuit. But then once you get fully onto that back straight from turn 9, you're flat out. The lap is just under 3.4 kilometres, just under 5.4 kilometres, 3.35 miles, but that straight goes on and on and on. For the drivers, they get down the end of the straight, and there's a lot of light because there's a big building at the far end with very attractive lighting beaming down onto the circuit. That's turn 10. It's a right-hand hairpin, very good spot for overtaking, but of course that also means a very likely spot for collisions, particularly between cars from the various different classes. And there's a slight descent on the exit out of turn 10 to the left kink at turn number 11. It's about a 80-degree corner. You carry on climbing from there up to, I think it's probably the highest point on the circuit, which is turn 12, and this is the right-hand hairpin. And again, very hard to pick out your points in the dark. In the day, it really does feel like 2 circuits. But the remainder of the circuit, turn 12, turn 13, and then 14, you're starting to climb uphill and turning left, and traffic's always interesting there, because if you get pushed to the outside of the circuit, you've got nowhere to go apart from the gravel. And in fact, we have a Mercedes going for a spin right across the nose of an Audi. That looks like 416 or 418, one of the GT4 Mercedes, and limping on its way. That's what happens when you get the traffic together.
It's the Johnson Consult Mercedes
AMG
GT4, the Johnson, sorry, number 415. Now that car has actually had a pretty difficult sort of half an hour or so. It has had a stop out on circuit and then got back going again, and then it's been clipped yet again. So that's Jan Engelbrecht driving it, the 58-year-old Dane, the Danish endurance racer, or domestic Danish endurance racer, I should say. But it looked from the replay, Bruce, that the 415 Mercedes GT4 car was clipped by one of the 992 Porsche Cup cars. The driver of that 992 Cup car had the benefit of darkness that I couldn't pick out the number, so I'm not sure, but that the race control won't miss it, and we might get I think we might get a communication about the verdict on that one, because it looked like a little sort of quarter panel tap there that sent the Mercedes around.
Yeah, I hunted high, I hunted low. There is cover of darkness. It can work for you, but everybody's got going again, which is the good news. And at the Dubai Autodrome, there is plenty of space. You have a few pinch points. Certainly, turn 14 is one of them. But then I really love that final sequence of corners up to the crest of the hill at turn 15, and you drop out of that into that final corner, turn 16. Not everybody gets it right. There's a big gravel trap on the exit, and a number of drivers have gone through that gravel trap, and then you start to see the grandstand, and you really would quite like to be back on the circuit before you've reached the point where suddenly the side of the circuit pinches right in, just as you go under the sort of starting gantry, and that really unusual podium which is out on a little promontory out over the pit lane. But plenty of space, and that's why we're able to start. In fact, some years we've had 100 cars, this time 79, more than enough to be going on with. And now it does appear to be settling down. And for Jan Engelbrecht, the good news, I think he's continued on his way.
Yes, luckily it was just a light touch there for that 415 Mercedes, and managed to avoid any more serious contact, which is very good news indeed. I must say, Bruce, it's fantastic to see these BMW M4 GT3s, a new model for the Bavarian factory out in GT3 racing. Of course, the M6, the big brute that machine was, had brilliant success. So much so in its last year of competition that I'm sure the BMW board were asking why we've had to build a new car. But of course, a number of these cars out in this race, two with Samantha Tan racing, one of which we mentioned penalties earlier on. Unfortunately, the number one car has a 2-lap penalty hanging over it, which hasn't been applied on the timing screens yet.
Peter, let's just go down to the pit. Peter, let's just go down to the pit lane, because 977 is in, and our man Joe Bradley is right with it.
Yeah, this is an interesting team. It's a local team. The United Arab Emirates have produced Rabdan Motorsport with ID Racing here this weekend, but I'm not sure who's just got out of the car. But we've got a full pit stop going on here, and I'm going to try and grab our first chat with the team. Because it's a bit of an interesting story how it's come about in the area. So they're here. It's a fully... All the drivers are local drivers from the UAE, and so just gaining experience at this level of endurance racing, or indeed racing. Got a bit of an oil top-up going on the back at the moment. The car's on its jacks. The driver is in, so a little bit of a delay just on of oil usage. Cut the engine because I've got the oil cooler off. He's just being told to watch the guy in the front. Driver just getting a little bit of a slapped wrist. Fires the motor. When I say oil replenishment, it was literally a coffee mug full. But it does all count. Now then, guys, I'll give you a shout when I get the driver. Who's just got out of the 977?
Well, while Joe goes digging to see who's got out, I think it's a fantastic story, and I think this is one of the real reasons. It's not just, we don't just come to Dubai to come racing because the climate's brilliant and the circuit's great. It is also about developing drivers and teams across the region. So I think really do look out for Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing, car 977, all UAE drivers. I'm sure they've been plotting it for years, but they're here, they're doing it, and they're in a 911 Cup, the 992 class. That's the newer one that has had such rave reviews, and I think for a lot of these drivers it's probably their first 24 hours. There's a lot for them to take in, and hopefully Joe would have got his shepherd's crook out and I'm on forward to own up to being in that last session. The choices: Saif Al-Ameri, Fahad Al-Zabi, Hilal Ali Surey and Salim Al-Ekti. So we'll find out Surey and Salim Al-Ekti. So we'll find out which one he's loved their cars. But it's taken a while to get lots of them to come racing. But I think signs are really there that the roots are now below the ground, and we're starting to see sort of the fruits of things that don't happen over teams. Peter, for the junior classes in earlier years, 10 years ago, we'd have X and things all racing in from across the region, but now we don't have those cars in the race. Every single car is a little bit more serious, a little bit more competitive and high performance than they were in the earlier years of the Dubai 24 Hours. Of the Dubai.
Absolutely, that was Al-Mazroui, who's just Halil Al-Mazroui, who's just got out of the number 977 car, and brilliant to Halil Al-Mazroui, who's just got out of the number 977 car, and brilliant in this event, and the significance of the Hankook 24 continues.
We're down at Rabdan Racing, a new team to the 24 Hours of Dubai. I'm with the driver from the 977, Saif Aliman. Saif, great drive, but he doesn't speak English, so we're going to get the team. Are you the team manager, sir?
Yeah, I am Saif, and he is Hilal Mazroui.
Right, so, and you're the team manager from Rabdan?
Yeah.
Can you tell us, I want to ask how that stint, how the driver found that stint?
For him, he's doing his first 24 hours, and he just got his license, and we want to be in this experience to present the UAE drivers and how spirit we have, and we can do it. And luckily we were in P7, and with him, with his little experience, we are now in P3, and he keep the pace and he keep the distance.
I'd like you to tell him that's fantastic, but I'd also like you to ask him, is he looking forward to driving in the middle of the night?
Yeah, this is motorsport. We have to go full. Our passion to the sky, infinity. We have to keep the trophy here back in UAE with the youth people, with the young people as well.
And tell me a little bit about how Rabdan.
Well, I'm afraid we're struggling for the sound there. Some of it we came through, but you heard from 7th to 3rd, so a really good little run there by her.
I've been racing 6 years ago, okay? I would like to make a big community here in UAE, racing people. We have a good drivers, but they don't know the way, where to go. So my passion to bring all of those passionate youth to the right direction, and here I represent the UAE drivers. And to be honest, I'm taking risk to bring all of those guys here, but no risk, no reward.
That's what they say. That's exactly what they say. I just want to say, when I first came to Dubai and the UAE, and I found my kind of spiritual home in the Middle East, because everyone I met from the UAE, like yourself, has exactly the same passion as me, and we are kindred spirits.
Yeah,
and it's brilliant. The fever here.
This is what our leaders wants to be, what they put in us. Okay, we are in the best country. I think you know it very well. So, number one for us, it's a mandatory. We have to be number one. Otherwise, stay away, stay home.
That's why we go racing.
Yes.
Would you like to say some words to the camera in Arabic?
Salam alaikum.
Brilliant. Great stuff. Rabdan Motorsport, we are so delighted to have you guys racing with us at Dubai. And it seems only right that we have a team here in Dubai in the UAE racing in this event.
Thank you very much, Joe, and for the pair of them down at Rabdan Motorsports. Sorry for the slight sound difficulties there, but the message was clear. And if you can see the image, you can see the smiles on their faces, not just here, not just playing, but actually competing hard. So, Peter, we'll keep an eye out for them through the remainder of this race, but great to have them on board.
Absolutely super. And coming back to your point about the Porsche 992 Cup car, I mean, what a machine that has been since rollout. It's been on the go for about a year now, and will actually be debuting in the UK for the Great British Carrera Cup this year, and I can't wait to see what that thing will do around my local circuit at Knock Hill. Probably quite outgrown for our little circuit, but wow, what a machine. And you look how close it is to a full-blooded GT3 machine And I wonder if we'll see some surprises over the course of the next couple of years, car, because it just runs and runs and runs and has some brilliant top line speed, much to the annoyance of some of the GT3 drivers by the sound of things.
Now, talking of surprises, while you're just talking there, it seems that 278, CWS Engineering Ginetta may be missing a door. Now, to my way of understanding, two doors good. To my way of understanding, two doors good, one door bad in GT racing. Car on a black night in Dubai, so we'll have to see if that comes back into the pitch. I feel if a door is missing, it probably will, but let's not counter chickens. But I just heard a little report of my Ginetta. We'll wait to see if that makes its way back to the pits, and if it does, that'll be a tailor-made interview for Joe Bradley. But 278, yes, it does look as though it's missing its left-hand door. It actually makes it feel like the 1960s. You can see what the driver's doing. You know, as the cockpit sides grew ever harder in single-seaters, you couldn't see what they were up to the same extent. But right here, right now, that may be a relatively easy fix, as long as they've got a spare left-hand door, not just two spare rights.
Yeah, it's been a really difficult day for the 278 Ginetta team in the TCX category. I mean, real pity, because when the car is running, it's super fast. I mean, Bobby Thompson, one of the drivers, of course, our viewers who are fans of the British Touring Car Championship will know Bobby's name from his days in the championship. But unfortunately, it's just not come well for them at all today, and they had problems with a binding brake during practice, and yes, they're being told to pit immediately by the race director, and rightly so. It's a safety issue to run without a door, but it's almost like you can do that with the new Ford Bronco. Apparently, you can remove the door. Why you'd want to do that, I don't know. But anyway, the CWS Engineering Ginetta, they sheared a drive shaft earlier on when Bobby Thompson was getting back going after a spin. So it's been a tough day, but they never give up, do they, Bruce?
No, certainly not. They come here year in, year out, and are always quick, but often have problems. Back in the day, back in the mid-1980s, late 1980s, BMW launched the BMW Z1 that had funny little doors that sunk into the sills if you chose to have a bit more air in the car. So it was quite a funny feeling with your hips sort of exposed to the outside, but strong as could be. But it's just the fact that it hasn't been repeated suggests maybe it didn't quite hit the public's imagination.
I suppose a Caterham would perhaps count. I mean, to call it the doors on a Caterham a door is being pretty generous, but there's just nothing like driving a Caterham on the road. But anyway, the ARC Bratislava, the fantastic bright yellow, it's almost like it's in Valentino Rossi merchandise colours, the yellow ARC Bratislava Lamborghini in GT3, the Auto Club Bratislava, number 44 in for service. And talk about enthusiasts.
And a really international lineup. Father and son Miro and Mataj Konopka, Zenuku Mikolasko, Andrei Lewandowski, who I've watched for many a year, competing with Carol Bass with great success in the Lamborghini, the European Championship in the Pro-Am section. And Tom Jackson, he's not from Eastern Europe, but he's certainly from the UK, but he raced last year, of course, with ARC Bratislava in prototypes, so keeping with them. But certainly, if anybody's ever met Miro Konopka, a greater enthusiast you will not find. Right, good to see that Ginetta has made its way back to pit in, coming in slowly, but they could say the lights aren't on in your door, but if your door's not there, your number might have gone with.
Well, there's a souvenir for anyone listening on the PA out on the circuit. There's a souvenir somewhere. There's a CWS Engineering Ginetta door. They might want it back. If you bring it back to them, you never know, they might make you a cup of tea when you make it back to the pit lane. But Colin White, former ASCAR driver, not NASCAR, ASCAR, and our very own John Hindhaugh actually signed him up for that competition when it was launched about 20 years ago.
20 years already, gosh.
Yeah.
I remember it well.
Ben Collins, the original champ in that.
Let's see it. Joe's down with the Ginetta. Very tricky. Thank you very much, Joe. Give a helping hand if you can. I know you will. So let's start taking a look down the order as it stands. Little problems here or there, but it's Dries van Tor leading the way from Rolf in Eichen, so Audi from Lamborghini. And the second of the WRT Audis, Fred Vervisch in third. And Phil Quaife, who's been making up very good ground in the CP Racing Mercedes, Charles Putman's team. Don't forget he was a late addition there. Joe Foster hurt his ankle, twisted his ankle, and Phil knows his circuit very well and has slotted in very nicely. So his 85 is up into fourth place. And in that cycle of cars at the front end of the field, last time I looked, Hubert Haut's car, the number 4 Mercedes, was up in fourth. That's had a pit stop. It's fallen down to ninth. What are you seeing at the moment, Peter?
I'm just taking a look at the GT4 classification. It's been a super day so far for Dragon Racing. Now this is the Gotha family outing, and what a family outing that is as well. The number 408 Mercedes at the moment is being driven by Stuart Hall, who's the coach, if you like, of the Rothko Racing outfit, and Stuart driving alongside Roel Gotha, father, and Oliver Gotha, of course, young, just 17-year-old young man, goes to Millfield School in England, and I have to say he's obviously been paying attention in English class, because his English is absolutely A1 perfect. And I remember actually when I was at Loreto School, we always used to play golf against Millfield, and I thought we were quite good, but they absolutely roasted us every single time. So maybe they do race driver lessons now, because whatever they are, they're working.
I'm not aware of that, Peter, but they do have a habit of whatever sport you want to pursue, you're expected to be pursuing it at a level that might take you to play at international standards, and the facilities are phenomenal. But to me, the thing that still stands out is that their rugby pitch is still called the Gareth Edwards piece of turf or whatever. It's super spectacular because the Welsh superstar went there back in the 1960s. They picked him up as a top athlete and turned him into a tip-top rugby player. To me, still the world's greatest, but yeah, excellence is something they very much expect, and they certainly help to craft.
Absolutely, yeah. It's no matter, like you say, no matter what the sport. But Roel Gotha, who Oliver's father, his car collection. I mean, if you're listening and you've never heard of it, just type in Rothko Golf Collection. He has the largest collection of Gulf liveried racing cars in the world. He's got the Porsche 917, the same as you would see in the movie Le Mans, the McLaren F1 GTR Longtail, Porsche 908, Aston Martin DBR9, Ford GT40, and I'm not even scratching the surface, Bruce. I wonder maybe if we could arrange a Radio Show Limited busman's holiday to go and see it, if they'd be kind enough to have us.
Yeah, well, it'd be a massive thrill. It's really what they don't have, and I don't think there's anything they don't have. And Adrian Hamilton assembled that phenomenal collection of cars for them. Right, Joe's interview didn't come out in terms of sound, and he was talking about the door, or the lack of door, on the 278 CWS Engineering Ginetta. Of course, what he was looking for was to see how it could actually be connected, but it was right, the locking mechanism was A1. So unfortunately that could be a massive problem. Sometimes hinges could be damaged. That didn't appear to be the case, but it's where it needs to be secured, which of course it has to be, because otherwise the car will be called back in time and time again to have it fixed. So for Colin White and the guys, and they are super charged in terms of engineering and fixing things. They'll see what they can do, but it didn't sound too clever.
Well, just as we were relaying that from Joe's report from pit lane, thank you, Joe. The 202 Les Deux Arbres Ligier had a spin right in the middle of a huge bunch of traffic. Now, didn't see any contact. Looked like the car got away with it. Now, that's Anton Lespicu, the 28-year-old Frenchman driving that machine at the moment. Now, this has got an amazing story, the 202 Ligier. It's leading TCX at the moment. This is a car entered by Jacques Leconte. Now, you might not know Jack's name, but I'm sure you'll have heard of Labre Competition. Of course, Labre Competition have been a stalwart of the Le Mans 24 Hours for decades, and those of more contemporary taste might remember the Corvette C7 art car. That was a Labra competition. But they have a certain Christophe Bouchou in the car, who's just been exceptional so far, Bruce. But looking through his credentials, you need more than a page to write down all of Christophe's credentials. Just decorated would probably be the short version.
Quite astonishing. Winner at Le Mans in 1993. I first came across him when he was in an absolutely mega sterling team with him and Eric Ellery, and they just wiped, cleaned up in everything. They rose Clerk of the Course, or certainly a top official with the GT World Challenge, still a massive enthusiast. Right about the door, or the lack of door, Joe has got sound and he's got Bobby Thompson. So off we go, thank you.
Yeah, I must emphasise that Bobby here is not responsible for losing the door. He was an innocent bystander standing in the garage with me, waiting for the car to come in. Bobby, I can't say what's happening because we'll get banned off telly, but you've had a really horrid day.
Yeah, I know. It's we've blown the bloody doors off, as Del Boy would say. We've been struggling with brakes since Tuesday. Can't find what it is. We're having the pedal go down to the bulkhead. For me, within 3 laps within a stint, so first 3 laps are mega. We're so confident. After that, they just go. And I've tried reducing the pace up to 10 seconds. I still lose the brake pedal. So it's one of those things. We thought we was just going to, carry on with how it was, down to the bulkhead and still trying to play with what we got. But looks like we've had some contact on the rear with Matthew in the car, and let's hope the boys get it ready and get us back out there.
I know you probably know as much as I do about how the door was lost, so I'll not ask you that. But everybody in the UK is more familiar with you from the British Touring Car Championship. Yeah. And here we are. This is probably your first endurance race. How are you finding the difference?
Yeah, Joe, the jump across is actually a lot easier than I thought in terms of actually driving and on track, because in a touring car it's 20 minutes to get the maximum out of that car, and you're generally on tight twisty circuits that are too small for the car you're in, where we're this big old track in Dubai with big runoff and a lot of area, where back in the UK we don't have that, and here it's just more driving the car at 90-95%, and it's a big team effort, where at BTCC at home it's all about you when you put the helmet on.
So are you kind of getting in love with endurance racing? Because it's a completely different discipline, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this is where I need to be. Touring car is hard to find the money, find the sponsors every winter. So for me, this is where I need to be as a pro driver, and I'm still young, so I've still got a few years to edge my way outside of motorsport.
I mean, British Touring Cars is renowned for how close the racing is. Does any of that experience sort of help with how you get through traffic, for instance?
Yeah, I think the traffic stuff out here I'm not having much trouble with. You've got all levels of experience here. You've got some guys in the GT3s that are incredible, and there's some guys in the smaller categories that haven't done much driving at all. But it's managing that when they're in your mirrors and when you're coming up to a slower car. So I'm enjoying that aspect of it, actually.
Good stuff. Well, we're enjoying having you here, Bobby. It's always great to talk to you. I'll leave you to get your helmet on, because I think you're in the car when they fix it.
Yeah, let's see if keep the doors on this time, eh?
Yeah. He's only gone and blown the bloody doors off.
Thanks, Joe. Classic interview there with Bobby Thompson. But what I really liked was the fact that Joe hit the nail on the head. Bobby's here, and he suddenly realised this is a very different game. More chance to drive for longer periods without that frenetic 20-minute sprint. And anybody who's watched the British Touring Car Championship over the years, the decades, will know that you seldom get breathe in and take in the surroundings. I think he is such an enthusiastic individual. He'll probably drum up some other mates to come and play in the years ahead. It'll be a good career move for him, and certainly he's a good character. So good to hear from Bobby. Thanks very much, Joe. Peter, what's been happening in the past few minutes while that interview was going on? Anything that caught your eye?
Well, actually, I would just like to add to that. I think it's fantastic that Bobby's able to make the move across to sports cars. I mean, I'll never forget he had a horror accident at Croft at the end of 2020, it would have been, and that kind of put a stop to his touring car aspirations. I know a few drivers who struggle to they're trying to make their way into touring cars, and the budget they've got to find is colossal. Whereas in the sports car world, you've got to have a chance of, key word is professional, which means being paid. And I think that, as Bobby says, he says, this is where I need to be. It's probably more, like you say, it's probably a more convivial environment. There's probably more of a team spirit. And Bobby's a really, really nice chap, and it's fantastic to see him. And looking at his lap times, I mean, 2:10 in that car is very, very, very fast. So he's been able to demonstrate his speed and come to, I mean, this is a little bit more glamorous than Croft, you could say as well. Maybe I'm biased.
I don't know, if you just squint, it's a very different mix. And I must confess, Peter, from the first time I attended the Dubai 24 Hours, really quite a while ago now, what I saw, it was a slightly different race then, but for a lot of drivers, it was a way to keep racing in the off-season. It was also a way to keep their families sweet. Quite nice weather here, very nice weather at the start of January. And so a lot of them combined it with a holiday and brought the whole family, earned a few brownie points, and maybe that cleared the deck so they could at least go racing in the following year. Now, down in the pits, the number 1 BMW, that's one of the 2 M4 GT3s from ST Racing. This is the one that started on the very back foot, unfortunately, because Harry Gottsacker, the car was pulled off the grid and he got going too soon, didn't drop to the back and got a 2-lap penalty. And they've just come in, it's in fueling now. Anthony Lazzaro's put it there. They've gone up to 12th place, but they sort of went backwards to come forwards. And hopefully it can settle down, because that BMW M4 in GT3 trim, very, very popular indeed. Anybody who tried it last year was more than a little bit taken, and that's why their order book is chock full. In fact, you always get this cycle in GT3 when someone introduces a new model. They're not all in the same year. And I remember a handful of years back when Mercedes launched its latest one, and it was just a better car, not necessarily for the pros, but for the AMs and the less experienced drivers. They were able to get closer to the potential in it. It was a kinder car. No wonder they sold loads, and maybe this will be something that will be featuring in this latest BMW M4.
Well, I mean, if you think a team like Paul Miller Racing, who won the 2020 Rolex 24, they can't get hold of a chassis in time for the Rolex 24 this year. They're going to have to wait till Sebring to get a car, and making a switch from the Lamborghini Huracan. So yes, clearly very, very popular indeed. Turner Motorsport, I did enjoy that Turner Motorsport in the US, they're known for having celebratory tacos. That's their snack of choice when they do well in a race, or even if they do badly. The BMW Motorsport, actually on the plaque with the chassis number, they've engraved taco machine on the, so you'll always know that that's the genuine article for whoever buys it off Will Turner when it's finished in competition.
Probably find the tacos down the footwell, not a nice thought after
crumbs everywhere.
A race in the south through the but anyhow, great little story there. Right, so Sunday we've got some great racing out on the circuit, because Phil Quaife had Michael Grenier right on his tail. Now he's clear, having a flurry of cars coming into the pits. Who's in the pits? Who's in refuelling? Right now, Rolfian Eichen, second place Lamborghini 77 from Barwell Motorsport. That's headed off out of its pit stop down to be refueled. Michael Grenier has just brought in the 75, that's the Sun Energy 1 car, Kenny Harbel's car, into the pit lane. Still a chance to see people wandering around in shorts. They're allowed to, because the refuelling, as we all know, is at pit exit. They have to peel just before they would be rejoining the track. They turn to the right, go into a refuelling area. Nozzles, gun nozzles for them, and then they work their way back out onto the circuit. But certainly almost from wherever you've headed to get to the Dubai 24 Hours, the weather is a pleasant thing. Before the start of the race, people were down on the grid saying, actually, it's a little bit hot. But right now, the temperatures are very comfortable indeed. And in fact, of course, the heat of the day is kept in by the big grandstand opposite, the concrete massive of the pit lane. And in fact, if you know the second half of the pit lane, the pit wall is suddenly very high, because the track drops. In fact, the pit lane drops lower than the track, and the pit wall, mechanics' feet and the crew chief's feet are at shoulder level, and that really does leave a lot of concrete for the heat to sink into. So we've nearly got another hour on the board, and it's Dries van Tor leading the way, MS7 by WRT, one of my favourite race liveries, in a sort of desert camouflage combination, but doesn't matter what it looks like really, it's how it goes, and the answer is very well indeed. And it's the Belgian leading the race from fellow Belgian Fred Verviche, who just moved up with the 77 Lamborghini in the pits into second place. It's the Barwell Lamborghini, and we've got a car stationary at the side of the circuit. 11 o'clock local time.
And we've got one stranded in the middle of the circuit as well.
We have indeed, facing the wrong way.
Oh dear, oh dear. Marshall's doing a super job waving the yellow flags to warn those. It's the 904 machine. That's one of the 992s, Red Ant Racing.
Up at turn 7.
Philippe Wheels at the wheel of that machine. Had a DNF last year in the 991 class here at Dubai, but doing the right thing by just staying still until a gap returns. But hazards on for that machine. Now this will, I would think this would be a code 60, and of course I did wonder actually, Bruce, there was a bit of a rush to pit lane before this happened, and there's almost some psychics on the pit wall. They were almost expecting something to happen.
Apparently some teams still do turn up without a psychic, and I tell you what you don't need to be a psychic about, it's the weather. So, brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands, and it is very comfortable indeed in Dubai. It's 22 degrees at the moment. Don't forget, this is going into the night. It's going to drop to 19 degrees, so not too bad. You could still keep those shorts on, but maybe with a sweatshirt as well through the night. And by tomorrow, it's going to go back up to 25 degrees. So that's the weather, brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands from the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. And it's another hour on the clock, and it is code 60 again. So a few cars in the pits at the moment. Number 95, sitting looking fantastic. Of course, it's great to have the Aston Martin in the hands of a family that's synonymous with this race. And the Moutran family enjoying the Aston Martin very much indeed. Stepping up to GT3 for the first time. It's Ramzi Nabil and Sami Moutran with, it should have been Sam Dehaan, but COVID concerns means he's not there. And Charlie Eastwood has joined him along with Ahmed Al-Hati. 222 is the car that's had a blow to the door. And the Ligiers seem to be having their own problems, Peter. Sorry, that's a Lamera, beg your pardon.
Similar idea, though, the Lamera GT. I think I've never heard of a Lamera GT before. It's basically a specialised racing car designed by Miguel, who you might know from Formula Ford racing, but tube frame car, a tube frame chassis, about 910 kilos, so it's properly light. And it runs with now a lot of customers who love their hot hatches. It runs a Ford Focus RS 2.5 litre turbo motor in more or less street trim, 330 horsepower. But what I love, Bruce, is that I wonder if they get a pair of front headlights free with the engine, because it's got the Focus RS front headlights as well.
If you got them, use them. But they're great little cars.
Get your money's
really,
worth.
really compact. And as you said, built by Miguel, they know what they're doing. And again, it's such a French formula. You know, they've had, over the years, these small sports car series in France, always beloved. They've had all sorts of different names, different shapes, but the format is the same. Small, light sports car, something different to driving a GT car. And to us, I'm very Catholic in my taste in motor racing. The more the merrier in terms of shape. And, you know, it's another twist on a similar theme in so many ways.
I totally agree with you. I think in this type of motorsport, the choice of vehicle is very much an emotional choice of either the team owner or the drivers even in the lineup. And you know, we've got a lot of Porsches in the field. We don't have any Ferraris, weirdly. We do have some Lamborghinis, but no Ferraris. But you know, like we say, a lot of the French teams running things like the Vortex or the Lamera, and as we say that, the number 222 Lamera has made its way back to pit lane, which is super. So door open, and they can start trying to figure out what the problem was. But the one thing you can say is that this French endurance team, they will not give up. They love the peril, I always think. They live for the peril.
Yeah. That's one way of putting it, but yeah. But again, it's something different, and if ever you get a chance to be down in a pit lane or a paddock, go and take a look at them. It's a bit like the Vortexes have been so fantastic over the years here. Normally with in all forms of disarray as the race goes on, but very quick, and they in particular, with all sorts of large engines, make some really, really fabulous sounds as they blast back out onto the circuit, all too often to have another little hiccup of some sort, but again, part of the fabric of this race over the decades.
Now, looking at the 992 class, which I think is going to be one of the most hotly contested, both in Pro and the Pro-Am category. There's so many of these Porsche 992 Cup cars that it's been split into two categories based on driver grading. Now, for those of you watching, you're thinking, where's Jos Verstappen? Jos Verstappen had been announced to be part of the 933 GP Elite team, a Dutch team, but he's not been able to make it over. However, to be honest, as replacements go, they could not have, out of virtually anybody you could have picked the phone up to in the world to drive a Porsche Cup car here at Dubai, Larry ten Voorde, the double Porsche Super Cup champion, double Carrera Cup Deutschland champion, and Larry was here coaching the GP Elite team, and as any good driver does, they make sure they've got their helmet and hands device with them, and Larry was more than happy to step in, and unsurprisingly, from the very first flying lap, Bruce, Larry has been by far the fastest driver in that class.
No surprise whatsoever.
No.
But yeah, again, that actually just focuses on how drivers don't spend all winter at home. A lot of them are earning their corn, and when you're a double Porsche Super Cup champion, I think he also won the German title both years running, 2020 and 2021, you're in hot demand. And if you're a king of the Porsche series, a lot of drivers over here in the UAE, not just pro drivers, drivers wanted to be pro drivers, drivers wanted to be AM drivers, but just people who have them on the road. There are plenty of those. I know we talked about Lamborghini having a huge share of the market, but you can earn a little bit of corn over the winter. Why not, in the sunshine? And also on a circuit that's a great circuit, so a lot of dots could be joined together there.
Well, Larry is in hot demand as a driver. Not hot enough, in my opinion. I think he should be a full works driver. But anyway, that's another conversation. But he's in hot demand globally. He does a lot of coaching in the United States as well with Team Hardpoint. And he's, from what I understand, from what he's told me, he's pretty brutal with his students. He doesn't let them away with things. If they've not done their homework, he'll let you know about it. Will Larry? But of course, Patrick. I mean, the Porsche Super Cup has been really an incredibly happy hunting ground for Dutch drivers. Of course, your own Bleekemolen won it a few times, but Patrick Huisman with the record 4 Super Cups in a row. And I said to Larry, do you fancy chasing that record down and to be the top Dutchman, be the top driver of all in the Porsche Super Cup? He says, I'm not even the top Porsche Super Cup driver from my village, because Patrick Huisman's from the same village as me. So he's not even the big fish in the small pond.
Well, let's talk to a big fish. We've got Nick Damon, who's got Phil Quaife down at CP Racing.
I'm not sure who the big fish out those two are. Is it me or is it Phil? Phil, you've got yourself in the car finally. It's a very disjointed programme, isn't it? All these Code 60s.
Yeah, that's just the nature of this race, really. I've done it 15 years now in all different categories. So I've got used to changing the strategy all around the Code 60, but this race is all about traffic management, and I feel pretty comfortable in the CP Racing Mercedes this weekend. First time I've been in the car, and I feel really comfortable, and I'm quite happy with the stint I've just done.
Yeah, the nice thing about this time is you're doing it in GT3, so you've only got to look forward.
Absolutely, it makes such a difference, but it's quite nice to have the experience of being in the Cup car a few years ago, the GT4, and way back when in Clio Cup and so on. So to have that experience and know where the slower cars want the quicker car to overtake, it makes a big difference. So to have that experience is good.
What are track conditions like? Because when I left a couple of hours ago, it was already full of detritus and debris. Is it a really mucky track?
No, it's pretty good, to be honest. There's the odd bit of polystyrene, but in terms of the circuit, it's gripping up really nicely, and I think we've got some good pace out there, and it'll only get quicker as the race goes on. So all in all, the car's good. Team are performing very well. The other 3 guys did an awesome stint, so time to get some rest, and back in the car probably in a couple of hours.
Have a rest. Thanks, Phil. That's Phil Quaife from the 85 CP Racing team, the leading amateur GT3 machine.
Thanks very much, Nick. Very good to hear for just a point, Peter, that one needs to consider all his experience racing here in the Dubai 24 Hours, but he did do some of them in a Renault Clio, the very different end of the spectrum. The far spectrum is smaller than it was, say, 10 years ago, but again, as Nick pointed out, in a GT3 class car, you're really looking forward, not just backwards.
That's correct, yeah, you've got so much going on. Now, there's a problem for the Century BMW, the number 450, Danny Van Dongen, slowly out on the edge of the circuit. The car is moving. It's going straight. The steering wheel is not. The steering wheel looks very out of shape, so something has gone horribly wrong on the number 450 BMW M. Gone horribly wrong on the number 450 BMW M4 Danny Van. Oh my, there's a huge issue with the steering. It appears maybe this. I mean, I'm not going to give a technical comment, Bruce, because I'm no mechanic, but there's something not right with that.
Actually, Peter, as far as I was concerned, that was a technical comment. I'm at your level by the sound of things. But he's made it back into pit in. But actually, when you've got a car with failing steering, trying to turn right into a pit lane that requires you to may not be the easiest thing. It may not be the easiest thing. At all. But should now pass the race control building, yes, into the light of the pit lane. Again, this is a circuit of dark and light, but really it's a circuit that keeps turning, which isn't very good if your steering wheel is not pointing in the same direction as the front wheel. So the 450 entry to the circuit of America, forays to the years, but great to have them around. But right now they'd like a car which has got steering that matches wheel angle. That would be a good thing. So maybe Nick, he's a real technician, he could pop down and take a look at that and come back with a further report as he scurries up and down the pit lane for us.
Yes, it's a relatively plain white BMW M4. Almost looks like the road. Road version by Danny Van Dongen driving it. In the most experienced drivers in that outfit, as well as been racing a long time. In fact, started off racing Citroen Saxos at the turn of millennium, like many teenagers around.
We've run clear line of sight. Christopher Meese, and we were talking about drivers with long career records of success. He's certainly one of those, and he's picked it up left, right, and centre across the heat. So he's in that number 7 Audi, leading 31 Audi, both run by the WRT team. Things looking for them indeed, and the number 4 very good for them indeed, and the number 4 Mercedes good for them. In number 4 Mercedes in the cycle indeed, and the number 4 in the cycle of pit stops was third, went down to 9th when it took a pit stop, is back again, but needs to find a lap or so to get up with that number 7 Audi that's leading the way.
And Christopher Meese, he's in the mood. He has just set the fastest lap of the room, so really on a hot pace right now, and Christopher, along with his Audi Sport colleague Dries Van Tour, have really established a strong position for that number 7 Audi. But yeah, 159.6, that is not hanging about, Bruce.
Certainly isn't. Nick, you weren't hanging around either. You had 450 garage, I gather.
Yes, I needed to add to your technical concept of the steering wheelie thing not being in the same direction as the pointy wheelie thing. And I can add to that by saying what's actually happening is the steering arm's broken at the front. Danny Van Dongen, I'll try and grab a word with him. Danny, what happened?
Yeah, just came out of the pit, was overtaking cars, and faster car bumped into me. Yeah, can happen.
Any idea which faster car it was?
No, it's kind of dark outside, so I couldn't see it. I was in the heat of the moment.
So a relatively simple steering arm fix. How's the car going apart from that?
Yeah, we're investigating now, and I hope it's a minor damage. Thankfully I was able to drive it back, but let's see. And let's push it.
Thanks, Danny Van Dongen. See, the advantage of all these cars in the dark is it's about the 5th person who's come in damage from a mystery car you know, just think this is terrible. This is actually something you claim insurance from. You'd never be able to do it, would you? Mystery car whacked me on the side. No idea who it was. Who's no claims moment?
Well, it's very hard to pick up on TV as well, Mitch. I can tell you the 940 has come to a stop at the side of the circuit. That's the ID Racing Porsche from the 992 category of the 911 Cup class. Audrius Bucevicius, Adrian Specher, and Sean Thong, one of my favourite racing drivers from the Far East, joined at the last moment, but he won't be too happy at the moment because that car isn't going anywhere, stationary in the dark. You can still see lights with it, which is a good thing, but Sean is stopped at the side of the circuit, down in 43rd position overall and dropping, but Sean is someone, if you can get an interview with him, particularly if he's in a good mood, he is very, very funny, Nick. So there's a little challenge when he gets back. He might not be feeling close now, though, with his car stopped at the side of the track.
I'm not sure if Mike Simpson...
His car stopped at the side of the track.
I'm not sure if Mike Simpson was behind the wheel of an hour and a half behind the wheel of 7.8 GT4 Ginetta. That's the one with the bumping V8 in the front of it. Unfortunately, going very slow out on circuit, still moving. But meanwhile, the number 4 Mercedes Abu Dhabi Racing Bilstein Mercedes board with some very snazzy blue lights, as does Christopher Meese in the number 7 WRT Audi. I wonder if the number of teams are maybe trying to preempt a Code 60.
Wouldn't be a bad time to do so. A lot of cars scattered or limping back slowly at the moment, and any one. Well, we've got the yellow flag at turn 11. Turn 11, it's at the end of the back straight, or the corner after the end of the back straight. It's the left-hand uphill corner where you do get little moments of contact, it must be said. And just quickly looking at the messages board, it'll tell me there's a yellow flag at turn 11. Has there been contact? Car 940 stopped at turn 12. Okay, it's to cover where 940 is at a standstill. So in that sequence, that means Matteo Caroli in the number 67 Dynamic Porsche, one of the two from Dynamic squad, has moved ahead of the number 4 Mercedes. That's the one we saw brought into the pit lane. Now, Peter, day and night, that's what 24-hour racing is all about. But one car that I don't like its colour in the day is the yellow and blue Abu Dhabi Racing Mercedes. It just doesn't look right, team Mercedes, but put it in night light and going down a pit lane, the yellow suddenly comes right, but put it in night light and going down a pit lane, the yellow suddenly comes. That's one that certainly looks, my eye. But maybe I've just seen it where the light is actually shining on it very kindly, but certainly nothing with its speed. Hubert Hout is in fueling at the moment, so was third, falling to fourth. Nothing wrong with its speed. Hubert Hout is in fueling at the moment, so was third, falling to fourth. Charles Evans, but it's still those two Audis. Number 7, which is now with Christopher Meese on board, in fueling at the moment. So you're quite right. There's been this sudden charge into the pit lane for the 44 ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. That's not for a fueling stop. That's to be sitting in the naughty box waiting to be released after a time penalty.
Interestingly, Christopher Meese had only done 5 laps on his stint, a very quick stint at that, but 5 laps is pretty short. So obviously the WRT crew were right on the ball, and indeed that Code 60 has come in. So for the ARC Bratislava car, as far as I'm aware, Bruce, they need to serve a double time penalty under Code 60 because of the during Code 60 the time served is doubled.
So very busy in the pit, so let's go down for the latest. Peter, so very busy in the pit, so let's go down for the latest news with Nick Damon.
Yes, we've seen a shuffle on the Ginetta apron. The 278 has rejoined as the 478 came in for a pit stop. We've seen both the WRT Audis trundle down the pit lane to take some fuel. Just seen the ARC Bratislava car that served its penalties. That's also going down to fuel as well. Across me, the MP Motorsport, the 19, the orange Mercedes. That car's having a full service and driver's change. The third place overall car, the 67 Dynamic Porsche, has also just gone past me for fuel, as has the Duvo Mercedes, the Duvo Porsche car, which is called being run by Herbert. And we're getting to the point now where I think the fuel pumps are going to be pretty much full, as another of the 1,000 Porsches in this race goes past me again. That's the NKKP car, the often the Hilda's car. That goes. Is that going to stop fuel? No, 2 or 3 of these cars now have stopped going for fuel, so the pumps are all full. Next car down, there should be a pump free because I just saw someone leave. This is great. It's like I'm monitoring the fuel pumps in the pointless fuel crisis in September, isn't it, really? Oh, there's some space at Astor. Drive quickly there. Apart from that, a few people getting some standard services. I think it's still a little bit early for the cars that need to do a brake change. Don't forget that most of these cars will need to do a brake change. We're not quite near enough half-time, and doing the change during a Code 60 obviously makes a huge amount of sense, as the CP Motorsport car, Mercedes from 4th place, goes in, and he's trundled down. Will there be a pump for him? Can he stop for space? And he's indicated, it's very nice, and he's gone for it, he actually indicated to go right. So there are a few pumps available now. So it's a pump roulette in many ways, as the cars come in for yet another Code 60. I mean, this must be the record for Code 60s at this time. It's just been, well, never more than about 40 minutes or half an hour of actual running. No doubt, we'll see this another Code 60 quite soon again, but the pit lane's now kind of clearing. As they've all come down, they've got very little to do, haven't they, because they've been in so often. Back to you guys.
Well, this is it, Nick. I'll tell you, maybe you could nip up to see how you manage it, to 478. We think there's a punctured rear left. You might want to go and check out what's happening to that Ginetta, the G56, driven by Colin White, Mike Simpson, Lawrence Tomlinson, and James Jakes. The pumps are working very well. I mean, in terms of the number of cars going in, there always seems to just be one space opening up as a car turns right out of the pit lane, and various cars being pulled clear. The 940, the ID Racing Porsche that Sean was at the wheel is underway. But one thought and I'll throw this to you, Peter, is it's a bit early for some of these cars to be doing a sort of big standard service. And don't forget, it's not just the amount of time they've been out on the track, it's the amount of time at which they've been hammering the cars as hard as they haven't had a lot of full board driving. Certainly not the number of hours they'd have expected when we've got 16 and a half hours to go, so my maths tells me that's 8.5 hours or thereabouts into the race. The standard service, if they've been racing hard, would be coming a little bit later, but some teams will just decide we'll do it now. There may be more Code 60s, there may be fewer. We'll find out.
Well, it's an interesting one. I'm sure that's what the teams are debating at the moment. The one thing we haven't seen, and you've rightly touched on it, Bruce, is that the Dubai Autodrome is a typical Class 1. We haven't seen any, thankfully, we haven't seen any huge accidents with big damage and barrier repairs required. Most of the Code 60s have been, cars grinding to a halt, little things like that, relatively little things, I should say. Be a puncture, little things like that, relatively little things, I should say. As well, with the amount of Code 60 time we've had, that can't be putting the stress through the brakes that would normally take place. So maybe some of the GT3 teams are thinking, let's take this easy, and you never know. If this continues at this rate throughout the whole race, could you get away with it?
Is it we heard from Rabdan Motorsports? How do they put it? We've got to take risks to win. Maybe someone's going to roll the dice in that. That would be a phenomenal challenge to try and do the race without actually changing the brakes. Don't forget various points in this circuit, most notably braking at the end of that infield straight to turn 10. You are hitting those brakes very, very hard indeed. I sense at the moment, if you do your standard service, it's a little bit early. It means once you've done it, you've done it. You don't want to do a second standard service, and that means the race. If we're running towards the end of the race, if we're running when it's light again in the morning, you could be running on some very, very longer stint than you'd have really necessarily wanted them to do. Right, the cars went into the pits, they've come back out of the pits, a bunch of the front runners, and the order at the moment is 7, as it was before. The MS7 by WRT Audi, Christopher Mies just taken that over. Then Benjamin Goethe, he's on his outlap, and so is Matteo Caroli. So the 31 Audi in car 85 is now up into 4th place overall for Mercedes, now in the hands of Manuel Metzger. Hubert Haupt did, that's fallen down to 8th place. Sorry, Nick, carry on.
Just saying that we have the 95, the TF Sport with dual racing Aston Martin. That's been in the pits for a while. There is some torch and tyre wrap action going on there, so we just need the lump hammer and of course the duct tape for the complete set. They are in the innards on the right-hand bank of the engine. I think it's the case they're trying to keep something away from where it's getting hot, I think. They've taken the one-piece bonnet off, which is quite nice. In answer to the 478 question, they had a slight puncture, but it wasn't anything major. It didn't damage the car at all, so that took advantage of being in a code 6 and just went out again. Let's see if I can have a quick chat with the Moutron. What's the problem with the car?
Not entirely sure, to be honest. Ramsey just came out of the fuel bay after refueling and just said he had a loss of power. So they're just trying to see what the issue is now.
They're in there with the tyre wraps and the torch. Are they thinking it's electrical? Is that what's more likely?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure, and I'm not going to ask them now. I'm going to let them get on with it and then find out afterwards, because me sticking my head in now is just going to cause more issues, so I'll stay away. Yeah, fair enough. I'll stick my head in, that's okay. That's Sammy Moutron there.
So loss of power for the 95, but so they aren't looking at the uppy-downy bits. I'll keep it basic for you and Peter Bruce. They're looking at the sparky-warky bits, it looks like. So that's hopefully you understand my first pitch report. TM Early Learning Centre.
Thanks very much, Nick. And again, that just emphasises the frustrations, Peter, that you can have in a race like this. All going well. I'm referring to the Moutron family. Do your refueling out onto the track, and something just doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right when it should be feeling good. And you the pits, have it checked out, and you think of all those curbs, the corners. You've really been close to the apex and doing a great job, finding a tenth of a second, shaving it off your lap, and think how much you squander having to come back around and go and visit your crew, much as you love them.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of the drivers have commented about the debris, particularly on the circuit. It was Axel Jeffries, the number 7 MS, the leading car, MS7 WRT. Christopher Mees driving it at the moment, but Axel Jeffries was in that car earlier on. 7 by WRT. Christopher Mees driving it at the moment, but Axel Jeffries was in that car earlier. There's quite a lot of debris out there but also there's quite a lot of debris out there. On the track as well, and the team, that's the Red Camel Racing, the car that Jeroen Blekemolen got called up to late on. They had a problem with the radiator, no contact, but maybe just a hold radiator or something, and that cost them a lot of time in the pits. So yes, I do think that's something that the teams, there is a little bit of luck involved though to get through this night, I think.
Well, talking of the pits, let's hear talking from the pits. Down with Nick.
7-8 came back in again. Now, very interestingly, they were working on that rear left. And what they've done is that's a major setup change. They've reduced the rear camber. So the tyres are now leaning less inward at the top than they would. My guess on that is because they've decided the reason for the tyre failure was using too much camber. Of course, the reason they use camber is to increase grip whilst cornering. Obviously, as the car rolls onto its side, you have your tyres angled inwards, you increase the contact patch, but you increase the wear on the inner edge during normal working, and that's also been too much. So they are on both sides, they are adding a little bit, or taking away a little bit of the camber. So learning as they go for endurance racing on the 478 G56.
Thanks, Nick. It's very easy picking up what a black car is doing on a black night, and the recesses of those wheel arches very dark indeed, but well spotted. So working on the camber, not the work of a moment, but if it saves another pit stop because of a blown tyre, well, it's worth doing. So Genetti's having their problems, but so Genetti's all being sharpened up to go back out and probably go down the classes at some point. And we can tell you the top class kit. We go down the classes at some point. We can tell you the top class, the second, and then Mattia Caroli, the best of the Porsches, number 67 from Dynamic Motorsport in third place overall. And don't forget, this year, of course, we have divisions in the GT3 class, so the car in second place is actually leading its class as well. Because the 31, sorry, I'm talking nonsense, that's in the top GT3 class. We also have GT3 Pro-Am and GT3 Am. I'll work my way down. I just read the timing screen quite wrongly there. So top car in GT3 AM is CP Racing, that's been running really well. Charles Espinal at the wheel at the moment, driver from Florida. He's a wrestler. So it might be time to go down and hear from Creventic, this wonderful event happening, and the people who make this wonderful event happening and Ola Dorleman down with Nicola.
With Ola Dorleman, the man behind the organisation of the Creventic races. First of all, this is just a fantastic, joyous celebration of racing after a couple of difficult years, isn't it?
Well, there are much worse ways to start into a new year than this. After the last 2 years that were heavily impacted of COVID during both our calendar years, this is a very refreshing start. To be honest, for a long time we didn't expect this many teams to come over here with us in these circumstances, and we are very happy to have drivers from all over the world join us again. It's the biggest grid in Dubai for 4 years, since 4 years, and it's just a fresh start into a new season with great prospects waiting at the horizon for us.
We always have a great race in Dubai, but of course we've got a really impressive calendar. Talk us through the calendar for the rest of the year for the Creventic series.
Yeah, well, next week we have a small event, smallest relative. We have 35 cars lined up for the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, which is a non-championship event. And then we start into our European season in March with the 12 hours of Mugello. In April we go to Spa for a 12-hour race, 12 hours in Hockenheim, Germany in May, 24 hours Portimao in July, 24 hours Barcelona to top off the European season in September. And for November we head back to Sebring to finish off the Championship of the Continents in 2022 with another 24-hour race there, back to back.
And there are two sub-championships, aren't there? The Championship of the Continent and the European Championship. Just explain how the Championship of the Continents works.
Yeah, well, basically the best race on each of the continents counts. So it's Dubai for Asia, it's Sebring for America, and the best result in Europe counts. So in fact, anyone who participates here in Sebring and any of our European events makes chances to become champion of the continent in 2022.
And the other thing for teams to go to is just the Championship of Europe, isn't it? Is it all round in Europe counts, or do you have drop scores?
In Europe we have one drop result, yes. So the best 4 races count for the 5 European races in 2022.
Of course, the other thing that's new championship-wise, of course, in the 24-hour races, we're getting some points at 12 hours, aren't we?
Yes, we have introduced a new point structure for the 24-hour races that after 12 hours, half the amount of points is awarded on top of the normal point allocation. This way, we want to keep more teams whose car breaks down during a 24-hour race in the championship to make it possible for them to compete up until the end of the season.
Great idea. So again, almost like now the greatest hits of Creventic, is it? Mugello, Spa, Hockenheim, Barcelona, Portimao, all fantastic events. But you've got a completely new championship for us this year as well, haven't you?
Yes, we're very happy that we've entered a cooperation with ADAC in Germany to announce and promote the Prototype Cup Germany next year with an officially homologated LMP3 class and also open for CN spec prototypes. It's a format of 2 hours, like 2 races of 1 hour each per weekend with 2 qualifying sessions, 2 free practice sessions. It's basically set up as a Pro-Am championship for the growing LMP3 market in Germany. There are just a lot of German teams out there that are currently buying an LMP3 car, and we are very happy to be able to do this, make this possible together with ADAC and ACO as our partners there.
So are any of those prototype events on the same weekend as the 24-hour series races?
No.
Careful. Don't want to lose you.
Got to make space for the stop coming up.
It's another Code 60.
Yeah. No, we don't clash with the 24-hour series, but only on one weekend. So basically with ADAC we agreed we do a split between their and our weekends. But since it's a German championship, the majority of races is in Germany, of course. We start the season in April in Spa during our 12-hour race. Then we will be in July at the Truck Grand Prix at the Nürburgring. And the last two races will be Lausitzring with GT Masters and the Hockenheim ADAC finale with the GT Masters again.
And is there is there already a lot of interest in that class at races?
Yes.
You have to keep moving. It's honestly, they won't need to stop. They've broken down.
In the end, we end up in the fueling area. No, there's a big interest for the series coming up because a lot of German teams are buying LMP3 spec cars currently, as it's a growing market. And basically what happened, we had the idea, well, there is the market coming up in Germany, so there is a need for a championship as a support to the existing international ACO series. And as it happened, ADAC had just that idea as well. So we combined forces as two big players in the sports cars market, and we're very happy about the cooperation with them in this as well.
Germany for next year, is it going to expand out throughout Europe, or will it stay as a German series?
The Prototype Cup Germany will stay a German series. We now set it at 4 events in the first year, with intentions to increase that in the second or third year to maybe some additional weekends. But of course, you never know what lies ahead. We are sometimes eyeing the Middle East for a winter championship. That would be interesting for the 24-hour series cars. But I would not exclude the option to have something here for prototypes as well.
Well, that sounds fantastic. Well, just stay a bit longer. Anything else you need to announce? Not that it isn't announced enough, but anything else?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you have anything else to announce? Because obviously you've done quite a lot so far, but just in case I've missed anything.
Nothing I can think of. Our formula stays the same. We want to offer the best endurance racing in the 24-hour series for the Pro-Am drivers around the world. And this year couldn't have started much better than this. We're looking at great races coming up with a lot of cars, a lot of drivers, and we're thankful for being able to do this.
And we thank you for inviting us to be here, especially to Mugello. Spring in Italy is fantastic.
Yeah, great.
Ola, thank you very much. That's Ole Dulleman from the Creventic organisation, outlining the exciting races and events that are happening in 2022 on the track. No events at all because we've got another Code 60.
Well, thank you very much. And the bit that people probably didn't hear from Ola there was at the start of his conversation about the German Prototype Championship. 3 events for P3 class cars being held in conjunction with the ADAC. And while that was happening, the Code 60 that Nick has alluded to, there was contact at the exit of Turn 9 between car 67, which was Matteo Caroli in the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche that had been running just at the edge of the top 3, and 714. Drivers are both okay, as I look up quickly which 714 is, and
the KTM.
Being taken to the medical centre for checks. And it's which one, Peter?
It's the KTM, the Crossbow. Razun Racing.
Razun More Than Racing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, all we know, it's very hard to pick it out in the dark, but drivers are okay, but of course, medical centre for check. So, yellow flag at turn 9 has for check. So, yellow flag at turn 9, period. And if they've had contact, then you can be sure there's a fair bit of debris to be swept up and see quickly who was driving that KTM. The Crossbow looks better and better as the years advance. This new one entered by Dominic Olbert with his team, Razun More Than Racing. He was one of the drivers. Unfortunately, that car at the wheel. All Austrian drivers, and he was the driver in the contact there with Matteo Caroli. By darkness, so we can give you no details of the incident. But the good news, drivers are both okay.
That's excellent news. I did get a glimpse of the front of the Porsche, and the front of it severely damaged. So good to know that both of the drivers are okay after that one. Matteo, of course, the top level Porsche Works driver. Very, very nice young man, very personable young man, and good to see he's got out of that one. But I think that will be raced over for that crew. And there is a slight degree of irony, Bruce, isn't there, that we were talking about the longer Code 60 for service. This may well be that longer Code 60 period, which teams might take the opportunity to do that brake change now to take to the end of the race.
They might, but we could just rewind that conversation. I still think it's too early. If those cars are cleared quickly from the track, I would still be holding out. But then I'm talking about it. I'm not being a team manager.
It's stick or twist, isn't it? It's definitely a judgment call to make. But like Nick mentioned earlier, there's a lot of cars that, although it's Code 60, it's normally almost an automatic pilot to come in and maybe take a tyre change or some fuel, but there's a lot of teams that are pretty well sorted, so they lightly just keep kind of twisting, keep circulating, I suppose, if you're already fueled up anyway, as the Milwaukee tool-backed KTM Crossboat, the Austrian loaded on the machine, loaded onto the, fortunately, what a pity for that squad. They actually do Razun More Than Racing. They do driving schools. Both in the summer they do it on a wet skid pad, and in the winter they do wet skid on frozen lakes. And you can do drifting in the KTM Crossbow road car, and indeed the GR Yaris, which looks a lot of fun.
That would be a huge scream. I was very fortunate. I went up to John Hogland's ice driving school in Norway. Put it on your list as something you need to go. I went up to John Hogland's ice driving school in Norway. Put it on your list as something you need to do. The circuit was about 2.5 miles around, and it was epic. And after a short while, we were coming in and trying to change onto the car with the shortest studs on the tyres because we just wanted to be sideware everywhere. Because we just wanted to be sideware everywhere.
Yep. So down here, we just had the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini stop, the 77. Now, what was interesting about that is they've taken Mirko Bertolfi out the car and they have put Adrian Amschultz in. Now, this is quite tactically clever, because if they think there's going to be a decent amount of Code 60, they are burning that minimum 2-hour time for their amateur driver. So he's no slower under Code 60 than the fastest driver in the field. So they're gambling. They've taken the extra stop and they're gambling this will last a while and they can burn some of Adrian's time.
Clever, and that's what comes with experience. Clever, and that's what comes with experience. And Mark Lemmer cat. But so for Adrian Amstutz, very tidy driver, but certainly if you want someone to chase the rabbit, it's Mirko Bortolotti. So they put him back in the cage at the back of the garage, and Swiss teammate Adrian Amstutz, nobody's fool at all at the wheel, has taken over. Well spotted, Nick, and that really is how team managers earn their corn. They maximise the situation at any given time. So Adrian Amstutz taking it over, and we'll see where he goes. The 714 KTM Crossbow back on a flatbed, being brought back in. The Code 60 period still continuing as that works its way back to get off the circuit. The incident was down at turn 9. That's the second part of the parabolica that sweeps the cars onto that infield straight. But the car is actually very nearly back at pit entrance. That's the More Than Razun Racing KTM, and the Porsche. I haven't spotted where that one is on its flatbed, but that was the one, Peter, you reckon had the heavier damage, front end of the Porsche.
The front end looked severely damaged from the glimpse that I got from the headlights of the cars coming past. It looked quite a heavy one there for Matteo. But I must be honest, I was glad to see that both drivers were all right. So yes, the Milwaukee KTM Crossbow being brought back to pit lane looks. Now again, I'm not a mechanic. I would defer to. To Joe and Nick on this one, but doesn't number 714? They might not be done yet.
Just looks red and white to me, but.
Cool. It's a very cool. Of course, red and white. That's of course very patriotic choice. Now, the dynamic Porsche, the very shiny gold dynamic Porsche, being brought back on the flatbed, and yeah, front right corner looks to be where the brunt of the damage has come from. But again, maybe these cars amaze me, Bruce. These endurance cars, how what appears to be a complete, throw it in the bin job, and an hour later out it comes from the garage. But time will tell.
Well, the best place to see the real state of the damage, rather than looking at the TV monitors, is in the pit lane. Nick Damon's down there. He's caught the KTM thus far, and the Porsche's following it in, Nick.
Yes, even with my old eyes, it's better than a TV rebroadcast over the internet, that's for sure. Left-hand side of the car, the entire bodywork has effectively been peeled off. So it's had an impact, and it's kind of ripped the side of the bodywork. I mean, obviously this car is a carbon frame car, and the bodywork is just there to marshal the air rather than actually do things structural. But that's the damage on that left-hand side. I'll have a quick shifty around and see if there's anything on the right-hand side, but it looks like it's kind of had a weird contact with the Porsche where it's just clipped it and ripped it off. On the other side, there's only damage from a previous accident. The dynamic Porsche is going, oh, that's a mess. The Porsche is going past me now, and that is a real mess. In fact, it's very hard to reconcile the amount of damage on the front of the Porsche with the amount of damage on the KTM as we rush down to look at the gold car, because that has had a massive, trying to bring a sheet. We've seen the front of a car before. Quickly, yeah, no sheetage. That is caved in all down the right-hand side. The front right's been damaged. They've also got a general, it's like this, it's almost like this thing's had a crash on its own, possibly because it bounced off the KTM. So it's bounced off the KTM and done the relatively minor damage, it appears, on the KTM, and then had an absolutely massive impact into a barrier. I mean, you can see it now. I think the sheet's a little bit unsporting, don't you? We're here to see, the driver's all right, let's see what went wrong. There are a number of souvenir pieces of broken carbon.
Imagination, Nick.
Well, in which case, what's happened is it's been attacked by Godzilla. He's bitten a large chunk out the front right. No, seriously, you can just see that they've taken a huge hit. I think Caroli's going to be very shaken up, and there's going to be a good sit down and a nice warm cup of sweet tea at the medical centre. Whereas for the KTM driver, I think he's just going to sit around going, well, what happened? But yeah, it's certainly not even Stevens on the damage. And I predict, not needing to be Mystic Meg on this one, that this car isn't coming back. So that'll be the end of the 67. Disappointingly, hopefully Matteo is absolutely 100%, but I'd love to find out what actually happened in the accident to make it this much damage compared to so little damage for KTM.
Well, we will find out in the fullness of time. The Code 60 is about to come to an end in the next handful of moments, because I was worried maybe there'd be, we don't know if the KTM and the Porsche touched once, twice, or did one have an accident bounce back into the other, but I was worried there might be barrier repairs. But if the message on my screen, under 1 minute to the end of Code 60 procedure, clearly not. So that is good news. Unfortunately for Dynamic Porsche, their two-car Porsche crew is down to just the one now, and hopefully in time you'll get to speak to Matteo Caroli, because we're glad to hear he's okay, but certainly he's in the right place at the moment. He's in the medical centre having a check-up, and having seen the front-end damage, or imagined it as Nick described it to us before the sheet was put over it, that 67 Porsche is shorter than when it arrived at the track this morning.
Yeah, that's a great pity for the Dynamic Motorsport team, the team from between Modena and Parma, right in the heart of really Motorsport Valley in Italy. Some hands-on heads at the moment in despair at the look of the number 67 machine. And of course for Dynamic, their other car, the number 54, was involved in an incident early on as well. So it really has been a disastrous trip for Dynamic Motorsport, sadly. But really hope Matteo's okay. But the thing is the garage door is coming down. That says a lot as well. But says a lot, Bruce, about the safety of these cars. Not only the car, but also the equipment that the drivers wear. The hands device is obviously a game changer. Been with us for about 20 years now, but a real game changer. But I spoke to a driver recently who wears sort of accelerometers in his ear pods, which allow to, if there is an incident, measure the G-force that the driver's gone through. I'm not sure if Matteo wears the same technology, but very helpful for trying to get information in a big impact like that.
Yeah, it doesn't make it any better, but at least
No.
you can learn something from it. So just worth reiterating that number 67 Porsche is obviously not going any further, and it's tumbling down the order. It was in fighting for 3rd and 4th position, swapping positions with the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini, the number 4 Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT Mercedes as well. But there or thereabouts, but it's still those 2 Audis from WRT, 1st and 2nd. Number 7 leading the way still, now with Axel Jeffries on board. He knows this circuit very well indeed, having spent a lot of his life living up here. And that's clear of the number 31 car by a lap at the moment. Benji Goethe at the wheel of that. But for the KTM, that's got a sheet over the top of it, so even though damage didn't look too bad, that looks as though it's going to be parked for the race. Maybe Dominic Olbert has said the damage decision. They don't have that decision. They don't appear to have made that decision. They don't appear to be working on it, over it, but certainly the car with the bigger damage was that 67 Porsche from Dynamic Motorsport. And for Matteo Caroli and for the team, huge disappointment, and also with his teammates Stefano Monaco, Mauro Calamia and Roberto Pampanini. The star driver was Matteo Caroli. Something has happened under cover of darkness. We can't yet put together the pieces as to how that accident happened at turn 9, but the KTM is out of the race, and that 67 Porsche likewise has been parked. One thing we need to do, Peter, we haven't looked down to see who's where in some of the classes for a while, and
yes.
Looking down to see who's leading GT4, and it's Dragon Racing. I just mentioned Benji Goethe in 2nd place overall, 35th he may be, younger brother Oliver, but he's leading the GT4 class in his Dragon Racing Mercedes AMG, and that's a car that doesn't have to travel very far at all, because Dragon Racing are based on the circuit infield, and they've we talked earlier, Peter, you mentioned there were no Ferraris this year, and Dragon Racing famously ran them over the years, but they see what's good one year and they might be running it the next, and at the moment we're very light on Ferraris. So light there are none here whatsoever, but I'm sure that will change in the years to come. But certainly the flavour, Lamborghini's always been quick here, yet to beat the German cars to win this race. It's all been German cars since the first Dubai 24 Hours, and it's Audi leading the way at the moment, but who knows where we'll be come the end. We've still got just over 16 hours remaining, so we're nearly at 1/3 distance, and the incident sheet, Peter, I think it runs over many pages.
I've had to resharp a pencil a few times, and being Scottish is sharpening your pencil. Sharpen my pencil a few times, and being Scottish is sharpening your pencil is something you don't do very often. It's the 930 992 Cup machine returns to action after a period in the garage. Now that come out with a team name for that. Now that's the HRT aboard that machine and back into driving again. But yes, coming back to your point about the Italian manufacturers, Bruce, that's normally a Nürburgring thing, having the domination of the German manufacturers. But here at Dubai, since the first race back in 2006, it has been all German manufacturers, with the most wins going to Porsche with 6. But at this stage, Bruce, it's a bit of a long shot at this stage for Weissach and Porsche to come up with a win to match last year's performance.
Yeah, you'd say so. Mercedes won in 2020, Porsche last year, and Audi hasn't won since 2019. It's only won this event twice, but right now, almost at 1/3 distance, they're 1st and 2nd. And but then again, the next Audi is down in 9th, the Tempto Racing, and but then again, the next Audi is down in 9th, the Tempto Racing, quite a strong may move into the mix, but it's about 2 or 3 laps down. But over the years, particularly at races with a long period within their 24 hours in the dark, it's get through the night, and it is a very long night here, not just if you're wandering up and down the pit lane. There's a lot more darkness in this race than there are in a lot of 24-hour races, because of course it's still in the Northern Hemisphere winter. It's not like Le Mans, which is near the height of summer, and as we've seen, incidents do happen at night. Maybe they happen in the day, it's just easy to see them in the day, but the frequency, and I do think when you've had a little bit of contact and someone suddenly sees a piece of debris in the circuit that might not have been there last time around, and you get a driver suddenly having to make evasive action, then this is why some of these incidents occurred. And also people just not being able to see their braking points. A lot of these drivers have huge experience in the Dubai 24 Hours, but every year we have a new crop, and they only have a certain amount of night time running before they get to the race. So certainly that is a little bit of a factor in how cars seem to, particularly in the early hours of darkness, have little incidents. Often they get away with them, but certainly it does. You know how they say yellow flags breed yellow flags, but so it happens.
Very, very true, indeed. In fact, speaking of yellow flags, we've got a yellow out on the circuit. No, it's just been cleared, just as I say that. That's always good. Better to have them well and truly in the Marshall stands. Update on the Porsche 992 category for the pros. Steven Van Rey for GP Elite leading the way. That's the car with Larry ten Voorde in that one. Looked going very well at the moment. In second place in 992 Pro, also Team GP Elite, their 934 car. That's the very patriotically coloured bright orange one as well. So the Dutch team have turned up with a huge presence and huge number of cars, and it's working at the moment. But in GTX, it's that now curious machine, the Audi GT2 car, Bruce, leading the way in that category.
Yeah, well, it raced through 2021. Bert Longin, long-time Belgian racer, used it in the GT2 European Series and went very well indeed. It's a little bit more performance, a little more sort of leery to look at, and it's sort of aimed more at the gentleman driver than those who want more power, you know, the sort of Jeremy Clarkson more power shout. And it looks, you know, you say my car looks faster than your car, and it certainly does. But that was a series that had its inaugural championship in 2021, coming from the SRO stable, and that normally means it's going to succeed pretty well if you look at the number of cars in each of their events over the past 15 years or so. But the championship won by Anders Fjordbach and the ever-young Mark Patterson for high-class racing in an Audi, but of course not just any Audi, the Audi R8 LMS GT2. But the one we're talking about went very well for Bert Longin and Peter Gullings, a fellow Belgian racer. They won 3 of the races, so they were right up there overall, came second overall, and good to have it here. I've certainly looked at lots of people taking a little look at that car up close, because they do look that little bit meaner in appearance than GT3 cars. I'm easily impressed, as you can tell.
Oh, absolutely. It's the rally style air scoop on the top of it, which is very, very cool, very dramatic looking, and yeah, I think it's an interesting category. Although Andrew Marriott made a very good point just a few hours ago on the broadcast, saying that he says it's a little confusing that the GT2 appears to be lapping slower than a GT3, and of course we used to have GT1, so it is a tricky balance between variety and, you know, meeting customer demand, but also having an overload in nomenclature as well. That's a difficult balance to strike. As you rightly say, SRO have got it right with GT3. I've been looking at the success of that, and indeed GT4 as well. It took a bit to get going. Stefan Rattel of the SRO organisation would tell you that himself, but nowadays a very popular category. So it's most of the time a Midas touch, does Stefan, but yeah, there is sometimes there is a difficult balance what each car stands for.
Yeah, yeah, should you call it GTX, call it what you will, the hard
what each car stands for
ways is when you look back in about 20 years time and you go, hold on, which was the top category of the chosen one? Because of course GT1, you know, the cars were phenomenal, but people couldn't afford to run them, and so junior classes came too, and they became the senior class. Cars with less performance, but cars where you get a proper size of field. And we all know when you take a championship and it gets too refined and too expensive, and the competition drops away, it's not worth the paper it's printed on. So motor racing does have to constantly evolve. And right now, looking at the number of GT3 cars, the lead class here in Dubai, the category is doing something very right indeed, and you can see why Creventic have embraced it as the top category, because there's diversity, there's numbers, and there are a lot of works drivers who are dropped into some of the other teams. You know, it's not just like someone having all the top drivers in their stable and nobody else getting to play. I mean, that's why we had Matteo Caroli with Dynamic Motorsport. He's been put there by Porsche, and Dynamic have had this habit since they really pushed forward a few years ago, popping up, not being particularly fancied, and just grabbing the first race of the season. Huge success at Monza in the rain a few years ago, and that really put them on the map. And but particularly with drivers of the calibre of Cairoli, you're always going to be at the front end of the field. This time, unfortunately for them, they were at the front end of the field, but right now that car is the race. It's listed as 27th overall at the moment, but it's tumbling away. It's 10 laps down, and it's part heavy front end damage. And Peter, we still haven't put our finger exactly on what happened up at turn 9. We know the KTM was damaged to an extent, and that's probably out of the race, but far bigger damage to Cairoli's car. But both drivers okay, checked out at the medical centre.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get the story in time. If there's one thing we know, Nick and Joe will be able to get the story. But I had the pleasure of interviewing Matteo for the Porsche Sport podcast a couple of months ago, and what a wonderfully personable young man. He comes from Lake Como in northern Italy, and do we have port? Sorry.
No.
My apologies. No apologies. No, he's what wonderful young man, but his story is incredible. It was actually Michele Beretta who drives for Audi. Michele Beretta's father encouraged Matteo's father to say, you must let Matteo have a go at karting. And Matteo had no kind of inkling about this and went along and rapidly quick straight away. And the rest, as they say, is history. Just an amazingly naturally gifted driver, and has made the very most of that gift. And Porsche picked him up fairly early, and look at the heights he's got to. It's just a shame that his race has not come to the right point today, as the 701 Vortex, unfortunately, is grinding to a halt. Oh, it's got going again. That's good.
Okay, that's at the side of the track. We're at the top of the hour, so let's bring you the Visit Cayman Islands weather report. And it's 18 degrees now. Sorry, it's 19 degrees now. It's not going to get a great deal cooler here in Dubai, rising to 25 degrees tomorrow. For your information, if you want to know the weather at this time of year in the Cayman Islands, it's warm and very comfortably humid. And the islands are now open to vaccinated visitors. So perhaps if you want a bit of winter sunshine, look over there. So that's the weather report brought to you at the top of the hours by Visit Cayman Islands. So it's Audi's first. Let's have a look at the... Here we are with a third of the race gone, and it's the two Audis, number 7 and number 31, at the top of the charts. They're both entered by WRT. Mohamed Saud, Fahad Al Saud, Axel Jeffries, who's at the wheel at the moment, in the lead. Dries Van Tor, Chris Vermees and Thomas Neubauer, 5-driver lineup. And the sister car, number 31, with the McDonald's livery, Benjamin Goethe, Arnaud Robin, Maxime Robin, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer and Fred Vervisch. First and second covered by just 26 seconds at the moment. Best of the rest, it's the number 4, the yellow and blue Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT Mercedes. Hubert Hout, Khaled Al-Kubaisi, Raffaele Marcello and Manuel Metzger, with Metzger on board. Top Mercedes, third place overall, 3 1/4 minutes down on the race lead, but on the lead lap, and just clear by 14 seconds of the GT3 AM class leader. Great run by Charles Putman, Charles Espinal, Phil Quaife and Shane Lewis. 4th overall for them in the number 85 CP Racing Mercedes. So it's Audi, Mercedes, best of the Porsches after the Dynamic Motorsport accident is best of the Lamborghinis is Barworld Motorsports in 5th place. Adrian Amstutz driving at the moment. Best of the Porsches is down in 6th. It's Herbert Motorsport. They came here with 2 Porsches, the 92 in the race, the 91 unfortunately not after a large accident. So Stephen Grove, Brenton Grove and Ton de Pasquale, all Australians, plus Sven Muller, 6th overall. Third of the Mercedes in 7th place, Sun Energy 1. That's Kenny Harble, Michael Grenier, Mauro Engel. Kenny Harble, the Australian driver at the wheel at the moment, and Jules Gounon, who set some pretty quick laps. They are 7th. The top 8 completed by another Mercedes from HRT. This is the Al Manar Racing entry. Al Faisal, Al Zubair, Indy Doncher, Lucas Stoltz, who wins pretty much everything in Mercedes, it seems, and Martin Conrad, the Austrian racer. They are in 8th. 9th place, the third of the Audis. That's Attempto Racing's Florian Scholzer. It's Nicolas Scholl at the wheel at the moment, but also sharing with Luca Aintzler. Normally find him in a TCR class car. Alex Archer keeping it in the Attempto Racing family, and Finlay Hutchison, who's got a very busy period in the Middle East this winter. MP Motorsport, they win the prize for the most orange Mercedes in the race. Henk de Jong, Daniel de Jong, Bert de Hoos and Jaap van Laugen. Normally in a Porsche, but they are 10th place overall. MP Motorsport, staunch supporters of the race, the Dubai 24 Hours. ST Racing, the top BMW M4 GT3 in the race. Samantha Tan, and she's leading that crew, 5-car crew, and Anthony Lazzaro, great to have him back in an endurance race, doing some good laps as well. They lost time early in the race after an incident right at the start, just a start procedure misdemeanor. They've taken the punishment. Then Porsche Team Use Sport Wagon Technique, Janis Vitscher, Michael Use, the man who owns the team, Friedel Blyfus and Stefan Gorig, who's such an enthusiast. They're the top 12. Now SPS Performance, only 13 with their number 20 at the moment. Valentin Peerberg, George Kurtz, John Loggy and Rima Jafari, the Saudi racer. She's having great time enjoying her endurance racing debut. They're 13th overall. Then come Duo Motorsport by Herbert Motorsport. That's again Herbert Motorsport, of course, running that for Duo Racing, who again, like many of the teams here, have stuck with Creventic through the years and enjoyed the expanding championship, and great to have them here. 15th place, Racetivity Mercedes, that's Francois Perrodo, Charles Samani, Manu Collard, and who's got a great drive for this year in the World Endurance Championship, and Mathieu Bassivière. They're in 15th place. Those are the top runners in the GT class, and it's looking very good at the moment at 1/3 distance for WRT. They're 2 Audis right at the front of the timesheets. They're just a little bit clear of the number 4 Mercedes. So we have 8 hours on the board, 190 laps under the belts of the top few teams. And it's Axel Jeffries leading the 7 Audi from the 31 Audi, the sister car of Benjamin Goethe. Just moving a little bit down, Brendan Leach, New Zealand racer, is in 17th place overall, sharing with John Bruno, and having a good run in that Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. Lippert, again, a team that supported this event and other Creventic events through the years. Pro Sport Racing, Maxime Dumoret, Guillaume Dumoret, Jean Glorieux, who we normally see in P3 prototypes, and Simon Balkien there in their Aston Martin from Pro Sport Racing. German team really very fond of their Aston Martins. 18th place overall. Then another car supported by HRT, the Mercedes, with the Russian lineup. Denis Remenyako, Sergei Stolyarov, Viktor Shaitar, and Dmitry Gavazza. We lost Mikhail Alashin before the event. He was one of a handful of drivers who was found to be COVID positive, so his chance for racing Dubai came to naught. And rounding out the top 20, the Porsche are from Team GP Elite. That's Lucas Groeneveld, Jesse Van Kuik, Daan Van Kuik, and Max Van Splunter. And they know their Porsches forwards, backwards and sideways, and going very well in the 911 GT3 Cup class. In fact, they are the team with the bragging rights in that championship at the moment. In fact, I'll tell you what, they're not, because their sister car is 4 places ahead of them. So Team GP Elite in 16th overall and 20th. I was talking about the car in 20th there, just to clear that confusion. Now, one car I'm looking for is the Sansalot Racing Audi. At the moment, Christian Kelders, Pierre Van Puck, Olivier Estevez and Simon Gachet, who's absolutely excellent driver, down in 22nd position. Maybe they've had their problems, but or maybe it's just around the pit stop cycle. But expect Sansalot Racing, they know how to run Audis. That one to work its way forward. Clearly I expected to see above 22nd position. Going on down, 23rd position, the ST Racing BMW, the second one of those. That's John Miller, Nick Whitmer, Louis-Philippe Montour, Chandler Hull and Harry Godsacker in 23rd position at the moment. And 34 Car Collection Motorsport, Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, Gustav Edelhoff, Elmar Grimm, Ingo Fogler and Max Edelhoff. They love their racing in this series, and they're pounding around in 24th position overall. PK Car Sport, we were talking about the GT2 Audi. It's down in 25th position. Peter Gulings, Bert Longen, Stan Stenis Longen and Sten Levet there in 25th position. Dynamic Motorsport, well, that's out of the race. It's 26. It's car number 67, Matteo Caroli. We think still in the medical centre. Certainly went there for a checkup, but that car's had big frontal damage and is going no further. So that will continue to drop on down the charts quite clearly. Red Ant Racing, we saw a few spins early on, and that's going well. 27th overall. Ayrton Red Ant, you see where the name come. Yannick Red Ant, Glenn Van Parijs and Peter Gomes. And then working on down, excuse me, too excited, dry voice. 36th position, Red Camel Jordans, Ivo Broikers, Julius Adamovic, Morris Schuring and Jeroen Blekemolen. He's won this event 3 times, but finds himself down in 36th position. He was a late addition to this race, but if there's a car to be raced, if it's in a hot climate, Jeroen's your man. But not fighting at the front of the field as he was in the days with the Black Falcon Mercedes, but certainly having fun. And anyone racing with Ivo Broikers will be having a really good time, serious time too, but they're down in 36th position overall. And just trying to see how many of the cars overall are still running. We lost a few very early on, started with 79 cars, but I think we've only lost about 5 or 6 thus far. One worth picking out is Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing, down in 37th position. And this is the all Emirati team, and learning as they go. So all looking good for them, learning, but they want to be closer to the front. But that's 977 in that very popular Porsche Cup class. And let's see, just down below them, FAC Autotech, they had a little bit of problem early on, but the Porsche is in 38th, 39th position, running out of South Korea. Rolf Bruins, who was the champion in the GT World Challenge Asia a couple of years back, before we missed the last 2 years, and he's sharing with 2 fellow Korean drivers. And then right behind them, Heart of Racing team, Gray Newell, Ian James, Roman DeAngelis and Alex Riberas in their Aston Martin. They're down in 40th position, and as my voice gets rather dry, Peter, would you like to take over from 41st?
Well done, Bruce. Yes, 41st HRT Performance in the 992 Porsche Cup category. They sit in 41st at the moment, with 961 FAC Autotech in class as well. The Swiss outfit, all Swiss drivers, with Alexander FAC himself in that lineup. The British lineup in the BMW GT4 machine, 43rd position, Century Motorsport, Alexander Bukhanstov, Andrew Gordon Colebrook, George King and Jamie Winslow. They sit in 43rd overall, but 4th in the GT4 class, so going well for Century Motorsport. In 44th overall, 6th in the 992 AM class is the other HRT performance car, with another lineup of super Swedes in that machine. Unfortunately, 45th, showing as 3rd in class, but in the pits at the moment, the number 714 Razun Modern Racing KTM Crossbow, unfortunately involved in that tangle with the 67 Dynamic Porsche in the pits at the moment for repairs. Might see it back out again, and we'll keep you up to date with that one. 46th overall, 7th in the 992 class, HRT Performance, GM Littman, Olga Harmsen, Nikolai Goretsky and Stefan Aus. Now that team has been in the pits for a while, but back out circulating again. 47th overall, 5th in GT4 is the 415 Johnson Consult Mercedes. Mercedes had a little Porsche Cup car earlier on, but no problem. The all Danish lineup sold in as well. And 48th, 6th in class, the RHC Jorgensen-Strom by Century GT4 BMW, another car that's been in a little bit of the wars, but still circulating, which is good. 49th, 401 Pro Sport Racing, Aston Martin, a team that had a really good pace in practice, but the race just hasn't quite come to them yet. They're in 7th in the GT4 class, 49th overall. Huber Racing, the 992 AM class there, 8th overall, 8th in class, 50th overall. 51st is the number 940 ID Racing machine. That's in the Porsche Cup class there, 992 Pro, and sitting in the pits at the moment. That was the car that ground to a halt with Sean Thong, the Hong Kong driver, on board. 52nd, 8th overall, CWS Engineering in the GT4 V8 Ginetta, still ploughing on after a few issues early on. They're still carrying on. Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors, a team that I had my eye on in the 991 category. They won at Sebring, but unfortunately had to send the car straight from Sebring to here, not being able to do service, and they've been grappling with some technical issues. But Sergio Nicolai, watch for when he gets in the car of that 955 Porsche 991 Cup car. He is a super fast young driver. 54th overall and 9th in the GT4 class, Heide Motorsport Audi. ID Racing Porsche are 7th in the 992 Pro class, 55th overall. And the Vortex, big cheer for the Vortex, the GTX class, 4th in GTX, 56th overall. But sadly, in the pits for you. Schubert Motorsport GT3, number 30, Nick Yaloli, Jordan Witt, Marcel Lenners and Jens Leibhauser. They are circulating, but not a good debut for Schubert, of course, former winners of this race with a BMW back in 2011, but no such luck today. And 58th overall, Team Aviasor Grandsport, 10th in GT4, with their sister car right behind in 11th in GT4. Dynamic Motorsport, a disastrous day for the team race between Modena and Parma in Italy, crashing out early. They're 13th in GT3, 60th overall, and in the pits, followed also by Uber Racing number 923. That's the Lauren Heinrich car. Maybe catch an earlier flight, Lauren. Pit. And of course, the 91 Herbert Porsche did not start after the crash in practice.
Well done, Peter. Again, that's just emphasis of just how many cars come to compete in this race. 79 cars hit the start, but let's move now to the TCE class, and it's AC Motorsport came here as favourites in the class, and they're not letting us down with their Audi, and that going very nicely indeed. It's in fact an Audi 1-2 because the AC8 car, 188 car of AC Motorsport, that's Stéphane Perrin, Mathieu Detry, Niklas Born and Yannick Mettler. Just a little way clear, 26 seconds clear of the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Audi. That's Marcus Menden, Marlon Menden, Petr Posovac, Rob Huff, yes him, and Alex Morgan. Alex Morgan, British racer, knows his TCR cars, but anything with the roof on it, and Huffy is your man. So he's showing his class, the Swiss team in second place overall in the TCE class. Then it's BBR, it's the all Thai lineup in car number 159 in their Cupra, and Kantadi Kusiri, Kantasak Kusiri, Anusorn Azari, Tanat Sathian Thirikul. Clocks up a huge number of international races, and Passat Prostombe. Then Les Deux Arbres, the two trees, Steve Zakia, Patrick Zakia, Jacques Leconte, we talked about him earlier from Labra Motorsport, Antoine Lepesque, and Christophe Bouchou, tucked fifth in that lineup, and is in that class-leading Ligier, a Le Mans winner from 1993. Great to have him on board, and Peter pointed out he's been setting some very quick laps every time he gets into the car. Then 208 Yeti Racing with their BMW, 3 BMWs in a row, 5th overall, 6th overall and 7th overall. Only about a minute between the first two in that class. So Yeti Racing in the 208 with the most unlikely German driver by the name of Phil Hill, but he's been racing for quite a number of years now. He's in that one, and they're a minute clear of the Kogemo TLRT TCX class car. Antoine Lacoste, Sebastian Morales, Philippe Thirion and Andre Grammatico. Andre's been racing BMWs for eons now. They're ahead of Schubert Motorsport. That's no small feat at all to be ahead of Schubert Motorsport with their BMW. And it's Torsten Schubert's Zabensky, Michael Zabensky and Christopher Dreispring, been racing in the ADAC GT Masters Championship over the years. They're in 7th place overall. Then Sally Racing in their Cupra, bringing up not the rear. They're in 8th place overall in class, and it's a good field of Danish drivers in that group. Sally Racing, again, one of these teams that's been competing here in the Dubai 24 Hours over the years, over the decades. Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing, their second car, a VW, is in 9th place overall. Then the Lamera, the top Lamera, number 222, that had a little problem. I think it was on the first lap or the second lap of the race, but Wilfried Merafina has kept that going and pressing on. Next car in the class is another French sports car in 11th place overall, CTF Performance, number 295. Gilles Porret, Nicolas Barrault, Fabien Delaplace and Laurent Piguet. They are 11th overall. Then Autorama, another of their VWs, it's down in 12th. That's car number 112. Henry Littig, Antiramo, Finnish racer, Vittens Gulbinias, Gustavo Xavier from Brazil, and Alex Morgan. So he's doing double time. He's racing 2 of their cars here this weekend. He's not the only one doing that. Homeguard Motorsport with their VW down in 13th place in class, with Magnus Homeguard leading their charge, and British GT racing racer Sam Neary gaining more experience alongside him. Then the second of the Lameras in number 223, that's 14th place overall. Tommy Rollinger, Sebastian Guignard, Matteo Merafina and Thomas Merafina. Then CWS Engineering, not always with two doors on their car. They've had a bit of a delay for that one, but that's in 15th place overall. And then Orhez Racing in their Ligier is in 16th place in the TCE class car. So that's where we are, with just a few more runners in the class. 17th place, PPM Passion Performance Motorsport. That's what PPM stands for. And they, in their Cupra, are in 17th place overall. Django Motorsport, the Hungarians, are in 18th. And this last one in the class is ETF Performance, number 298. They're Ligier. So those are the results through the GT class and the TCE. And now let's take a look at the highlights, what's been happening. As well, but it's about various classes of cars. It's about placing your car on the track, understanding what class of car is closing on you, how much faster is it, can I get into the next corner ahead. It's all part of this heady mix of the Dubai 24 hours. The weather is gorgeous. It's about 20, 19 degrees to go past midnight. We'll come up to midnight here in Dubai, but conditions are very good indeed. Not too much debris on the track, and right now it's all about keeping things neat and tidy, and just almost guessing if there's going to be another Code 60. Do you put your least experienced driver out to soak up some of the time under? Just cross your fingers and hope that indeed some good green flag racing will give you exactly what you're wanting. So right now it's about keeping away from the incidents, because you can gain half a second here or there. But that's enough of that. So let's go down. The highlights coming to an end, and let's go down to Nick in the pit lane.
Can I first of all just congratulate you? Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you, Nick.
Okay. Can I first congratulate you and Peter on the most comprehensive rundown ever? You managed to get through 20 minutes just doing a rundown. It's very impressive. Now, normally I'd be screaming, no, but genuinely, nothing's happened down here at all. Because of all the Code 6s, we're now in that weird situation when everyone's come in, suddenly with a bit of green flag rain, they're all going to run. So the car you see in front of me, which is one of the 4-1, where's his leg gone in front of the car? The 411, the Audi, that's just come in for a full service. We had the Neutrons, the 95 dual race car, that's come in and gone out a couple of times with engine problems. And we did see the ID Racing Porsche, the 940, rejoin the pits from the pits. But apart from that, nothing much. So thank you very much for filling all the time when nothing was happening.
Thanks very much, Nick. Maybe what we should do to fill the next 20 minutes is go through that order all over again. But again, it's just reiterating the fact we've got 60 plus cars still circulating. So, Peter, we've been commentating for over two and a half hours. Gosh, over 2.5 hours. Gosh, that's flown very, very much indeed. How are you enjoying this Dubai 24 hours? Your taste of this flown very, very much indeed. How are you enjoying this Dubai 24 hours? Your taste of this race?
The storylines up and down the grid at all levels and in all cars. Be clear that incredibly good way to keep the race running. Ultimate safety, and that's very important, as we've seen. It can go wrong. and it's a good way to keep things moving. And I think that's been fantastic. And Creventic just do such a super job to put on a motor race that attracts such a big grid of such variety, and it's just fantastic. But up at the front, you know, nothing much changes. It's factory drivers in factory cars. You know, 2 WRT Audis, the best of the best there, with Axel Jeffries, a driver who's just so impressive. As I think Hodge, we've got a car off out on circuit, not sure, but it's come to a pretty abrupt halt.
Yes, it's when you suddenly get a camera snapping to a car and you can't work out which way the car is facing, then you realise you're not looking at the headlights. In fact, what angle are you looking at? And this is the thing for the camera crews, trying to pick up something behind them. Yes, a car totally facing the wrong direction. We're going to go to code 60, yellow flag, turn 9. That's the corner coming onto that infield straight. Someone's overcooked it, kicked it. In fact, they seem to be smoking quite a lot, Peter. Can't work out what the car is as yet.
It'd be a guess, think even if it were light, I don't know if you'd recognise the front of it. Just as the headlights of some of the passing cars went by, the front looked severely damaged. It looks like it's gone into the barrier quite hard. There's smoke pouring out the front of the front of that machine, whatever it is. So yes, this could be a relatively lengthy code 60. Yes, it's gone in front end pretty hard. Not sure which car it is, but we'll get information on that one as well. And as that happens, the pit lane is getting incredibly busy. Axel Jeffries bringing in the MS7 by WRT Audi. Now, interestingly, that crew, they're looking very strong because they appear to be preserving Dries Vanthoor. He's only done an hour and 15 minutes. So they've got plenty of Dries Vanthoor time, which I presume they're keeping to the end of the race, keeping him fresh.
I guess they could be, but one thing we have is Nick Damon time, and it's starting now. Nick.
Hope you can hear me. Oh, I can hear myself. That's always a good sign. Yep. It's gone absolutely crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21 cars already in the pits, because after that long period of quiet we had, everyone is very happy to take some fuel if they can get in there. So far, the only one of the leading cars I've seen dive into fuel is the Barwell car. Looking very much to my left, one of the, sort of halfway down, one of the WRT cars, not sure, I think has come in for a full driver change. So there's tyres and drivers on one of the WRTs, whichever one got in first. I think it was the MS7, wasn't it, that particular car? A number of other machines are stopping. There's a kind of a multitudinous layer level, because they all came in at once. We've got some of the cars nicely positioned in the lane, and some sort of like jaunty angles, and some in completely the wrong place, including the 278, 3. Oh, blimey, that was close. We nearly had Red Camel's Jordan wipe out the 278 of Colin White. That was absolutely an unsafe release by Red Camels. I'm not really sure whether we see unsafe releases, but we want to define one. That was it. Quiet now, as the cars obviously at this part of the track aren't coming in. But yes, we've had a bit of action. I think we must be getting pretty close to total maximum petrol pump occupation. Just looking in to see, still haven't seen anybody do any brake changes, which, given the fact we're now into hour 9, you would think would be beginning to be something they think about. But as Bruce has very eloquently pointed out, because they've had so much code 60, they've only been running at full chat for about 7 of those hours. 19 car stops in front of us. More problems for the. I thought the 44 was at such a strange angle. The Lamborghini, the Konopka Lamborghini, it came in such a strange angle. I thought it was going into the pits, but just he couldn't avoid one of the other machines. There goes. Honestly,
okay, Nick, while you're there, I just want to bring news. It's car number 452 is the one we couldn't identify. That's the car that's off, and it's Hans-Joachim Theiss in it's one of the two team Avia Sorg Rennsport BMW M4s and GT4 class.
Yeah, that car was one of the cars that had come in and done something during that 20-minute period. It didn't look particularly interesting. It was just a standard service from reasonably back in the GT4 grid. 9 different Porsches have gone past me, and as I'm not allowed to tell you who they are if I can't identify the team, I'll just say 9 Porsches went past me. The Haupt Racing number 4, the blue and yellow Bilstein sponsored car has pulled into the pits for a full service. There's more sorts of action. Oh dear, another very close one there between the Pro Sport Aston Martin and the number 200 BMW M2. That they also nearly hit each other. So it's all going on down here. But again, it's mostly just trying to get some fuel. We've had a few cars who've stopped, but the front cars have mainly gone for fuel, apart from WRT. James Jakes goes down in the 478 Ginetta, that car running smoothly now. And we have the course car goes down. This is now easing back. I'm going to meander down to WRT, which is a bit of a walk, and you guys can find out what's causing all this kerfuffle on the track.
Kerfuffle indeed. So the 452, just to reiterate, is one of the two Team Avia Sorg Rennsport BMW M4s, and it was Hans-Joachim Thijs. He's showing that with Ahmed Al-Malahi, Dimitrio Rizak, Francisco Saplin, and Benito Tadji. And again, just incredible, a range of nationalities competing in that car.
Yes, indeed there is. So at the moment, the Dubai Autodrome staff going to work to attend to the 452 Team Avia Sorg Rennsport car of Hans-Joachim Thijs. As we said, we are getting confirmation that driver is okay and been taken to the medical centre. It's been a tough weekend for that Team Avia Sorg Rennsport outfit, Bruce. It's a good job that they know their way inside out the whole BMW catalogue. Of course, the 451 car appeared to have been out the race entirely after a big shunt in practice, but is back from the dead effectively. So the mechanics have been worked very, very hard. I hope they're going to get a couple of days off by the beach with a cocktail after all this.
Well, maybe they'll be staying on for the Abu Dhabi 6 hours coming up next weekend. But, you know, when you work the pit lane and walk up and down like a shuttle in the loom here in Dubai, you tend to almost just walk past the Avia Sorg Rennsport garage because very little ever happens. They just seem to run like clockwork. But whatever's happening seems to be happening to them this time around. But certainly they're the sort of team that stays calm, and their garage is normally, you know, has someone got the coffee on? You know, it's that sort of ordered pursuit. But just to reiterate, 452 went off up at turn number 9, where we'd had an incident not long ago with Matteo Caroli ending his car's race up there. But Hans-Joachim Thijs is the driver at the wheel of the car. All we could see through the dark, Peter, was the fact the car was facing the wrong way. And in fact, it seems to be on the exit of the corner, if I'm reading this correctly, and it looks like it's looped around. So perhaps it ran to the right of the circuit, put a wheel in the dirt and spun around and hit the barrier on the opposite side, on the driver's left, as they'd be starting to accelerate down the straight. I think that's what I can see as the fog and the gloom seems to shift a little bit in the lights of the rescue vehicles.
Yes, and it does look like the barrier has been dented in quite significantly, so this could be a relatively lengthy stoppage to get that straightened out and sorted. Of course, before we go back to green action, all of the safety barriers have to be ready to do their job at any moment. It's down to Nick Damon in pit lane.
Yes, grabbing a quick word with Benjamin Gothard out of the 31 car. Second run in the car, it's going very, very well.
Yeah, so far so good. Running P2, not far from P1. So far no one's made any mistakes. Kept it clean, kept it consistent, and yeah, that's all we need to do. Keep going like this, and it should be a good result in the end.
Yes, you were very nearly in 2 cars, but you decided not to join the family car to concentrate, and that's kind of working out, isn't it?
Yeah, I was meant to drive in the GT4 car with my brother and father, but we decided in the end, you know, it's better if I concentrate on one car, you know, fully focused, and yeah, I think it just would have been too much to ask to drive in both, and you know, so far it's going well, so it's a good decision, I think.
You finally got a decent bit of running, didn't you, at the end of that stint, because there's been so many Code 60s prior to that.
Yeah, no, I had a few laps without interruption. Yeah, it's been a crazy race so far. A lot of Code 60s, a lot of the strategy and fueling. You know, the strategy changing all the time. So yeah, it's a hectic race.
And how much warning do you get come in? Is it like a box immediately, or do you know that if there's a code 60, I need to come in this time?
I mean, it's quite last second sometimes because, you know, we don't want to be waiting in the queue at the fuel station, so they tell us last second whether we need to come in or not, whether there's a free fuel pump. So yeah, it's quite tense, but you know, you just have to always be ready to come in. And then
I think earlier you had to drive just straight through the pits a couple of times, didn't you?
Yeah. Sometimes we just drove through the pits and then last second told not to go fuel because there would have been too much waiting time. So yeah, it's really last second with these calls.
It's coming up to midnight here. Do you actually get a chance to get some sleep now, or are you on duty overnight?
Well, I think I have a few more stints over the night, so yeah, unfortunately not so much sleep. I'll try to get a bit of rest now, but yeah, I think I'm in the car soon again, so no sleep really.
Thanks, Benji. Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Adrian Gotha out of the 31 car, which I think he brought in certainly the top 2 positions. And there's been a bit of a revelation so far, Bruce and Peter.
Revelation, I expected that sort of form from him, Nicholas. You've not been paying attention. Revelation, I expected that sort of form from him, Nicholas. You've not been paying attention last year. He's very quick. Peter, chip in.
Oh, well,
Peter, chip in.
Oh, well, I have to say McLaren and Dad's McLaren F1 GTR, McLaren F1 GTR possibly. Dad's McLaren F1 GTR possibly. Stuart Hall coaching philosophy. That's the Stuart Hall coaching philosophy. You've got to get one of those out. I jest. I think one of those out. I jest. I think Benjamin. I think he's been driver. I jest. I think Benjamin. I think he's been driver of the day so far, to be honest. I wonder if the FIA will be. I wonder if the FIA closely to his silver license, possibly, because his pace has been very much up there with the gold runners. Up there with the gold runners. Now I have. Very pleased to say I have an update from Matteo Cairoli. He says all good, thank you. So Matteo Cairoli, he says all good, thank you. So he's feeling fine. He's feeling fine after going to the medical centre. That's fantastic. So that's fantastic news to hear that Matteo's fantastic news to hear that Matteo's okay, because that was a pretty big shunt.
Yeah, that out for digging that out. Because you always, well done for digging. Because you always have this sort of period where you're trying to focus on the. You always have this sort of period where you're trying to focus on the. You could possibly chase the story, but you're supposed to be you're supposed to be commentate. And I tell you one thing we can see at the moment is trying to commentate. And I tell you one thing we can see at the moment is that where 452 BMW went in is really BMW went in that has really thumped the barriers. It seems that it's going to be I don't know. W went in that has really thumped the barriers. It seems that it's going to be I don't know how long it's going to take to think. So this is the moment I wouldn't think. So this is the moment where for a lot of the crews it might be an idea to get provided you can wake them, find them in the paddock, wherever, get them in the paddock, get one of your lesser experienced drivers in, because it could be quite a while. Because it could be quite a while in this code 60 period. In fact, Chris Humphreys on Twitter just last minute or so said that's going to need a J, maybe a replacement metal upright as well. So let's hope it's no more than that. This race has been.
Is the chief executive of Mubadala Real Estate and Infrastructure Investment. So racing is very much his hobby rather than his job like his teammates.
Yeah, there have been some years, Peter, where he's had to sort of step back, knock back his competition. In fact, now he's also got to focus on the competition careers of his two daughters. But yeah, he's had to go, oh, this is a serious work here. And if there's work is under control, he comes back and races. But this is a good start to his year. But his victories 2012, 2013 and 2020. Exactly the same as Jeroen Bleekemolen, because they were sharing a car.
The only thing is, though, he hasn't touched the wheel of that car so far in this race. 8 hours and 37 minutes in. So I would
That's
suspect
normal. That is normal for Khalid. Sometimes he's in two cars and he waits to see where one is and his time back.
Aha, how clever. That's very clever, yes. A wise man. Of course, we're seeing quite a lot of this, of course, in the Rolex 24-hour in a couple of weeks. Cooper McNeil, another kind of semi-professional driver who races at the very top level, and is entered in a GTD Pro Mercedes and a GTD Pro Porsche, and will be driving in both. So he's doubling his chances of winning a Rolex watch. I might add he already wears a Rolex watch, but it's good to win one, I always think. Or I've been told.
I just sometimes think it's quite, you can be really, really tied up.
Or I've been told.
I just sometimes think it's quite, you can be really, really tied up with the car you started in and how its race is going. I think it's very different. You've started in and how its race is going. After a stint in one, and think, oh, how's the other one going, and adjust to any potential problems. But it's all your chance of success. So certainly you need a very clear brain.
A rear-engined 4-litre flat 6 Porsche into a front-engined 6.2-litre Mercedes would be quite challenging. But Cooper is a super driver, one of the best silver-graded drivers, and drivers who doesn't make his prime living from motorsport. Had a great season.
This year he'll be racing the Ferrari Challenge as well. He races everything all the time. But presume this year he'll be racing the Ferrari Challenge as well. He races everything. I can imagine if you were only doing 2 or 3 races in a year, hadn't had much time testing or practicing, and then you went from one to another, it could be difficult. But for someone of Cooper's experience, he's got enough miles on the clock, that it shouldn't be difficult. Once they put the badge on the steering wheel, he'll know which car he's in.
Yes, very true. And of course, the McNeil family, who we must say with WeatherTech, they're huge support, obviously in the United States particularly. But Dad David McNeil has the most incredible collection of racing cars and road cars too. Gets busy with driving some of those as well. In fact, he got engaged over the Christmas period as well. So congratulations, Cooper and his fiancée Katie, who I believe is teaching him to play golf.
Dangerous sport.
Yeah, I can tell you it is. I broke my leg playing golf.
Right, well, that's enough about golf. We'll come back to that later, Peter. Let's go down to Nick, who probably is talking about golf in the pit lane. Nick, how can you help us?
There are many things I may talk about. Golf is never one of them. I'm talking about golfer. It's Ollie Gother. Ollie, just spoken to your brother. He's right at the front of his class. You're leading your class.
Yeah, I mean, that was the aim to do well in both categories, and we're both first, which is really incredible thinking about it. It's amazing. Yeah.
How do you enjoy a nighttime run in a GT4 car with all those fast things buzzing you the whole time?
Yeah, I mean, it takes time to get used to, but then you just adapt to the darkness, and it's so fun in the dark. I love driving at night. The pace was really good, so yeah, overall good.
How polite are those GT3s in going past? Do they just go for it, or do they give you any respect at all?
I mean, some go for it and some give respect. So you always have to be careful and assume that everyone's just going to go for it. But yeah, it's quite aggressive out there. Yeah.
First endurance race, multi-class race. You have to get used to things like code 60s and slow. So how is that? How difficult is this learning process? Just the race management.
I mean, the first few times is quite difficult. There's so many things to keep in mind in these sort of races. But I mean, you have 24 hours to learn all of that, and it gets easier and easier as it goes on.
So have you got to go in again, or are you going to get a couple of hours sleep now?
Yeah, probably a couple hours sleep, but I'm going to go in again later on in the night, maybe sunrise or around that time, so yeah.
I think you track time. Thanks, Ollie. Ollie, by the way, I just spoke to Stuart Hall, who's there. I can't speak to him because he's got a mask on, and he said to me, oh, I've got a newfound respect for these slower cars now. Now I've had to do it for a session. See, he's been lauding it in fast cars. Now it's hard with the slow cars, isn't it? Yes. Anyway, down here at Dragon, so far a clean run and leading GT4.
Thank you very much, Nick. And in the background, Stuart Hall grinning broadly that comment. But yeah, it's interesting to drive a car in a different class, but certainly each class comes with its own set of rules of engagement, and rules of engagement for the track crews is clear the track up at the moment. There's obviously some oil went down where the BMW went into the barriers on the exit of turn number 9. Can't quite see in the darkness if they're still working on the barriers, but one of the supports appears to be leaning slightly away from vertical, Peter, just behind the rescue truck, so I guess that is the point that still needs repair.
It seems so, and yes, you mentioned good to see that Chris Humphreys is watching, one of the Orange Army in the UK. Hello, Chris, and thank you for your excellent Orange Army in the UK. Hello, Chris, and thank you for your excellent consultancy on. Saw that Chris was. I also saw that Chris was enjoying driving on the virtual Knock Hill on iRacing, which has come to the well-known racing simulator of late. So hope he's enjoying that now. Racing simulator of late. So hope he's enjoying that now. The MS7 is there's some worried looks and routine checks, Bruce. They're slightly concerned looks, but they seem to.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's find out, because Nick is right there.
Yes, it's a standard stop. Interestingly, also coming into the picture second is the number 2 car, so they've both gone through. Actually, I think the WRT car, the car just stopped a second ago, has gone out without taking fuel, and the other car just came in and did take fuel. So the MS7 car didn't take any fuel, changed drivers. Mohammed Saud Fard Al Saad got on board. At the same time, the 31 car came from the pit lane, but did take fuel. So tactically not taking fuel. So I think what's happened again is they've decided this may be quite a long code 60. So they put Mohammed Saud Fard Al Saad, their AM driver, in to burn some more of his time away. So that's what the MS7 team has done, whereas just the 31 car has decided we just need another half tank of fuel as it's carrying on for a while. So tactics playing out all the time, even amongst the top teams.
Yeah, constantly changing routine down in the pit lane. Thank you very much, Nick. So barrier repairs continue. Message on my timing screen says mechanics of car 452 to go to scrutineering bay immediately. Peter, you've been checking driving times. What have you found out about the number 7 crew?
Yes, so to hit the minimum driving time of 2 hours, Mohammed Saud Fahad Al Saud, member of the Saudi royal family, I understand, he's only about 15 minutes away from hitting his complete 2-hour driving time, and I would say that this Code 60 could go on that long. So theoretically, that could be the number 7 Audi. Theoretically, basically, with their top drivers to go, Christopher Mies, Dries Vanthoor, and then Thomas Neubauer as well, who have all been very, very fast, particularly Chris Mies and Dries Vanthoor. So everything is looking mighty rosy at the moment for WRT, because not only do they have their 7 car, which is the overall leader at the moment, they have their 31 car as well, which we've seen Benji Goth just do a super stint there as well. They've got some fantastic drivers, and yeah, it's looking good for the Belgian Audi team at the moment.
Peter, over the years and decades, there is an element where you step away from a race. You think, I've done a bit of a stint. I'll go and a bit like a mechanic in a way. You think I might have a little bite to eat or something. They can't leave the garage. I can leave the commentary position. And you can come back and go, maybe it's a 2 or 3 hour break, and you come back and go, what happened to 2 of the 3 leading cars? Where are they? And you quickly scroll down your timing screen and find one has had a small mishap, another one is out of the race. And it's just a perpetual feature of racing through 24 hours. So debris at the side of the circuit. Cars still under code 60. We've nearly completed 9 hours of this race, the 24 hours of Dubai, and just waiting for the barrier repairs on the exit of turn number 9 to be completed, but they are still underway. It was a big hit from the Sorg Rennsport BMW. Drive appears to be okay. It's still a message on the timing screens for the crews to go to pit in, to the scrutineering to be spoken to.
Yes, I wonder what that's about. Maybe just to check over the machine or whatever. I'm honestly not sure. We'll try and find out. Now, I was just thinking a little fun fact while we're under Code 60, Bruce. We have at least 2 McLaren F1 owners in the field. We of course have Roald Gotha, who has a Golf car, but of course Francois Perrodo, who's in the Racetivity Mercedes. In fact, he's at the wheel of it right now. Mercedes, and he has more than one McLaren F1. And in fact, for those who, I tell you what, we highly recommend following Francois on Instagram. It's at Fanch Racing, and if you're into your cars, it's very interesting to follow. He actually took his Lark McLaren F1 GTR race car, which of course is registered for the road as well, around central London, just for a little drive. And Francois shares his sort of experiences with his incredible car collection, and can thoroughly recommend that. But yes, who would have thought we'd have more than one McLaren F1 owners? They don't come about every day.
You know, my favourite story about McLaren F1s, and I've got two actually. One was Thomas Bashir was the first owner of the road cars of the McLaren F1s to take his car for its first service. Why? Because he drove it every day. But they contacted him and they said, we've just been checking, Mr. Bashir, the telemetry on your car, but there seems to be some mistake, because every time you drove the car, it says you did 200 miles an hour. And he goes, yes, that's why I bought it. So that was his drive to the bank in Munich.
Oh my. Wow.
Right, hold on, I hear the voice of Nick in the pits. Nick, sorry, I lost you for a sec.
It's fine. Just going down to the 911 GT Cup, and one of the top teams. It's been a battle so far between Team GP Elite, and I have the 934 straight out of it. It's Jesse Van Kuch. Jesse, battling your teammates.
Yeah, that's correct. I think we're one big team, but still, I think the fight is on. You're right.
How come you're getting this so right? Because we've seen a lot of problems with the various Porsches and other teams, but this, the GP Elite, all going straight down pretty good.
I think we have quite a strong team in terms of mechanics, and the preparation with the car was quite good. So for now, we're still fine. Hopefully, it stays that way.
How is the race? You're right in the middle of the speed of the cars. You've got great straight line speed, of course, but you're then around the corner a bit slow. I mean, how are you finding the traffic?
I mean, this was my first night stint ever, so it was quite tricky, I have to say, especially with the Code 60s to keep the rhythm. But I learned a lot from this stint, so the next one will be better for sure.
How difficult is it to get back up to speed after a Code 60? Obviously, you've lost temperature in the car, you've lost not much concentration, but you've lost that edge you have when you're in a group.
Yeah, you lose confidence quite easily. So, and then you go into the pickup and stuff, all the rubber. So, I think that was my mistake. Next time I need to be on it a bit quicker, and then it will be better as well.
I mean, looking forward to the rest to race 16 hours. I mean, give us an idea of, are you already in car preservation mode, or are you still going as fast as possible to beat your teammates?
I think we want to go through the night, so we're still a bit cautious every now and then. But obviously trying to keep the pace as fast as possible. But I think staying in the race is more important at this moment than doing quick lap times. So
we've also seen that 991 car in the Porsche Carrera Cups there, where they run half an hour. I mean, how is it as a long distance car? Is it comfortable? Is there air conditioning?
Yeah, I think it's quite comfortable. The tires are different. Usually we're driving Michelin tires in the sprint races, so and also without ABS. So it takes quite some adjusting. But it's good fun, I have to say. It's more of a team effort, so I like that.
And where do you think, will you get some sleep now? Have you got to go out again?
Hopefully they'll give me some sleep, but I have to check with the engineer.
Jesse, thank you very much. So that's Jesse Van Vliet from the GP Elite team. Now the teammates, the 933 car. You look up there, it does have the other side, sir. The teammates does have Jos Verstappen written down, but in the end, Jos, the boss, didn't make it to Vermeulen, Goedendaz and S. Van Rij as well. It's interesting now, one of the weird, eerie things about Daytona and the pit lane is when there's a Code 60, there's nothing but action. There's hundreds of cars, and now it's a ghost lane. There's nobody as far as, well, there's a few of the mechanics sweeping away the detritus and the dirt and the dust, but there's nobody I can see. There's no cars sitting on the lane whatsoever. There's just people tidying up from previous problems. If we carry up here a bit further, we can see actually that we've got a problem again. We have one of the Ginettas in. Without looking, I'm going to work out which is the 478. So we've got a problem with the big car, so there's an issue with the big car. The V8, that's got some problems. They're taking everything off it again, and I'm not quite sure what the issue is. I'll go and meander around and see if I can find out. Oh, dear. Sorry, sir. Trying to avoid everyone. Colin White there. Quick one, Colin. What's the problem?
When it's so hot in there, we're going to take the window off.
That's fair enough.
Yeah,
I mean,
and the starter motor is playing up in the fuel station. So under the Code 60, we'll put a new starter motor on it, take the window off, and then it's nice air conditioning.
so why is there this temperature problem? Is the air conditioning not working, or is it just it's not used to running in these temperatures?
I think that the whole pump belt come off further on and took the power steering belt off. It takes quite a long time to put on, so we decided to go without it.
I see. So now you pay the penalty, and you're all a bit too hot. So Colin White there. You've seen quite a lot of the CWS team. At the moment, they're trying to actually get the air conditioning back working again, and they are taking off this window. This window has been removed. It's the most basic form of air conditioning. It's called ventilation. It's not great for the aerodynamic. It's better to have a slightly slower car and a driver who's not physically melting and can't go on the 478. Let's carry on walking up the pit lane. If we have Bruce and the boys back, please tell me off. So moving, I need to get my camera. I've got Seb on the camera. So if you enjoyed Creventic performances from us over the last few years, Seb is our fantastic cameraman. He is currently taking the shots. Let's keep moving, Seb, because we are going to be looking out. I can see just now we've seen the 85 car. That's the CP Motorsport Mercedes. That's just done a pit stop and a run through. They've definitely outperformed as an AM team. They qualified 11th. They've been running as high as first. You can't run any higher than that. So we carry on walking up to see what's going on. There's a bit of action about to happen ahead of us. I think it's one of the Lamera cars may well be coming in. Going past the Barwell pit lane. Lots of people staring at screens, almost willing the time to tick away, willing their car to finish further up. What's going on? And into the pits now. It's come onto the into its position. It's the 44th place. It's one of the GT4 Mercedes. It's the 415 car, the Johnson Consulting. Soren Johnson, Jan Engelhard, Klaus Bertelsen and Henrik Borozev. Now, I'm not quite, there's a full driver change here on here. Out with the Ferrari helmet comes Klaus, and can't quite see who's getting in. But Klaus has got out. That's Klaus Bertelsen from this 415 car, smiling at us. Grab a quick word with him, because we can. I've been given complete control of the pit lane. Marvellous. Klaus, straight out of the car. How's the race going for the 415?
It's amazing, like it used to be, and it's pretty hectic with more than 80 cars on the track, but it's fun. But it's boring to drive when it's only a Code 60.
And there've been a lot of Code 60s, haven't you? I mean, do you as a driver know why there's been so many? What's causing these many problems?
I think this year people, they drive too aggressive, too aggressive. If I look over the last few days, so I don't know. That's the reason why we see all this mess all around.
Is this because everyone's had a couple of years where they haven't been able to do things? They suddenly feel free and let's go for it.
Probably, I think so.
So talking about your particular team and your run, I mean, the car's quite well up in GT4. You're up against another very fast Mercedes down the other end. What can you do to catch them up?
Oh, it's pretty. I think it's not easy with this car because it's with the back end we can give gas fast enough. So we are too slow, but we hope we can keep it on the track and then move up the list that way.
Get there by attrition.
Yes, exactly.
Thanks, that's Klaus Bertelsen outside the 415 car.
So, the victory are far from...
and I hear Peter's dulcet tones.
Well, I think he just stopped to hear the end of that interview that you were doing down with the Johnson Consults Mercedes crew, 415, the all-Swedish crew. Well done. And again, Nick, that just shows how cosmopolitan the pit lane is every year at the Dubai 24. Of course, that was hoping that Nick could hear me, but no, he doesn't appear to be at the moment. But anyhow, so incidents have been the story of this race.
I'm about to hand over to Mr. Hindhoff. So Mr. Hindhoff will be on the mic in about 3 minutes after I've briefed him. So I'll speak to
jolly
you
good. So John's taking to the pit lane. We've prized him out of the commentary box.
Like a duck to water. So yes, for all you fans of John, he'll be doing the other job. He's threatened to do it for years, and now he's doing it. So I'll pass over to him in a couple of seconds. See you. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Bruce.
Well done, Nick. Sterling job as ever in the pit lane. So for John, he's looked down from the commentary box across the circuit. You're very high up in the commentary box at the Dubai Autodrome to the pit lane, probably itching from time to time to get down into the garages to get a clear look, because you can see from the Erie down to the apron and the first little bit in the garages, but it's the stuff that happens in the back of the garage that unless your camera's in there, you cannot pick up. So I'm sure John will be reveling. You cannot pick up. So I'm sure John will be reveling in his moment on his wrist that measures distances, just how much distance you can travel and cover as the solo pit lane reporter. It's a long pit lane, and you can guarantee suddenly the car by pit in is the one you need to, and you've just been down to the far end towards refueling towards pit exit. So have fun, John. I'm sure it'll be great.
I hope he's wearing Bugatti shoes for that ultimate comfort. Style and comfort at an affordable price.
I'm a bit older than you. He'd probably be wearing Clark's Commandos with a compass hidden in the heel.
Well, I hope it's Bugatti, given they're one of our partners.
Yes, I'm sure a pair is with him right now.
Knowing John, he's probably blagged himself a pair by now.
Well, we will see. So, right, last time I looked at the top of the timing screens, it was a 7 Audi from the 31. It's still that Mohammed Saad Al-Fard in the lead car, MS7 by WRT. That's the one with the sort of desert camouflage race livery. And then Jean-Baptiste Simonauer regularly races a Porsche, but he's in the second of the WRT Audis. They're first and second. They're separated. We're still under code 60, so no one can gain any advantage at the moment, while barrier repairs continue. But we've got to the end of another hour. 15 hours remain. And it's Audi, and then Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT, the Hout Racing team, in third place overall. And they are a lap in arrears.
Bruce Jones and Peter Mackay having completed the last 3 hours then with Nick Damon in pit lane, but a big shift around in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre with thanks to that team, because Johnny Palmer and Andrew Marriott are taking over once again. And unfortunately, the theme that kicked off fairly early on in this race after just 15 minutes continues, and this could well have been our longest code 60 to date after a big accident on the exit of turn 14, and the lengthy clear-up process is continuing. But Mohammed Saad Fahad Al Saud leading the way for MS7 by WRT in the first of a couple of those Audis from the Belgian outfit, with the second WRT team in the 31 car running in second place, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer doing the driving. Behind code 60, under this caution period, the cars actually timed at nearly a minute apart. But obviously that time between the two will condense significantly when we get back to green flag running. But that is the big question at the moment, Andrew Marriott, exactly when that will happen.
Well, certainly is. There's about 4 vehicles down there. I think they're in the final knockings, and they have been knocking the post of this straightening the barrier situation here. But still are trucks down there, so I think it could be another 10 minutes or so. And just looking where we are at the moment, we've got the 2 Belgian WRT team Audis in first and second, and they've got a lap then on Marciello in the Mercedes, and then of course we've got the Lamborghini from Barwell fourth. Then we've got the Porsche of Stephen Grove at the wheel at the moment. He's the dad. His son has been driving the car, so he's burning out some of his time because he's one of the older drivers in the race. And then we've got the leader of the GT3 AM car, and that Charlie Putnam's Mercedes was Shane Lewis. Then maybe a little bit out of place, Jules Gounon in the 75 Mercedes. He's on 2:03 laps. So we've got 2 cars on the lead lap. Then we've got 3 cars on the next lap, and then another 2 cars another lap down. That's Jules Gounon and Indy Donti in another Mercedes. And then shown in 9th place is Samantha Tan. That BMW has been running really well. But as we said right from the start, they've got a 2-lap penalty. But that now only drops them to about 13th place, in my reckoning. And we have John Hindhaugh in the pits making, or not exactly his debut down there, but first time I've heard John in the pits for a long time. So let's get down to John and see what you got for us.
Hello, Andrew. Hello, everybody. Hello, Johnny, in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Good to have your company, chaps. Yes, back in the pit lane after a very long time away from it. I used to enjoy doing the overnight shifts at Le Mans many years ago. I'm down at Barwell waiting for the Lamborghini to come in, the top running Lamborghini. Rick Breukers, I think it is, that you can probably see just behind me, getting ready to get in the car. So we're going to keep out of the way as the car comes in. Mark Lemmer, who has been the driving force behind this team for such a long time, really keen to break the German stranglehold as far as the manufacturers are concerned. Breukers, yeah, that is Rick Breukers, spotted the helmet as he came out, just waiting to get in. It's going to be full service here in this long Code 60. So we'll just get in there and have a look. I'll keep out the way while the car comes in. Very bright white lights. Great to see the car, and it's coming in behind one of the Porsches, the 902, the Wolf Lubricants car. Here it is. Pulls in, and the guys go to work with this perfectly organised ballet we've seen so many times before. Off comes one of the windscreen tear-offs. Just 2 guys over the wall this year, if you're joining us and you haven't been listening. Just make the pit stops a little longer. A little bit of wheel spin to warm up the Hankooks and off to
Yeah, Johnny
fuel.
is breaking up a little bit there.
See if we
and
can get hold
there
of the driver.
nice to hear. Hindhaugh, I think, is going to enjoy himself down in the pit, so we're getting him again now.
Sorry, Andrew. I think I got a little bit too far away from
One of the first
camera
pits,
there.
of course, because we have ticked over beyond midnight now and into day 2 of the 2022 Hankook Dubai 24 hours. A Friday-Saturday race, we'll remind you, because those are the days that are the weekend in Dubai and the whole of the United Arab Emirates, in fact. Be done by 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, so there is still a very long way to go before we get to that point. In fact, a very long way to go before we even reach 3 a.m., let alone p.m. Later on this Sunday. But yeah, the Lamborghini was observed by John Hindhaugh to come in and out of its pit bay. I think almost certainly it will head to fueling as well. Adrian Amstutz bringing that car in after only a 7-lap stint, but he had been at the wheel prior to that as well for 20-odd laps, so can easily continue on for a bit longer regarding his drive time, but will need a bit more juice, I would think. At least if we're hoping for a prolonged run under green flag, just as soon as this Code 60 is cleared.
So they got Rick Breukers in that car now. Adrian is a very good racer in a Lamborghini and had a lot of success, but he is the am in that car,
He
very
is.
good am. But I think they'll be very pleased to get Breukers into the car now because they have a bit of a push. And this race has still got a long way to go, and it's far from over, despite the fact those 2 WRT Audis are 1 lap ahead of everybody else. This race is still looking pretty close, I think, Johnny. Looking at this, I think anybody in the top 8 or so could win this.
Yeah, agreed. The only question mark really is what's happened to the Pro-Am cars compared to the Best Am, which amazingly is up there in 4th position. You would have expected, if there were any interlopers from elsewhere in the GT3 category, for them to have been Pro-Ams, but every credit to those involved with the 85 crew and CP Racing. I suppose you could call them some of the most experienced regarding 24H series racing. They know how the little tricks and quirks work in these races. We're talking about Mark Lemmer needing to know exactly as I say, the secret weapons within this race, and Barwell are getting more and more experience, but CP Racing have done even more on top, and using that savviness perhaps to a greater good.
Well, Barwell dip in and out of this Creventic series, where of course it's very much the focus of attention for CP Racing.
Yes, it is.
They've won championships, they've won a lot of stuff in this series, usually with an all-American lineup, because this time we had the unfortunate situation with Joe Foster damaging his ankle. I'm not quite sure the actual details of that, but I think it must have been at the racetrack. And so Quaife drafted into that car, and he did an excellent job in his stint, and we had a nice interview with him as well. But now it's Shane Lewis at the wheel, and as we said before, Shane, a lot of success in the American Le Mans Series 10 years ago in Daytona prototypes, and still a very quick racer indeed. But that team, normally I call them the over 50s, but not sure about Quaife, how old he is. I thought he was that old. He was that old. I mean, he's from the Gearbox family. But he was that old. I mean, he's from the Gearbox family, isn't he?
Yes.
And there's
him as south of 30.
Yeah.
But he may be older than that now. Let's just have a little look. 35, actually.
Yeah.
But for a petulant at a certain age, and Phil is one of them.
Yep.
Number of Dubai 24 hours
He's done
so
a lot,
far
hasn't he?
would be an
Did
interesting
some very
one.
early ones, hasn't he?
2007 was his first in the A5 category with a team known as Wheels Racing Motorsport, and then he did 08, 09, 10, 11, 12, missed 12, but did do the Spa 24 hours that year. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 and 19 without being at this race for the two previous occasions. So that is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This could well be his 13th race. Well, lucky for some.
Lucky for some, yeah. One thing I'm a little bit surprised of, just going all the way down to GT4, that I did think the Heart of Racing team, run by Ian James, which looks as if it's going to win GT4 at Sebring until the last minute, and a very successful team racing out in America, know these cars very well, the Aston, really hasn't been at the sharp end of that category. It's been third, I think it was briefly second. There was some great driver lineup in that particular car alongside Ian James, people with real talent, and I just wonder if they've had some sort of problem all along.
Gray Newell, Robin DeAngelis, Alex Riberas, who's currently at the wheel.
Yeah, well, Alex, of course, an ex-Porsche factory driver.
Yes.
And Gray Newell's the son of the owner of the team. He's a young man. He's had a victory at the end of last season, very competitive racing out in America. And we know Ian James has a lot of success, has got the speed of it, all quick guys, yet they just not seem to have been right there with the other, obviously the 408 to Jordan Groger, that's lying second at the moment, but leading that, that is the car that is leading that GT4 category. That's obviously the family Gotha car, and but that has got quite a few laps, 2 or 3 laps on the Aston of Heart of Racing.
Yeah, it's always tricky to read the gaps between cars and also numbers of laps between when you're behind a code 60, but the Heart of Racing Aston Martin is working lap 187.
Yeah.
The class leader, the Dragon Racing Mercedes Jordan Groger, 188. So on the face of it, they're only a lap apart, but the gaps are too much for me for that to actually be the truth. So we'll have to wait for things to settle down once we're well into the next green flag portion of the race to truly tell what the difference is between first and third in the GT4 category. The car we haven't mentioned is the Atlas BX Motorsports Mercedes, Yong Hyok Yang, who is driving the 403 car, and that's second in GT4.
Yeah, it's been there a long time as well. Just you might have noticed when the GT4s come in, they still have wheel nuts as opposed to central locking. And obviously it takes now you've only got 2 guys as well. It takes quite a long time to change the wheels on that.
Yes. The Vortex nearing the end of another lap, by the way. That's car 701, and now being driven by Sébastien Lejoux. That's another GTX car then, and entered into the GT Series part of the race. GTX is led still by the Audi GT2 from PK Car Sport, and it is Stein Levet that is currently driving car 704 from the Alban Veruti Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. And third in GTX is quite a bit further down, Razzoon More Than Racing, which have had problems as well in the last 3 hours. Robert Schiftner, his car still shown in the pit lane, in fact, and it's been there for a long period of time, the KTM Crossbow GTX from the crew known as Razzoon. In TCE series, remember 2 races in 1 again this year, so there will be 6 camels for so 3 for one podium and 3 for the other. And the AC Motorsport Audi RS3 LMS DSG that leads the TCE part of the race is still the Belgian outfit for AC Motorsport. Behind them, Marlon Menden making a pit stop in his Audi from Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power. So I haven't got to the bottom of actually where Autorama sourced their Audi from, and whether it is a full-time new addition to their stable, or whether they've just hired it in for this one race, because normally they run with 2 VW Golfs that are here as well. But the Audi RS3 LMS TCR makes it a 3rd car from the Autorama squad, and 116, the better of the 3, running in 2nd position from the Thai-entered BBR Cupra TCR DSG, and it's Tanart Satyen Terakul who drives the 159 3rd position. So 3 TCRs ahead of then at least 5 TCXs. Yes, it is 5 that are the next cars in the TCE series. Le Douce Arbre being Christophe Bouchou's Ligier JS2 to lead that class, JS2R, from Phil Hill in his BMW from Yeti Racing, and then the Kogemo/TLRT BMW M2 for Andre Grammatico in the 255. So that's the top 6 in the TCE series, split 50-50. The top 3 are TCRs, the next 3, 4th, 5th and 6th, are TCXs. And if you're around the track or perhaps spot the cars on our live stream, you're looking out for 188 as the TCR class leader, and the 202, which is the TCX class leader within the sub-division TCE. Still though, we wait for the hard work to be completed on the inside of turn 14, and this is not the first big incident we've had coming out of either turn 14 or turn 15, because Murad Sultanov had a big crash in the 54 Porsche, as I mentioned that. Yeah, we're green again, Andrew.
Excellent. Well, they need to get plenty of temperature in the tyres and brakes now as they hurtle around the wonderful Dubai Autodrome here. And be interested to see if Thomas Neubauer can hunt down Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, or whether Rafael Marciello can take that one lap he is behind and get onto the lead lap, which I suspect he might. Shane Lewis in 4th place. Breukers now in that English-run Lamborghini in 5th place. And it's the Grove family Porsche, actually run by Herbert twins, in 6th place.
So everybody returned to the track in time. They weren't caught up in the pit lane, although briefly yellow flags displayed again. Let's hope that cars haven't tripped over one another at the restart. And remember, this is now 18 minutes past midnight local time, so there's possibly a fair bit of concentration to be gained back again after, you know, you try and keep it going, you try and stay on the pinpoint of your reactions throughout the whole of that Code 60, but it is quite a wake-up call then for the revs to rise and for unlapping to begin, untangling of the order Jean-Baptiste Simonard from Thomas Neubauer in the 2 Audis from WRT. The Saudi Arabian entered MS7 by WRT car to correctly name that in 2nd position. And we'll give them a lap or so to give real-time gaps between the two. But Raffaele Marciello wanting to certainly hunt down those 2 leaders. He may well have a couple of minutes, though, to try and do that. And Shane Lewis in 4th position in the 85 car, by far the best GT3 AM entry. Shane moved down to the AM driver grading purely because he's hit a milestone birthday recently. And for CP Racing, Shane there for maybe a bit of a secret weapon. Remember, something new for season 2022 is actually labelling drivers as AM Plus. Never seen that before, therefore a new initiative, I think, for 2022.
It is, yeah.
So you've got AM Plus, Semi-Pro and Pro.
And what's the difference between an AM and an AM Plus? Because I tried to work that out and I couldn't see it.
Okay.
No.
I thought that was a trick question.
No,
And
it's
you
not
knew
a
the
trick
answer all
question.
along.
I don't know. No, I don't know the answer. Someone out there will.
Yes.
So we'll soon get the first flying lap, and we've just had it actually. Simonard did a 2:07, getting up to speed again. Look, all the colour and lights. Love racing in the dark. Get the flashing of the exhaust systems. Sometimes you see the turbos glowing orange red, don't you? You get the brakes glowing. It's marvellous to watch, and I love it at Le Mans, love it here, and so much colour. Spectacular stuff here at the Dubai Autodrome as we started to go racing again after that long break. Was the best part of 3/4, so now I think Johnny's having a little look to see what the AM Plus is. Maybe it's just number of years you've raced or something, I'm not sure.
It'll take a bit more searching, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's not immediately putting teeth back in, obvious from the rules. Creventic very much a series for the drivers.
Yeah.
And the teams, and they listen. And people come up with suggestions, and if they agree with it, they take them up. And they even like to listen to what we, the broadcasters, think about it. I mean, they're very open people. Great Dutch group who really made this this series work well. But it's always been, the linchpin has always been the Dubai 24 as our big race. Although I see in the future the Sebring 24 Hour also being a massive event at the end of the season.
We had an update courtesy of Peter Mackay, by the way, on Matteo Cairoli's condition after the crash with the KTM coming out of turn 14. Matteo's quote, "A guy spun when I was coming and had no chance to avoid it."
Yeah.
So in avoidance action, he's obviously steered to the left and hit the barrier very, very hard indeed. But he is okay, and reporting to PMAC that he's absolutely fine. And clearly that's the best news that we could possibly have heard from that incident. The car in a very sorry state, the Dynamic Motorsport number 67.
Yeah, that Italian team's not had a happy Dubai 24 at all, has it? Both cars in trouble. So we're on the second. I see Jean-Baptiste just done a 2:02, so that's a good second lap, isn't it? Only a couple of seconds slower than his very best. Just getting all the heat up, temperatures up in the car. Thomas Neubauer in the second of the WRT car, second place. Shane Lewis didn't have a very fast first lap there, 2:10. So Rick Broyker's taken a bit of time out of him, and just having another look, Johnny, where the other battles might be.
Things are a little spread out, I suppose, but Jules Gounon has been lively at the restart, setting personal best times through the middle and final sectors for Sun Energy 1, and also a good lap from Raffaele Marciello. So there's scope for some change. Question mark about Jean-Baptiste Simonard and Thomas Neubauer's consistency and whether they can stay in front of Raffaele Marciello to the tune of 2 3/4 minutes, which is what it stands at the moment. Now that gap's going to come down. The problem is Raffaele Marciello will probably run out of drive time before he's caught the 2 leaders.
And he's just done his fastest lap of the race so far. He's down into the under 2 minute, 1:59.8. So he's really on it. The Swiss Italian, born in Switzerland, but normally he travels under an Italian flag. So Marciello very much part of the Mercedes GT squad these days.
And the 932 car heading down the back straight, which is the Porsche that is fairly well placed in its class, I believe. Just looking for that now on the screen. So the different class leaders, as mentioned, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer for WRT. GT3 AM is up as high as 4th overall for Shane Lewis and CP Racing. Pro-Am led by Samantha Tan now in her ST Racing BMW, but there's the question mark about the 2 laps.
So I think she's probably second in that.
Yeah, so that would put Daniel de Jong leading the class for MP Motorsport, and the number 19 Mercedes AMG. GTX, PK Carsport and Stein Lovett in the Audi GT2, number 704. The 991 class for the older Porsches is led by Pieter Oms, Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, and the 991 generation for Red Ant Racing. 992 Pro class led by Thierry Vermeulen in his Porsche for Team GP Elite, that's number 933. And in the 992 AM part of the race, Gustav Bergstrom in his HRT Performance Porsche, number 929. GT4, Jordan Grogor for Mercedes AMG in the very much local team Dragon Racing, car 408. And in the TCE part of the race, TCR is led by AC Motorsport and Miklas Born in the Audi RS3. Le Deuce Ab still leading in the Ligier, the TCX category, with Christophe Bouchou in car 202.
Bit surprised that Peter didn't have a shout out for fellow Scot Finlay Hutchison, who is now in 10th place, running there in the Tempto Audi. And Finlay knows this race well. I think he won his class in one of his very first international races when he was 16 here. I'm trying to remember, it was in something funny like an old Corvette or something like that.
Okay.
We'll probably check that out. But Finlay's really carving a good career for himself, the young man from Dundee.
Yep, and I make his first Dubai 24 Hours being in 2017.
And did he win his class then?
He was in TCR in those days.
Well, he still does quite a lot of TCR racing now, doesn't he, I think?
Did win for CAD Speed Racing with ATEC.
That's it, CAD Speed Racing.
CAD Speed had an Audi.
Oh, it was Audi, okay.
Audi RS3, I would assume. Car 108, yes, was an RS3 LMS TCR. Also in that lineup in 2017 as the TCR winners, Eric Holstein, Julian Griffin, and a certain James Kay.
Well, it's unusual not to have James Kay here, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, I think he must have done this race nearly every one, I would have thought. And maybe he's lurking there somewhere in the pits. But, oh, a bit of a twitch there coming into the pit lane quickly.
It was the 403 Aston Martin, which runs in the GT4 division. And it is... No, 403 is a Mercedes, sorry.
Yeah.
Misidentified that entirely because I've got doing about 3 things here at once. But sacrilege to label an Aston Martin as a Mercedes and vice versa.
Well,
apologies.
they've both got the engine in the front.
That's my excuse, but it's a restricted one. Atlas BX Motorsports and Roelof Bruins in his AMG GT4, heading down pit lane then. Third place in GT4, and Jordan Groger leading that GT4 division by a decent margin, because there are cars now between the best of the GT4s and this gaggle for second, third and fourth, which involves an Aston Martin, just not this 403 car. It's the 423 Heart of Racing team that we were mentioning a short time ago. Alex Riberas second therefore in the race from Roloff Bruins, who's just come in, and, well, a gap of 4 minutes and 40 seconds. As long as they keep this pit stop neat and tidy at Atlas BX Racing, BX Motorsports, they should retain third position, because the Century Motorsport BMW of Alexander Buchenstoff isn't quite close enough. Number 429. Now, having said that, 403 was rather gingerly coming into the pit lane, had a lack of speed before it even turned right and hit the speed limited area, and it has gone up on the dolly jacks to be wheeled into the garage.
Interesting that GT4 car runs what's a road engine basically, but for the GT4 they have to tune it from the actual road, detune it from the road car.
Yep.
It runs less horsepower than it would normally. And those GT3 Mercedes, very interesting, if you look in the engine bay, there's a little plate on the top of the engine that says the actual name of the guy who built the engine, which I think is a really nice touch.
Yeah, a very personalised way of doing it, and credit where credit is due, I suppose. Raffaele Marciello, the car absolutely covered in blue LED strips at this time of night, but positions as such, I'm sure, so it's not distracting to the driver. Easy to pick out, though, from a long way away. Car number 4, illuminated race number as well.
Watch for a change for position 4, because Rick Breukers is really on the charge and right up close behind Shane Lewis now. Just about 2.8 seconds between them, and Rick Breukers going a couple of seconds a lap quicker than Lewis. So we could have a pass there. And Raffaele Marciello still closing up on the 2 Audis at the front, but at the moment still a lap behind. But he's... well, at the moment, actually, Breukers the fastest man out there, and second fastest guy out there is actually Jules Gounon in 7th place.
Yeah, Gounon in the 201.6 and Breukers is 201.3, and Breukers really good pace being shown. Really good pace being shown by Jean-Baptiste Simonauer as well, a 201 flat. He has a 30-second lead with 215 laps in the book as we head to John Hindhaugh, who's in the pits.
Well, fellas, it's not very often that I get to show you a pit lane in the middle of a race that looks like this. There is literally not a single car on the apron at all. There's 1 or 2 people who are still trying to fight some problems. I've just been up to the TF Sport Dual Racing Aston Martin team, had a word with the Mootrans there. Nami was standing overseeing about 3 or 4 guys around that Aston Martin. They're still struggling to find that electrical issue. It's been in the pits for over an hour and a half now. I'm going to go for a walk right to the other end, see if I can bump into Mark Hines, who's here. Andrew, do you remember Mark in the British single-seater scene a few years ago? He's looking after one of the drivers on the number 20 SPS AMG. That's where I'm headed now, up a very clear pit lane.
Until very recently, very much part of Lewis Hamilton's management team, and helped him with a lot of different things, but stepped away from sure why, but anyway he did. But yeah, if you wanted to get hold of Lewis, sometimes the best way was to go through Mark.
Right.
Yeah. So Rick Breukers is now right on the tail of Shane Lewis, and sure, if our cameras very difficult to pick up individual cars in the dark. I just saw Indy Donchi, the Dutch driver based in America, having a bit of a there he is. Lovely shots of him, orange strip down the sides of the roof there. But Breukers just 2 or 3 cars ahead of the 777. Certainly right on the tail of Shane Lewis. So let's see what Rick can do.
This is the Radio Show Limited Network, bringing you live coverage, as we so often do this time of year, of the Dubai 24 Hours for 2022, powered by Hankook, and a chance to have a look at the weather for the overnight spell and into tomorrow with Visit Cayman Islands. We are beyond The witching hour now is midnight 30 at the Dubai Autodrome. A hazy night expected, but very, very little chance of rain. Humidity's up to 74% though, and current temperature 19 degrees Celsius. That is the expected. Actually, it's going to drop a couple more to 17 degrees rather, to 17 as tomorrow night's low. Tomorrow night's low will be this temperature, 19 degrees Celsius for Saturday night, but we will reach a 28 before that tomorrow just after midday. Bit more cloud cover, so therefore slightly warmer temperatures than were experienced on Friday. That is the latest weather with Visit Cayman Islands, and the next half hour of racing to take us to 1 a.m. begins right now.
Now, somebody else we should give a shout out to is Dylan Pereira, running in the number 93 car. That's in the GT3 category, the Pro-Am category, and he has reached Pro-Am category, and he has reached just under 2:01, down in 14th place, Dylan Pereira, and I'm not quite sure of his history, Johnny. I think he's mainly a Porsche racer.
Done some World Endurance.
I think he's mainly a Porsche racer.
Done some World Endurance Championship racing with Ben Keating.
That's right. Yes, he was. That's right. Yes, he was Ben Keating's new. Ben Keating's new guy. Yes, he was Ben Keating's that he brought in at the end of the season, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, end of last season, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. At the end of last season, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I remember now.
Actually,
he's had some podium finishes, hasn't he? He's had some podium finishes, I think, with Keating. Maybe the last two races of last season's WEC got on the podium.
He was brought in towards the end of the previous year, actually, and did possible races of the six possible races in 2021 in the FIA World Endurance Championship. He did five of them. I think only missed. He did five of them. Not a scheduled stop either.
Certainly getting a lot of camera time, aren't they?
Yeah, it's not the best process of doing those, but I suppose, there's plenty of doing that. There's plenty of exposure for the sponsors. John's there watching what's going on.
I think that this is a reoccurrence of the left
so I can describe I
think it's a reoccurrence
dramas.
of the left front brake issues that they've been having, the dragging brake or the sticky brake. There's a strong smell of hot brakes down here. It's Bobby Thompson behind the wheel, his distinctive orange and white helmet. The whole front end of the car has come off. Hang on, we're a little bit close to that. And they're working again, trying to see what is catching on that left front wheel. They've been fighting this all week, gents. They didn't get a good qualifying. Then they thought they'd sorted it out. They were really good in night practice on Thursday. I think they were third or fourth quickest from memory, but it's obviously a reoccurrence of this. The problem being twofold. Number one, it's dragging, so it's costing you top speed. Number two, it's heating up, so that when you want to actually stop and slow the car down, it's not slowing down. You're getting what is effectively very, very harsh brake fade. That means the pedal is being pushed, but there's no retardation coming from the front left of the car. That's clearly going to unbalance everything and make the car nearly undrivable. And by the way, you were talking about Dylan Pereira a little while ago. He's very experienced around here, particularly because he used to race the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East and did rather well in it. So, meantime, the work goes on, and they're still trying to free off this brake. This is so frustrating for the mechanics. And next door, we've got a pit stop for another one of the teams in a moment, and that's going to be difficult to navigate into the pit lane. It's still not exactly busy here. One of the Cupras rather has just come in further down the pit lane. Not our cameraman, intrepid as ever, in there. In the meantime, Bobby's trying to stay cool in the car. Let me see if I can stick the mic underneath his nose for a second. Hey Bobby, this looks like that dragging brake again.
Yeah, again, still got a brake issue, and this time it got quite bad, so we had a bit of smoke in the car, so I wanted to bring it in case we had complete failure. But I think at this point now it's just for us and the boys to get to the end of the 24, and I think these lads need to sell the nice gear after.
Terribly frustrating for you and for the team. The car's got pace when it's going well.
Yeah, we're just sitting at a nice 2:15 pace at the moment, so that should get us towards the end.
I'll let you go. The bonnet's going back on. And what you couldn't feel there, but I could, is the extreme heat in the cockpit there where Bobby is sitting. And also, this back wheel here is radiating heat. There's nothing wrong with the brakes here. But if you think it's an easy job sitting behind the wheel of a GT car, travelling at 250, 260 kilometres an hour, that's just sitting around, isn't it? It absolutely isn't. That is a very unfriendly environment. Oh, and here's the other Ginetta. This is the V8 car. That's the first time I've been this close to this car. And that's come into the pits as well. And it looks like we might be getting yet another car. This is the 979 Porsche, which is trying to get in front. And they've had to have a bit of a traffic jam here in the pit lane. So from having absolutely nothing in the pit lane, I've picked the one part of the pit lane where there's 3 cars trying to get into their spaces at the moment. Now this, the 478 was a bit recalcitrant coming up on the left-hand side. This is the new V8 engine car, and it's going into the pits. It's going into its box here. So we're going to stand back just a little bit. All looks like it's going better, and yeah, it's going back in now. It's Colin White behind the wheel. They're swinging that car in. The Porsche that came in just as Bobby Thompson was leaving has to be negotiated. Colin's already out the car. Meantime, what looks like a little more standard stop going on for the Speed Lover Porsche, the 979, which came in and had to wait. Oh, now I say that. They're going to work. That's brake fluid, I think, going in there. Yeah, that's brake fluid going into the Porsche. So another car with potential brake problems. I'll see if I can grab Colin White, guys, while we're down here. Looks like they may have a suspension or a toe issue at the back. They're pulling off the left rear wheel. Right, let me go round the other side and see what I can. You stay there so you don't trip over anything. Let's not do a Nick Damon. Brilliant job. Yeah, I don't have to be a suspension engineer to see that the settings on that left rear wheel are not right. Colin's come down to have a look at that as well. Colin, what happened there? Was that it's obviously towed in a lot at the back. You got in some rear steer. Was that contact? Or has it just gone?
That's a Porsche going like an idiot out there. They're just maniacs out there tonight. Just drove straight in the side of me. Just absolutely crazy.
Very frustrating. It's been pretty clean in the first part of the race. Did you see which Porsche it was?
Yeah, well, one with a load of lights on it.
Oh, Colin, we'll let the lads get on. Thanks for talking to us. So, contact then, car-to-car contact between the 478 Ginetta and one of the well-lit Porsches, is what Colin said. Meantime, Speed Lover has left. The number 30 Schubert BMW is in and out, and the work continues down at CWS in Ginetta.
Well, it's turning out to be a bit of a Colin White show, isn't it? But just a chapter of disasters. He's giving us plenty to talk about down there. But meanwhile, the gap at the front now 21.9 seconds, and actually a slow lap from Sivanauer last time. Must have been caught up in some traffic because Neubauer took some, 6 seconds out of him on that lap. And Thomas Neubauer doing a very good job also. I mean, not one of the big names, really.
And in the TCE part of the race, the gap actually growing between Miklas Born and Tanart Satyantirakool, because Miklas, the Swedish driver in the AC Motorsport Belgian prepared car 188, is really enjoying himself out front. Sorry, Swiss driver Miklas Born. Joined by his fellow Swiss Yannick Mettler, Mathieu Detry, who is Belgian, and Stéphane Perrin of France, and they make up a familiar lineup actually within AC Motorsport. Not surprising to see that car doing so well. I had expected the Autorama Motorsport crew with their 3 cars to be a little bit closer. The unknown entity, if you like, were always going to be BBR with their all-Thai driver lineup. Tanart Satyantirakool, the one with the most pedigree, you could say, and most experience through the years, although the Kusuri family also go well as well. Both of the Kusuris, that's Kantandi and Kantasak, are semi-pros, as is Tanart. And then you've got Paserik Promsobat, who is the AM, and Anusorn Asiriletseri, I think.
Some of those names have got about 8 vowels in them.
They have, and a few more syllables as well. But 2 AMs and 3 semi-pros. And it's working for BBR right now. They are second and only trailing the race leader by less than a lap.
Yeah, they've been running very cleanly, haven't they? Been doing an excellent job. And coming all the way from Thailand to race here in Dubai, it's a major undertaking. And, well, they're keeping their nose clean, and they could be on for a podium at the end of all this. Well done to them.
TCX still led by the French crew with their Ligier JS2R, Christophe Bouchou for Les Deux Alpes, and the 202 French car. But BMW's not very far away, ready to pounce if the 202 hits 1 or 2 dramas. Yeti Racing just made a stop with Thomas Krebs rejoining, and the 450 brake horsepower similar BMW from Kogemo TLRT, Antoine Lecoste now driving 255, and that car is in 6th position in the TCE series. Some overlapping to be done on the long straight down towards turn 10. There's an Audi picking its way through some slower TCR traffic, and that haze, not only a kind of feature of the Friday night here at Dubai, with some sand blowing in from nearby, but also I think just the amount of tyre smoke and steam and smoke from race cars tend to just lessen the visibility for many, particularly down at turn 10, where there's an awful lot of speed being washed off by a variety of cars. Dr. Van Kerkhoff has just done that, in fact, Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff rather, into turn 14 with the redoored car collection Audi. That was a white and blue door to start off with, but they found one from a completely different car, presumably still an R8.
Yeah.
But it doesn't quite match the original bodywork.
When we saw some of the aerial shots right at the beginning of the broadcast, you could see that this racetrack is right on the edge of the desert.
Yes.
Well, because I went originally to Dubai to that race in '81, all this area was just desert. There was nothing there, absolutely nothing. And obviously you drove past it as you went down to Abu Dhabi. But now, of course, it's built up into this magnificent sports area and business area as well. Just so much construction in Dubai.
Yeah, that phrase, I remember when all this was fields, replaced by sand, frankly. That's what it was before all of this was laid down. It was plain desert.
Yeah.
But as you say, that landscape, the original landscape that was all in this sort of area before, not too far away and when the wind whips up, that does pose a problem, not only for visibility but also for grip levels, because
Indeed,
the
yes.
racing line stays clean, but off that racing track line, particularly in the bowl sections at turn 9 and turn 14, it can be treacherous. And in the early stages we had a number of innocuous spins really, but often if the car could not be restarted straight away, that was leading to a code 60. I don't want to speak too soon, but we may have just reached a level now where the racetrack is happy to run with the remaining cars. And the last code 60 we had was about half an hour or so ago. So trying to get a good long period of running now.
At the front, Johnny, Neubauer just is chiseling away a little bit at 7 hour. Just reduced the gap now down to about 18 seconds. So it's all pretty close at the front there between the two Audis. Rick Broiker's also still right there, just doing the 201s, 202s all the time. I mean, that's a mark of a really good professional driver when they're just banging in those laps consistently, all around the same time.
Yeah, Marciello quicker than the two cars ahead, but he's still too far back to be involved readily in the lead battle.
Actually the quickest guy out there at the moment.
201.9 he was, 0.2 of a second faster. From a consistency basis, let's just have a look to see how the current drivers are doing. Again, it's tricky because some drivers were installed at the end of the last code 60, so the average lap time for Raffaele Marciello's 21 lap stint is actually 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Rick Broikers, who was put in at the end of the code 60, has had green flag laps for 16 laps, so his lap time average is half a minute quicker. So it's very difficult to read like for like. Broikers helped by just newer tyres and perhaps a better set-up race car from Barwell Motorsport currently, because as Andrew quite rightly says, he's the best of the top 4 in terms of current speed. Shane Lewis goes through to complete his 21st lap on the stint. Jules Gounon 203.8, which is a very good average time. And again, I would say Jules taking or starting his current stint right at the end of the code 60 as we went back to green, he wouldn't be able to get anywhere close to a 203 on an average lap time were it not for green flag running. Yeah,
the person that's slowest amongst that lead group, of course, is Father Grove, Stephen Grove, and he's getting his 2 hours in, I think, because obviously everyone else in that car is quick.
Yep.
But he's 3 or 4 seconds, maybe a bit more off the pace, and he's running consistently around 207, 208. So I think that's what they're trying to get his laps in the Bavarian run car.
Yeah, let's just see whether we can pick out the amount of time that has been done by each of those drivers. So Stephen's done, and remember this clock is still ticking up because he's at the wheel at the moment, but he's done 2 hours and 23, no, that's lap times? No, they can't be lap times. So 2 hours 23 minutes for Stephen Grove.
So he's done his 2 hours then.
2 hours and 32 minutes for Brenton Grove, son. Sven Muller, who started the race, has done just over 2.5 hours. And the man that's done the least amount of time is Anton Di Pasquale with 1 hour and 33 minutes. But sensibly, they may well be keeping Anton back, having just completed 17% of that car's total distance to date. The most driving has been done by Sven Muller, but only by 7 minutes or so when you compare his time to Brenton.
Well, I guess Stephen Grove's writing out the checks for this one, so he's getting his money's worth, and of course he should.
But of course, even if a driver does their minimum amount of time, it often doesn't make sense to get them in straight away because the car may be halfway through a fuel run. So just get him in when the car is needing fuel, or perhaps they can get the driver change done during a code 60. But this right now is the last thing we want, because happy to be running under green flag conditions for the first time or for a long time. And as I say, we have had a full hour of green flag running already. That was during Bruce and Peter's stint, and it would be great to have a couple or 3 hours bolted all together just to get an idea of who's likely to be in the game towards the end of this race come Saturday afternoon. 7-8 minutes away from another hour being completed to take us to 1 a.m. at the Dubai Autodrome, and just a couple of hours when we get to that point away from half distance. And the WRT Audis showing everybody else how to do it at this stage, with a 2.5 minute advantage over some really big teams in the history of this motor race. But WRT and MS7 by WRT, first and second, car 31 and car 7.
Yeah, MS7.
MP Racing still leading the Pro-Am part of the field, by the way. And we were talking about Ligier JSP2s not too long ago. It's one of them that leads the TCX part of the race. Another car that was in the reckoning before a huge engine failure, as far as we could tell, is the 207 Aarhus Racing car. And John Hindhaugh looking at that now.
And the good news, if you're a follower of Ligier, is that this looks a much more, well, regular pit stop, to be honest. I don't think we're going to get tyres changed here. They're just checking the pressures. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. That's become, in the darkness of pit out, almost a two-man job. One man to hold the gauge, the other one to shine the head torch down. Now, is that car going to refire? I don't think so. Oh dear. There has been a driver change as well here. Now, I've cursed it, haven't I? It is the curse of the pit lane comedy. There we go. And the sparkly blue paintwork at the rear of the car. It's a good-looking car, that, guys. Really has a nice set of lines. And Andrew, you'll remember the car that is, if not an homage to, certainly styled after in the mid-1970s, and the Ligiers that ran at Le Mans with all kinds of engines, including a Maserati one. A Maserati dunking in the back of that at one stage.
Yes, indeed, yes. I think it is a homage. I did just check out these cars a bit. You think they could be quite a nice road car in a way, a nice supercar, but apparently they don't have homologation to run those cars on the road. So they're looking good. They've got a nice series for them in France, and it's sort of like, I see it as a French Ginetta in a way.
Produced great racing because they're put into the Ligier European Series along with the Ligier JSP4, which is the lowest rung on the prototype ladder produced by the French manufacturer. And remember that they make LMP3s and LMP2s as well. So the Ligier European Series rather provides a great opportunity to get on the bill of the European Le Mans Series. And yes, a lot of their racing is based in France, but there's also a chance to spread their wings to go to 5 other European locations as well. We were talking earlier on about their power plant in the GT type car, although there is no road-going equivalent, as you say. 3.7 litre Ford Duratec V6, which is in the middle of those cars to power them.
Well, it'll be the same engine that's in the Ginetta G55.
Yes, it would be.
No, it would be.
There you go.
Yeah.
And the G56 is the V8, but the 55, still the Ford V6. So similarly sounding. But they do provide great racing, and often there's a Pro and an Am in the shorter 70-minute races. And you need a few more drivers than that to head to Dubai in the 24 hours. But it's great that we've got so many of those cars from Les Deux Arbres, Aarhus Racing, who are regular teams that can be seen in the main meet of the European season. So 207 just trying to solidify its position in the TCE series part of the race. They've got back up to 10th position in the TCX part of the race. And remember, we've got TCRs to involve in that as well. TCRs first, second and third in the TCE series, and then TCX cars running 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th places.
We mentioned that the number 7 car is the MS7 team WRT, That's an outfit being put together by Michael Vergers. Long time ago, of course, British Formula Ford champion, although he's Dutch, but really he's almost English now. He lives in Oxford, and he was going to be driving this car as well. He does this every year, puts this operation together for a number of Arab drivers, and I think mainly Saudi drivers. But he got COVID. I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. I believe he's in the hotel room somewhere, sort of being a team manager over the phone, a bit like some of those football managers that
get touchline bans.
Yeah, get the touchline bans. But Michael's a super chap, actually, and a terrific career in motorsport. And there's quite a lot of people like Michael who managed to make good money by coming out here to the Middle East to ply their trade. And of course, many other British people have worked in the Far East and around the world. Everywhere you go in racing, you're going to find some British guys in there running things.
Reminds me of a story, I think it's something I heard connected to the Inter-Europol competition crew from Poland.
Oh, yeah.
And one of their main men in the European Le Mans Series had COVID, and it was at Barcelona. There's a hotel that's literally a stone's throw from the main straight, and the man in question managed to get a top floor room and called the whole race from his hotel.
That's mega excellent.
But did actually have a view, I think, through the trees of the final corner. So every 2 minutes could see that the car was still in the race. So could stay on site, but just had to be locked in his hotel room to run through the 10 days that was necessary. So another hour completed, but just before we get there, let's head to John Hindhaugh for a quick update from the pits.
And it's a quick update from the 478 V8 Ginetta. They're starting to put the wheels on at the front. They've still got some work to go at the back, but I wanted to show you the installation of this V8 engine. Just have a look at how beautifully that sits, how low and how far back it is. Yes, it's a front engine car, but it's an almost mid front engine car because that engine is pushed so far back. And that is going to work really well for the balance of the car. We're installing a driver. We're not too far away. I'll leave you to go through the top of another racing hour at 1 o'clock here in the UAE, JP.
Excellent, thank you, John. Yeah, so we'll have 14 hours still to go, 10 hours very nearly completed, and the 478 still very much being worked on, Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, we've got another spinner there, but just before we went to the pits with John, we were following the second place number 7 car with Thomas Neubauer at the wheel, and he's just still chiseling away a bit at the leader. The gap now 16 seconds, so last 7 or 8 laps he's just taken a couple of seconds out of Simonau, the Porsche Super Cup racer.
This is the Radio Show Limited network of channels then, live coverage from the Dubai Autodrome of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai for 2022, the 15th edition of this race, which just gets more and more international as we head through the history of this race, but never remember before has a non-German manufacturer won it, and we do have the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini that could potentially shake up that statistic, not leading the race. It has done previously, but running in 4th position and about a minute back from Raffaele Marciello's Mercedes for Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT, car number 4. But it is the story of the 2 Audi R8 LMS GT3s for the Belgian crew WRT that are out front with Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, relatively inexperienced in GT machinery that are not Porsches. He's done several seasons of the Mobil 1 Porsche Super Cup through the years and has finished top 6 in a number of races prior to this season. I'm not sure what the plans are for later on in 2022, whether we'll see him in the Super Cup again or whether he is deciding to broaden his horizons a little bit more to take on some Audi R8 LMS running. But staying out front, Thomas Neubauer, quicker last time around, almost to the tune of 2 seconds though, so that gap's come down to 14 seconds now between Simonauer and Neubauer. And the other side of Marciello and Rick Breukers for Abu Dhabi and Barwell Motorsport, Shane Lewis still in the top 5 overall in the GT series for the CP Racing crew. And we'll flesh out the standings for you now as that Audi comes into pit lane.
But I don't think we've got racing out on the track at the moment. Let's try and do it quicker than 20 minutes.
I will do my level best.
Well, I might join in.
All right. Well, I've given you the top 4, more or less, and reminded you that the GT3 AM runner for CP Racing is in 5th. Then it is the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes at number 75 that's being driven by Jules Gounon. Indy Dontje next in the 777 Almanar Racing by HRT Mercedes, and it's Stephen Groves Porsche for Herbert Motorsport, the sole surviving Herbert Porsche, that is 8th. Go ahead.
9th place is the MP Motorsport Mercedes. Then Tempto Racing in 10th place. Finley Hutchison been doing a great job in that car. Then we think in 11th place, but probably in reality in 13th is the ST Racing Samantha Tan's team. Then the Duo Racing Herbert Motorsport run car with the Russian drivers in it, plus Dylan Pereira. The SPS Mercedes is in 13th place. John Loggy, we haven't mentioned him, a British driver in that car. Then the Team Use Sportwagen Technique car in 14th. Team GP Elite from Holland in 15th place with the Porsche Super Cup champion Larry Ten Voorde at the wheel of that car earlier on. Then the Capital RT Yadro entry, the Russians.
Maxime Dumouriez for Pro Sport Racing is in the GT3 AM category, 4th in that. Racetivity's Mercedes for Emanuele Collard. Anybody heard of him? 83 is running 18th ahead of the Team GP Elite Dan Van Kuijk for Porsche. Then another Santilot racing car that is of France for their Audi, the ST Racing of Canada BMW M4 GT3. Leipert Motorsports GT3 car, their Lamborghini Huracan similar to Barwell's. And 2-car collection Audis, 34 ahead of 3, are 23rd and 24th.
In 25th place is the PK Car Sport. That's the Audi, the new GT2 version. Then the Red Ant Racing number 26 car. Then from Slovenia, the Bratislava car of Kolumbica family, and also Tom Jackson, that car, HRT Performance in their 911 GT3 Cup car, having an excellent run. NKPPP Racing by Bas Koten is 29th. The second of the Red Ant cars is 30th, and then the 710 Leipert Lamborghini. That's the slower version in 31st place. That's the Super Trofeo car. And then in 32nd, the Red Camel Jordan car of Evo Breukers.
Rabdan Motorsport by ID Racing is a Porsche 977 33rd. The GT4 class leader remains Dragon Racing, and they have Jordan Grogor at the wheel of the Mercedes for the local outfit. FAC Autotech with their 2 Porsches. Number 962 is in 35th ahead of Speed Lovers Cup car number 979, and fellow Belgian outfit. Now this is where we've actually combined the GT and the TCE series runners. So remember, 188 is the TCR class and subdivision leader, so they will take their own individual trophies if they stay there until 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, or this afternoon. Miklas Bourne doing the driving in the TCR car there. Heart of Racing team is another GT entry. BBR second in the TCE series runners, and third in that division is the 116 Autorama Motorsport Audi RS3.
Running there in 41st, the FAC Autotech team from Switzerland. Then we got the Century Motorsport team 42 in BMW, with actually a couple of English guys. We would not mention Jamie Winslow yet. We must talk about him in a while. HRT, the 928 car, is 43rd. 44th is the Two Trees Ligier. Then we've got couple of BMWs then from Yeti Racing, and then the 255 car, and then the 931 Porsche GT Cup car, followed by their second entry, the 930 car in 48th place. JM Lippmann, we haven't given him a shout yet. He's been driving that car.
Schubert Motorsport are 4th in the TCX category. That's the division that is led by Christophe Bouchou's Ledus Arb car that Andrew mentioned. Sally Racing are 5th in TCX with 219, another Cupra. Autorama Motorsports VW Golf, the treble one, is 51st. Jonsson Consult of Denmark have a Mercedes AMG GT4, they're 52nd, ahead of the Century Run RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW. Pro Sport Racing's Aston number 401 is 54th. Atlas BX Motorsports Mercedes 55th, and then the Willy Motorsport, the old school Porsche Cup car, is 56th.
Yeah, that one had some transmission problems. 57th ID Racing, 58th the best of the Lamiras with the French driving squad, 59th the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power. That car with various different drivers from different countries, I think 5 different countries. Alec Morgan in that car. In 60, the Schubert Motorsport brand new M4 GT, which of course had big problems after Marcel Lennertz, I think, crashed that car. 61 CTF Performance, 62 another ID Racing entry, and 63rd the Holmgard Motorsport car, which had Sam Neary and Andy Stocco in it, 2 British drivers. That's had big problems as well. And 64th is the Haider Motorsport car.
65th place, the second Lamera GT car from Luxembourg, or entered as a Luxembourgish entry. Number 223 is ahead of Uber Racing's Porsche, number 924. The Trouble 478 CWS Engineering car that has, according to Colin White, just been clattered. That car being brought in at the last few minutes, with John Hindhoff covering that, and more on that in just a moment. Team Arbia Zorg Rennsport's BMW is 68th, ahead of the now retired Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. That had a big crash when Matteo Cairoli was at the wheel, but thankfully he was okay. Car rather a different story. 701 Vortex V8 70th, ahead of the Dual Racing with TF Sport Aston and the Razoon More Than Racing KTM Crossbow. Team Arbia Zorg Rennsport's BMW comes next. Sorry, Andy.
Yeah, and then it's the second of the Ginettas in 74th, in 75th, the Dynamic Motorsport car. That obviously is out of the action. 76 is the next of the Ligiers, and the 103 Passion Performance Motorsport car. I think that is... I'm not sure. Oh, that is still running. Way down in 77, 78th Uber Racing. 79th is the Zengo car from Hungary. And then we've got another Ligier, then the CTF Performance car in 80th place. In fact, that didn't actually start, that
That's
car.
right.
79 runners, and most of them still going. But what do we reckon? 9 minutes.
No, not too bad.
Well, yeah.
2 cars that didn't take the start, as you say, CTF
Yeah.
Performance and the much favoured, or much by many would have been a favourite for this race, the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, involved in a strange old crash on Wednesday in one of the open test sessions, so not even part of the scheduled weekend. And Zhenga Motorsport have been in the pits now for nearly 6 hours, so that's very much looking like a retirement as well.
Neubauer doing a great job there in the 7. He's brought the gap down to 6.4 seconds. This battle at the lead is really going to be on, I think, in the next few laps. And, it took a couple of seconds out of him the last lap. So Thomas Neubauer, I mean, not one of the big names really. I mean, he's been around a while, but no, he only had one. He wasn't won championships or anything like that. I mean, Johnny, we can check it on.
Well, one thing that drew my attention to him was that he was brought into the J&W Motorsport fold at Le Mans last year.
Yes, he was,
and that's what I thought. Okay, this kid could be a bit special, having been discovered in the Formula Renault ranks at both European and Northern European Championship level, and has raced at the GT World Challenge since then as well, with Tech 1 Racing and HB Racing. So has been discovered from single seaters and getting into sports cars nice and early in his career, just 22, the Parisian. Now, keeping a keen eye on what is going on at CWS Engineering is our man John Hindhoff, close to 478 and possibly 278 as well.
Yeah, and it was Mike Simpson who took the 478 out. That's the V8 car. Only for one lap, you'll notice if you're watching the timing. The rear lights weren't working. It was noticed immediately by the team, but they couldn't catch up with him, and he didn't need to go fuel, so they couldn't catch up with him in the fuel station. They took the back clip off and reattached it, and that fixed that. Meantime, Heart of Racing's Aston Martin, IMSA champions in the endurance, are in and out for a very, very regulation stop. That was a very quick driver change. And let's see what's going on there. Seems as if perhaps it wasn't all as it might have been. Alex Riberas just talking to the team, and we'll get a chat with him in a wee moment. I want to just show you something. You mentioned one or two of the cars that were struggling earlier on. We'll get back to Alex when he takes his helmet off. But down here, we have got one of the cars you were mentioning, JP, in your rundown. Just a couple of garages down. And that is the Zenka Motorsport Cupra. You were speculating about that. No work going on. I think that one is probably done. Nobody around it at all at the moment. The car looks fairly resplendent, actually. They've cleaned it up. But I don't think we're going to see that one doing any more work. So you can probably take the black mark of doom to that one.
Thought as much. I mean, it looks resplendent, as you say, really nice from the outside, but dare we ask the question of what the inside of that car has maybe encountered through the course of the opening, 3 and a bit hours, because it's been parked up for nearly 6, and we have done, well, it will have done 4 hours before encountering the biggest problem, which we now assume has put it out of the race. So a real shame for Zenka Motorsport, flying the Hungarian flag, and Szabolcs Gál had brought that car in, but it's only completed 49 laps, and when you compare that to the TCR race leader, 217 laps completed for AC Motorsport. It is a long, long way behind, and now just awaiting being packed away into one of the many containers out the back of the paddock. So still trying to assemble an accurate as possible retirement list, and we've got 2 cars already on the did not start agenda as well that have already been mentioned. So Jean-Baptiste Simonauer from Thomas Neubauer, 5 seconds is the gap. We'll keep obviously very closely observing that, as we can hear from Alex Riberas now with John.
Just out of the Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Welcome to Dubai, Alex. Not going exactly to plan, but how are you enjoying it?
I mean, we are racing in this phenomenal circuit with this amazing grid, you know, so many cars, so many different people from all around the world. We cannot complain.
It's been a strange 2 years, particularly for you and Heart of Racing. You guys went to New Zealand for a couple of 3 weeks, ended up nearly staying out there for 2 years, starting an offshoot out there. Describe the ups and downs that you've had as a team in that period.
Well, it definitely was a challenge, but it was a challenge worldwide. You know, we had to adapt the best way we could to this surging virus that nobody really expected. And just as everything in life, you just have to make the most out of it. And we were, I would say, very lucky to be strained in a country that actually was very fortunate in the terms of infection rates and how much of a normal life we were able to live when we were over there. So we raised some money for Starship Hospital. We did some races, we helped develop the car, and ultimately we had a great time.
How much now has Heart of Racing raised for the Children's Hospital that you have allied yourself with over the years?
Honestly, I don't know the exact number, so I would lie if I said the number.
It's multiple millions, though, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, it's over 2 digits of millions of dollars. Together with Team Seattle, through the history, supporting Seattle Children's Hospital has always been a tradition of this organization ever since day one. So it's a phenomenal partner to be with, to support, and ultimately it's what makes everything so special.
You've had an extraordinary season in IMSA competition in the USA. What do you put the rise in form and the success down to for Heart of Racing?
Just the team. It's at the end of the day, you know, the car is beautiful. You know, the drivers, we like to think that we're beautiful, but at the end of the day, it's a team effort. And if I consider this one of the best teams in the world, it's because of the essence of each individual that makes part of it. And to me, I mean, it's my family, so I feel very kindly, very special about each one of those people.
You've got a huge amount of support from the fans. Are you aware of that? and does that drive you on as well?
Well, at the end of the day, we are obviously trying to generate this sort of movement to create awareness, to create more racing, more funds, more help for the kids, right? So if there's more people that are supporting the cause, then it's always better.
Full season of IMSA for you guys this year?
Yes, that is correct. We're going with 2 cars, 1 car in GTD Pro. I have the pleasure of sharing the car with Ross Gunn, who is a gun, and with Maxime Martin, who literally needs no introduction. And then in the GTD class, Roman is going to be also fighting for the championship. So super excited.
Well, I'll see you in Sebring. I'll see you in Daytona in a couple of weeks. Enjoy it here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Alex Riberas, and while I'm doing that, if we just turn around, the second place car is in the pit lane. That's the Simonau car that's just popped in, the number 31 Rothko Audi. This is a full service for the WRT machine. That was not a happy engagement into first gear there, guys. I don't know if you heard it over the mic, but that was a big clunk. I'm not sure the clutch was all the way in at that point, but that didn't sound mechanically sympathetic for whichever driver was taking that out.
Okay, something to keep our ears out for in future pit stops. That actually was the race leader, of course, 31.
He came in and
lost
handed the lead to Thomas Neubauer, and then I think he just went into fuel. Be interested to see when Neubauer stops. I'm not sure the difference in their runs at the moment. How many laps there are between their pit stops? I would expect to see Neubauer in fairly soon.
They were a little way apart, but only a matter of laps, a small amount of laps.
Couple of laps, are they?
Let's just scroll to the right part of the screen. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3 laps is the difference.
Okay.
So Simonau has just done a 35-lap stint and come in for necessary fuel. I would expect Neubauer in the next 2 laps, therefore.
And interestingly, I think they've left Simonau in the car. So he's done a lot of time, hasn't he, already in that
yes.
car?
You can do 2 hours. So a stint length, 35 laps. I wonder when Simonau began that stint then. Car 31.
Well, I think he's doing what we normally call a double, isn't he, at the moment?
Yeah, it's a question as to whether, though, the time it takes to do a double will breach the drive limit, which is 2 hours.
It's going to be close, isn't it?
Yeah. So he started at 11:46 local, and has just come in at the end of something like an hour and a half drive. Yeah, an hour and a half driving, but there will have been some code 60 in the middle of that as well.
Yeah. Well, at the start of it.
At the start, I should say, yes. 1 hour and 31 minutes is the stint time, and remember that Simonau can only be at the wheel for 2 hours, so I don't know, it would make more sense to me that they have switched the driver.
But maybe it just we haven't seen it go trip the
It would only appear at the end of the pit lane rather than into the fueling area,
Yeah.
so that should correct itself when the 31 car rejoins the race. A couple of cars very wide indeed coming out of turn 15, one of which is the 7.
Yeah, John's got something more for us, hasn't he? John?
Hello, guys. Hello, guys.
go ahead,
there we
John.
are. Sorry. Finger trouble from me there. Just trying to help you with your lost cars coming back, ticking off list. The Pro Sport Aston Martin, the 401, is one of the cars that's been missing for a little while. As I sashay gently up and down the pit lane in my best Nick Damon style, I've come across the number 401 there, and again, that is a forlorn sight, pushed to the side of the garage it shares with 2 of the cars, and that car again is going absolutely nowhere. It's not being worked on, so I think you can fairly sensibly say that that one is abandonné.
And we're right, it's Fred Vervish has got back into the 31 car now, so there was a driver change. At the moment, the Mercedes splitting the 2 Audis, but this is all through this cycling through these pit stops for fuel. Rick Breukers in 4th place. Shane Lewis, magnificent drive by him. As we said now, well over 50 is Shane, and while he was overtaken by Rick Breukers, he hung on to him for a long time actually, and Shane must have, well, check how long Shane's been at the wheel. He's got to have been in that car for well over an hour, I would have thought, maybe an hour and a half.
Working 37 laps now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, about the same time that Jean-Baptiste Simonauer was driving, and before he handed over to Fred Verviche. But the same question was about to be posed to Raffaele Marciello, whose pace could quite possibly on average be greater than any of those cars around him, and he's done 37 laps, so won't have been saving any fuel during those stints unless he'd been told to by the team to get as far into this stint as possible, just lift and coast where you can. And there was a bit of code 60 at the start of the Italians' 37 lap stint as well, so he'll be well over the 1 hour and 30-minute mark as well. All of these drivers, when they do make their stops,
on the screen, we picked up our leader.
Will be having to switch over to their new drivers. Yeah, the 7 car is the new leader, Thomas Neubauer, just a couple of laps away from another pit stop. Raffaele Marciello, as I was suggesting, will need to come in, and now a complete wall of traffic for MS7 by WRT, Thomas Neubauer. Which way does he go through this?
Oh, goodness me.
Heads out of turn 8 and decides to just bolt himself to the white line on the outside. That is very sensible indeed, and in typical wall of death fashion decides to go right on the high side of turn 9, which is that natural bowl. The more likely racing line is to stay as low as you possibly can, but that's where all the traffic was. So sensibly, Thomas Neubauer, in an attempt to stay out of trouble, approaching turn 9 as high and wide as he could, and that's delivered him into turn 10.
Oh, he's lost it, does he? I thought the back end was coming round then. Just an optical illusion, I think, as the Kenny Hubbell's car just leaves the pits at Mercedes-Benz.
And now into fuel goes Raffaele Marciello as we get this from John Hindhaugh.
Yeah, and that's Kenny Hubbell, Sun Energy 1 entered car. That was Mauro Engel taking over from Jules Gounod. Jules just out of the car. Mauro getting in a perfectly timed pit stop. We've also got the 15th position AMG GT3 in as well. You can probably see that at the moment with the blue flashing lights. That's going to give people a heart attack coming up behind. That nasty metallic taste. Am I going too fast? Did I miss a red light? Not sure I quite like that from them. That again, a pretty standard stop for the number 13 AMG going back into the fight.
Also making a stop is Shane Lewis in the easily best placed GT3 AM entry for CP Racing. They stop very early on in the pit lane, actually, second or third garage for the white, blue and red CP Racing AMG. And from 11th position, the Duvo Racing by Herbert Motorsport Porsche, Dylan Pereira. We were talking about the Luxembourger not too long ago, and he is a master at the wheel of a Porsche, emerging from the Super Cup and all the domestic Carrera Cup championships to running every World Endurance Championship race last season with Ben Keating.
But he's moved that car up 4 or 5 places, hasn't he?
Yes, so definitely one to watch. This is just a natural phase for cars to be stopping. It's almost as if we got a code 60 out on track, but it's just that everyone has reached the end of their fuel window because they will have all been fueled or half fueled the last time the purple flags flew. So nearing another half an hour of the race, and Jules Gounod
it's with John.
Is now with John.
Thanks, fellas. Jules just out of the car. How's the Sun Energy 1 AMG going?
Well, we are recovering. We were really unlucky at the beginning of the race. We came to a fuel pump. The fuel pump broke. So we had to go back, find another pump. There was traffic, so we lost 2 laps with this. Then we got spun around, but look, this race is crazy. There's so many cars. For us as factory drivers, it's a very good training for Nordschleife, because this is kind of traffic in Nordschleife, so it's a really good race for this. And Creventic is really doing a great race, so still I don't know how many hours to go. But we are recovering step by step. Kenny Abul-Awam already did his 2 hours, so now it's gonna be only cycle between Maro, Michael and me. So we're gonna push flat out and see.
How frustrating is it when there's the long cold 60s? We understand why it has to happen for safety reasons, but you're a pro driver. I could drive around at the same pace as you did then. What are you thinking about? How do you keep yourself sharp for when you go back green?
Yeah, I'm just, when it's cold 60, you cannot do anything about it. It's just taking care about the repair. So you're just taking, for my part, talking with the team, see where we are a bit on strategy-wise, because you go sleep, you come back down, you go in the car, so you don't really know where you are in the race. Checking that the pressure are okay, trying to keep the temperature high, but this one was really long. So you can think about a lot of stuff, about girls, about friends, about golf, whatever. But then you need to come back into focus to push when it's green.
And what do you do now then? Do you go and have something to eat? Do you go and lie down? Do you have a massage? What's your routine between stints?
So always my routine will be to change because we are really sweaty, try to take a shower. Then I would go straight for a lunch to try to have the digestion as long as possible. Then massage, trying to sleep. Sometimes you cannot sleep because you're excited. So just put some ice on the eyes or try to recover and not follow too much the race. This was the best advice by my dad, Sébastien Bourdet, Stéphane Ortelli, who told me don't look at the race. Just focus to rest, race, rest, race, and that's what I try to do.
You know what I've always liked about you, Jules, and it's still the same now. You're a pro driver, but you still have the joy of racing. You love this. I know it's your job, and I know you get paid for it, but you love this. You're excited about it, aren't you?
You know, when it's your passion and you make it a job, I think it's the same for you, and you have so much passion when you do the race that it's beautiful to hear you. And I'm happy to tell you this, but I'm living my best life. To be a factory driver is an amazing honor, especially in such a brand as Mercedes. The car is fantastic. Why you would not be happy? I'm the most happy man in the world.
How do you think this 24-hour race stacks up with the other endurance races that you've been involved in? You've been involved in some classics, Nürburgring, Nordschleife, Bathurst. You've done pretty much all of them. This one's a little bit of a different atmosphere because there's a lot more gentlemen drivers, but how do you feel?
Yeah, I've done luckily all the big four, Daytona, Spa, Le Mans, Nordschleife. This kind of race is great for us, we feel, as a LMDH driver, because you're always overtaking. And for example, in Le Mans, it's a completely different race. You are always looking at the mirror, and we don't do it here. So it's a different approach. First race of the year, so we didn't race for, let's say, 2 months, so the neck is a bit painful and the body also. So it's a great race. And you know, our sport, GT3, is also made of customer racing. And without them, the GT would have never grown that much. So we have to be thankful to all of them. It's nice when it's factory, but we have also the need to do with customer. And Kenny is an amazing amateur, so I'm really happy.
Never change, never change. I love your enthusiasm. Cheers, Jules Gounon. I haven't seen you for a while. Nice to see you. Jules Gounon from Sun Energy One, and all of a sudden, gents, it's getting very busy in the pit lane, and we're also due a little weather update brought to you by visitCaymanislands.com.
Yeah, great enthusiasm there from Jules Gounon. Father, he talks about Jean-Marc Gounon, of course.
And he sounds just like him, and
yeah.
he looks pretty well like him too. The Vortex in problems again. It's being pushed by marshals, I think, behind the Armco barrier.
We'll fill in the details on that in a moment or two, but as John suggests, a look at the weather with Visit Cayman Islands. Current temperature of 19 degrees Celsius then, and a faint haze will remain in the air for much of the overnight period. It is, 1:30 in the morning at the Dubai Autodrome. A low, we are there now actually, of 18 degrees Celsius to be expected tonight, but it'll warm up tomorrow under cloudy skies to 27 Celsius, and a low on Saturday night of 19, with some anticipated rain on Sunday, but thankfully that is well clear of our race finish at 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's the latest weather for now and for later today with Visit Cayman Islands.
Meanwhile, at the front of the field, the number 7 and 31 cars are both in fuel. In fact, 31 has just taken back onto the racetrack. 7 is still there fueling. Rick Breukers is fueling as well. So 2 of the leading cars are taking fuel. So I think that will put the 31 car back in the lead, Johnny, with Fred Vervish. And be interested to see who comes out second between the 7 and the 77, and whether they can get out before the 4.
Yeah, so MSV being fuelled, Barwell being fuelled, and that is a race on the fuelling quadrant, if not the pit lane itself. They've already been in the pits and stopped with the teams, and there's a team representative in the fuelling area as well, which guides the cars into wherever they need to be parked at this one moment. They don't have designated fuelling areas, remember, it's just whichever pump is free next.
Just like if you go into a service station. But interesting, Gudon said they'd lost 2 laps when the actual pump broke. That doesn't happen very often.
No.
And obviously that would have been mega frustrating for them. So he reckoned they'd lost 2 laps. Well, certainly it would have dropped them down a couple of places.
So continuing is the recovery of the Vortex V8. Whilst the track is live, there are no need for a full course caution. There might be local yellows.
I don't think there even is that, is there?
Well, it may be sufficiently off the track,
I think
because remember, there are extra link roads here, various different configurations that can be run at the Dubai Autodrome, and if you know your way around this place, you can know of some safe and sensible places to park the car, as long as there's enough momentum in a car that has a mechanical problem to get there.
So Thomas Neubauer still shown in the lead, but at the fuel pump at the moment. But
it is going to be a code 60.
They got a code 60 now, yeah.
So that is presumably for the Vortex V8 that they are trying to recover. The 112 being caught by a GT car, but they will all slow to 60 kilometers per hour. A great gaggle of cars up ahead, and slowing at different rates almost into turn 9.
I wonder who might be just about to go into fuel that could benefit from this. The 777, how many is that?
Yeah, the Al-Manar Racing by HRT car.
Yeah.
How far into the stint is that then? Let's just have a little look. Treble 7.
And he's coming to the pits.
Okay.
He's taken that.
Well, only 6 laps in for Al-Faisal
Anyway.
Al-Zubair, but obviously there is space in the tank for a bit more fuel.
Yeah. But this isn't going to be a long code 60, is it? We're just going to tow that back and then they'll be out racing again.
The clock ticks over 3 hours of code 60 in total, by the way. 16 individual caution periods, totaling 31 laps. And just over 3 hours, 38, 39, 40 seconds, plus the 3 hours of code 60. We have had an hour and 51 minutes of yellow flag and 5 3/4 hours of green flag running. The Vortex V8 reaches pit road in and very nearly into the sights of John Hindhaugh, who has this update elsewhere.
Yeah, guys, just watched the 777 go past me. It was following Mike Simpson in the Ginetta. Mike Simpson peeled off to the right for fuel, and the 777 did not. So it hit the pit lane, did a drive through the pit lane, and then went straight out as far as I can see. You'll be able to see it on the timing screen now. I didn't see it taking any penalty at all at the pit in end, so not sure whether that was a miscommunication between the team and the driver. But to my eyes, at least, that car went straight through the pit lane and not to fuel.
Okay. And now whether they were called and then at the last minute their fuel bay, their pump became occupied and they had to go back on that, but it was too late to delay the 777 from entering the pits because there is a point of no return. The bollard indicating that, and as soon as you get to the right side of the blend line, of course there's a blend line on the pit lane out as well that you must not cross, but likewise on the way in too, invisible in one direction, but if you are heading right and into the pits you cannot then cross the blend line and rejoin the track. The pit lane entry here completely bypasses turn 16, so you do gain a bit of real estate there, but you do have to get the car down to 40 kilometers per hour just the other side of what is a tight right-hander where it straightens up into pit road. So painfully slow if you're on the racetrack under code 60.
When we get back racing, we're going to have those two top Audi guys going at it for first place. Because Dries Van Thor is now back in the number 7. Fred Vervies, as we know, is in the 31. Team boss Hubert Haupt is in the number 4 in 3rd place. And then Mirko Bortolotti has climbed back into that 77 Barwell Lamborghini in 4th. Mara Engel is now moved up to 5th place.
So that car, the number 7, as we go back to green now, has rejoined, yes, on an outlap now is Dries Van Thor, and Fred Vervies, the 31 car, shown us 4 minutes away, but that will close down to probably more like 2 minutes when we get back to full race pace and see the cars through the split at sector 2. So this is the current order. 7 on my screen at least displayed as the race leader. I know that is different from the way that the graphics are laid out, so I'll just do a quick refresh to make sure that that is the case. But the jumbling up, 31 leading with Fred Vervies at the wheel, Dries Van Thor dropping then to 2nd, car number 7 on the outlap. Hubert Haupt did not stop during that window of code 60, and the number 4 car running in 3rd ahead of Mauro Engel's 75 Sun Energy 1 by SPS Automotive car. So 2 Audis, 2 Mercedes, then the Lamborghini for Barwell Motorsport, and the Al Manar Racing by HRT, Al Faisal Al Zubair, who for some reason, as John was trying to work out, came down pit lane but did not call anywhere, neither with the team nor at fuel, rejoining in 6th position. Speaking of John, you got an update on which car?
Yeah, down here with the 701 Vortex, the car that's just come in on the back of a tow rope. They're having a good look around the rear suspension, and they were spinning the wheels as if they thought there might have been a differential problem. The other thing that they've done, which is interesting, they haven't taken it off the pit lane, so they must feel that they can get it fixed relatively quickly. The other thing they did is, I don't know if you can see down here to the roll cage, there is a red cap that was taken off and filled with a bottle of normal water. I wonder if that's the driver's drink system, I'm not sure, but that little red cap was filled up with water, but about 3/4 of a litre when the driver got out. But they seem confident enough that they can get it moving again. They're just prepping the windscreen, showing some signs of accident damage at the back of the car, with a bit of racer tape on there. We have a driver, looks like it's going to go back out again, so it can't have been anything too dodgy. Let's see if we can have a word and find out what we know. Excuse me, Monsieur Bonnel, ça va?
Ça va.
Qu'est-ce que c'est le problème?
On pense que c'est un problème électrique.
Électrique?
Électrique. Mais on ne sait pas exactement ce que c'est pour l'instant. Apparemment, ça va repartir. On espère que ça va tenir. Alors, on n'a pas identifié encore.
In English, can it be fixed easily?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Is it easy to fix?
No, not really, because it depends on the pilot for the moment. Olivier will analyze it with the data in a few minutes, and we will know what is exactly the electrical problem.
Thank you. What has the race been like for you? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, of course. Like last year, like the year before. We are very, very happy to be there. Very happy to be there.
And we're happy to see you back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bon chance. Well, there we are then. Electrical problem. Olivier in the car now to try and see what's going on. It's causing problems with all of the systems, is what we heard there in French. And it's having to be managed by the driver. Oh, it's coming into the garage, so it's not an easy fix, as I might have thought it was. And it's causing the drivers to have to manipulate the systems from on board. It is what we heard there. And that car then is going to go for some extended work in the pit lane. And the problem with gull-wing doors is they stick up, so you have to have the garage door a little bit higher. They nearly did themselves a mischief there. So the Zenga car not being worked on, but the 701 Vortex certainly is being. We'll keep you up to date with that as we peruse the pit lane.
Yeah, if anything, the Zhenga Motorsport car, which is no longer in the race, very awkwardly placed for Vortex, because they have to push their V8 past that stricken Cupra in order to gain access to their allocated area of the pit lane. But it would be great if Zhenga could push their car a bit further back and just allow the Vortex that car length right behind the garage door. But thankfully the potential problem with the gull-wing doors coming into contact with a fairly low slung corrugated garage door was spotted in time, and they pushed that door up to allow the necessary clearance. So I reckon of the leading group of cars, Dries van Tor did pit under the last Code 60, that's car 7, but Fred Vervies did not, and Hubert Haupt in the number 4 car is 12 or 13 minutes clear of that car's last pit stop as well. So it would have been perhaps an early stopper in the Code 60, but it wasn't out for very long, was it, that latest purple period of the race? And again, it was about whether you were in that final sector, as Mark Lemmer was alluding to earlier on, to be able to take advantage of a Code 60 that was only 3.5 minutes long.
Yeah, right, Johnny. See, there's 31 seconds between the lead two at the moment, but we think Fred will have to bring his car in. When you're in and taking fuel, assuming everything goes smoothly, it's just what is it, about 2.5 minutes, isn't it? Something like that. Yeah. So, it's over a lap. So yes. At the moment, it's Vervies with the 31-second lead. Haupt is in 3rd place, and they're having a very good run with that Mercedes-Benz, as you'd expect the HPT team to do with all their experience, going back to the Black Falcon days. And then Maro Engel, and I'm sure he's going to be going quickly, and the Lambos slipped back to 5th at the moment, but it's still pretty well anybody's, isn't it, this road? Nobody's really pulling away of that top group. And we've got the Aussie supercar driver Anton De Pasquale in there now. It's won quite a lot of races last season, if I remember correctly. Johnny, you probably tell me exactly how many. I think he won 5 or 6 rounds of the championship last year, finished in the top 4 or 5 in the championship himself. So he's one of the very much coming men of what, of course, used to be the Aussie V8s, as we used to call them. Obviously, they changed all that. But, I mean, it's such a successful championship out there in Australia, so professionally run, and lots of sponsors. And a lot of those drivers are paid good money in Australia. And that's why they tend not to come out of Oz so much. But it's a good, you can make a very good career out there.
Yeah, in the Repco Supercars Championship, there's a new era to look forward to next year, 2023, because at the Bathurst 1000 Ks there were 2 brand new cars on display and being driven around the racetrack. They are changing to the Chevrolet Camaro and the Ford Mustang Mach-1.
Yeah.
So new build cars to really solve the problem about Holden no longer making cars. And
we have had other manufacturers in, of course, haven't we?
Oh, yeah, Nissan, Volvo in more recent years. But, it's gone back to the polarised situation of Holden versus Ford, and moving on from the Ford Falcon to the Ford Mustang. That happened a few years ago. But, yes, a completely different rule set in 2023. 6 wins, to answer your question, for Anton De Pasquale. He had 13 podiums and 11 pole positions. So he turned into somewhat of a qualification specialist, because of the 25 events, 11 of them saw Anton De Pasquale, the man from Melbourne, at the front of 11 different grids of the 25 opportunities to do so.
Now, in 2nd place in the GT3 AM at the moment is the Saudi lady racer, Rima Jafali, and still putting in some excellent, I mentioned this in her previous stint, this girl is quick, she's doing 2:03s. She's only like a second and a half off the top boys, and I think that's very impressive. I don't know if when he when she finishes this session, I'd love to hear from her if John can find her. I've not met her myself, but you probably maybe have it in Britain when she's been racing.
British Touring Car Championship races, yes, and struck me as as someone to look out for in the next few years. Relatively late to motorsport, but then again, in the Saudi Arabia, it was only 2-3 years ago when women were actually allowed to drive on the public roads.
Absolutely.
So some story for her to head to Europe, head to the UK, and get involved in single-seater racing. And it's been fascinating to watch the progress of her through the variety of single-seaters she's raced to this point, and now into GT3 cars, Mercedes AMG.
We've got some great racing out on the track here as well, Johnny, as we talk about some other aspects going on in this race, but some still terrific track action, and our cameramen doing a marvellous job picking up the big battles there, and the director, of course.
So a steady stream of bright LED headlights from turn 16 down the main straight and into turn 1. And it's a couple of TCR cars going hammer and tongs and being caught by the number 30 Schubert Motorsport BMW. That is one of the cars that came, sadly, on the back of a flatbed into pit road. I remember when Nick Damon was on duty in the pit lane, he had a word with Marcel Lennertz at the time. Well, it's Marcel back at the wheel in the 11th placed GT3 runner. So that's effectively GT3 Pro, although not called as such on our entry list for this year, in another BMW M4. John making the point earlier on in our broadcast that they literally can't make those cars quick enough. They've sold out of their allocation already, and there is a long waiting list. 7 M4 GT4s or 3s in this year's race.
Johnny, new fastest lap of the race to Mirko Bortolotti. Has just done a 1:59.6. That's the fastest lap so far. Obviously not quite on the pace of the pole sitting lap, but it's a good lap from Bertolotti in the Lamborghini, in 5th place at the moment, but obviously charging after the Mercedes and Audis in front of him.
Yeah, and it's that period of time when it's very easy to lose a bit of focus from a spectator point of view of the race. We're deep into the night now, not far away from 2 o'clock in the morning, but conditions more or less perfect for setting quick times. And I'm sure there's a bit of time to go yet, a bit of time to be found yet. I'm not sure 59.6 will remain the fastest lap. Mirko Bortolotti or Maro Engel with the potential to go even quicker within the next hour or so. You need to get the traffic just right, but the lower temperatures and the consistency of air is ideal.
Talking about quick laps, somebody we've just seeing for the first time in this race now, one of the really quick Russian drivers from the World Endurance Championship a few years ago when they were running the BRs, Victor Scheiter. And he's turning 202s in the number 13 car. So Scheiter looking good out there. You've got his career up there, Johnny. I know he certainly raced in the World Endurance Championship, didn't he, for a while, when the SMG Bank was sponsoring lots of cars, if you remember.
Yeah, he's a GT3 Le Mans Cup champion and was also the previous year the FIA World Endurance Champion at GTE AM level, and managed to win that across 6 races with 165 points. Those were in the years when they were still going to Silverstone, 2015, and raced in that car with Andrea Bertolini and Alexei Basov in their familiar Russian liveried car, the dark and light blue with the red and the white SMP racing car. And yes, a dominant year in 2015, but he's been racing since 2009.
Yeah, I think he was Formula 3 racer in single-seater race, so quite a long career, but he's quick.
Well, a champion in pretty much everything he's done.
Yeah.
But helped out, of course, by those around him as well. He's silver rated. So as part of the WEC campaign where he was a champion, he needed Bertolini as the platinum and Alexei Basov as the then bronze rated driver to take them to a title win.
Yeah, SMP Bank, Boris Rostanov ploughed a lot. Rostenberg, I think, ploughed a lot of money into racing for a while, particularly in the World Endurance Championship, built their own cars, and but then stepped away from it. But they still sponsor a lot of stuff in Russia, and they've got a sort of racing academy where they bring young drivers on.
Yeah, well, there was some talk, Boris Rottenberg building that BR01, and there was some talk that Elton Julian's crew, Dragon Speed, they still have a BR01, and the fact that Cinetech got into the WEC with a grandfathered car last year, taking an old LMP1 to the current rule set. Elton Julian thinking to do the same thing this year in the World Endurance Championship with their BR01, because it's just gathering dust somewhere. I haven't heard any more about that, and I know that the official entry has been revealed now in the latest FIA meeting, with perhaps controversially by Collis told that they cannot enter this year's championship with their new hypercar.
Apparently they own the Van Wall name, but I don't know where they bought that. I used to manage a guy called Colin van der Velde, it's the son of Tony van der Velde of Van Wall Racing Cars, and I'm a bit surprised that Collis has managed to acquire the Van Wall name, and I must ring Colin, he lives in Monaco, and find out what goes. John's got a bit more on. Let's hear what your take on it, John.
It's a very interesting one, Andrew, to be honest, and believe it or not, it all comes out of Brexit, and I can't believe I'm hearing myself saying that. There was a European edict that if you wanted to hold on to trademarks and copyrights, you had to do it a certain amount of time before Brexit was enacted. And it may be that the former owners, or they would say current owners of those trademarks, have not registered them in Europe before Brexit. And Colin Collis, being the wily businessman that he is, saw an opportunity there to get a manufacturer, which is what you need to have a Le Mans hypercar. I believe it'll be settled in the courts.
Because he previously raced cars under the name of Lotus, didn't he, for a while?
Yes, he did.
And I think, well, Van Wall Racing Cars, of course, managed to beat Ferrari to the World Championship.
And Andrew,
in Formula One.
Yeah, and Andrew, there is a Van Wall continuation historic Formula One car that is, I was going to say on the drawing board. It's more than that. It does actually exist now. I believe orders have been taken.
Well, for some reason or not, Collis has not been granted an entry. I'm not sure if it's anything to do with the Van Wall name, but he's always been a controversial character. Run Formula One teams in the past, of course, as Colin Collis, and now with his son, and an associate of Bernie Ecclestone at times, I think.
Yeah, apparently, I think, Andrew, there's more to just the Van Wall moniker on that as to why the ACO weren't entirely happy about that name and that car. Peugeot, of course, have done something similar to what Glickenhaus did last year, and they haven't homologated their car yet, and they're going to wait to the last possible moment to do that, because once you do it, you freeze the specification of the car. So the Peugeot entry to that stunning 39 car entry to the WEC, the Peugeot 2 entries are still asterisk subject to approval and homologation. I don't think we read quite as much into that. They're just waiting to finalise their specification, and there's some thought that they won't race until the end of the season in order that they can make their decisions and potentially see a little bit more of the competition and benchmark themselves against it. There's a fairly sensible bit of chat coming out of sources, a couple of sources that I've been talking to, that it was never the plan for Peugeot to run Le Mans this year. They want to keep the Peugeot 72, the 9x8, the powder dry, as it were, until the 100th anniversary next year. So we'll just have to wait and see, I suppose.
I suppose we will. Interestingly, the front of the field, John, Dries van Thor doing a fantastic job closing up on Fred Vervish now. The gap is 26 seconds, and then we've got Haupt another lap behind, and then Bortolotti, despite doing that fastest lap of the race, in 4th place, another lap down. He's got Maro Engel just 5 seconds behind him, and then Al-Faisal Al-Zubair is another sort of 16 seconds or 14 seconds further down the road. So very good battle there for 4th place with those three. And Anton de Pasquale, he is in 7th. Phil Quaife is now back in the 85 in the American car, American Mercedes, in 8th place. And then it's Jaap van Lagen in 9th in the number 19, and in 99 is the Luca Engsler, who you interviewed. He's in 10th.
Super bit of overtaking from Maro Engel as he reached turns 3 and 4, though, to go around the outside. It looked like a slot car because of the amount of grip that was evident for that car. It was sticking a bit of lappery on some of those cars and took the high line then through 3 and 4. Plenty of drivers have been saying it's a dangerous game to be off the racing line, but Maro Engel knows always how much to push and then how much to be conservative in other areas of the track. Not a moment to lose for the German, who is closing in on Italian Mirko Bortolotti, as Andrew mentions. 5 seconds the deficit, and although Engel was a little slower on the previous lap, he has already found some time on Bortolotti during this current lap. 0.2 of a second through the middle sector, and they're about to cross the line for the 253rd time. Bortolotti for Barwell, and Sun Energy won by SPS Automotive Performance. That's the Mercedes of Maro Engel, and the gap stays pretty much the same, actually. 5.4 seconds, with Engel still running in 5th place. It's Fred Vervish, Dries van Thor, 1st and 2nd for Audi R8 LMS GT3. WRT cars, both of them, but remember the MS7 part of car number 7, the Saudi Arabian entered machine, flag machine, and then the Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT Mercedes for Hubert Haupt, running in 3rd place for car number 4.
Going really quickly in the 992 Pro category, and leading that, Larry ten Voort, has been the Porsche Super Cup champion the last couple of years. John, I think he's been Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland champion as well, hasn't he? So he is setting the pace in that category, but he's not that far ahead of the 934 of Max van Spluteren, who's another Porsche Super Cup driver.
Yeah, second, as you say, in the pro part of the 992, the new for 2022 992 Porsche class, and then 3rd in pro, quite a bit further down actually, and behind the two 992 AM leaders is Julius Adomavicius of Lithuania, and Red Camel Jordans.nl Porsche currently in 3rd place. Remember, it was Red Camel who sported a 992 version of the Porsche Cup car before they were officially homologated, but it was great to see that car out for some accumulation of data, I'm sure, for Creventic. And also, I mean, the 992 car has been a homologated race car within the domestic series for a year now, at least in some of the domestic championships around Europe, but it now breaks into its own class in the 24H series racing for the first time here at Dubai.
Stewie Hall is in the GT4 408 car at the moment and is leading that category. So Stuart, for once, having to look in the mirrors, as we heard him say in his interview, in this much slower GT4 machinery. But he has got, well, let's have a look. How much has he got in front of the De Angelis car? Oh, he's a couple of laps, I think.
This is the Radio Show Limited network of channels bringing you live coverage of the 2022 Hankook Dubai 24 Hours. Andrew Marriott and Johnny Palmer live from the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. On into the next hour we go. 2 a.m. in Dubai. That means just less than, in fact, an hour to go before we reach half distance, and mentally, again, another big milestone. But an awful lot more darkness still to come before you can even think about breakfast and lunchtime, and then a bit of after lunch food at 3 p.m. rather, when we've finished, and a chance to reconserve, take on board a bit more energy. Jean-Francois Bruno, I think we're talking about losing something like 3 kilos of water weight during one of his stints. So you think how much you have to become hydrated at the end of some of these tough stints. And the Dubai Autodrome looks fairly simple, I suppose, on paper, but it's a killer on the neck muscles, particularly the early phase of the lap, where you're turning right and then right again through the sweepers. Then it's very tough indeed through turn 8, and finally you get to relax the left side of your neck into the bowl at turn 9, and a chance then to contemplate life down the long straight between 9 and 10. But it's a tricky end to the lap as well, very technical, and if there's traffic for you to deal with, no real let up in the levels of concentration required. The corners become tighter and tighter towards the end of this 16-corner circuit. And the scars of battle from earlier on in the race still laid out left and right of the race cars around turns 10 and 11. Big chunks out of the polystyrene marker boards, some of which I'm sure are down on the list for the local marshals to replace during the next Code 60. But we've had so many of those, it's just great at this stage to have some sustained running now at race speed. So Fred Vervisch and Dries Van Tor are your 2 leading cars from the Tame Belgian squad. WRT, Vincent Voss's outfit, and Vervisch of Belgium leading Dries Van Tor likewise, and then the MS7 by WRT car. Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT is Hubert Haupt, the H in that name, and Barwell Motorsports Mirko Bortolotti having weathered the storm somewhat, because Maro Engel was getting closer and closer in the Sun Energy 1 by SPS Mercedes, got within 5 seconds of the Italian. That's now almost been doubled, the gap between 4th and 5th places. In the TCR part of the order, or TCE will do, it is 3 TCR cars that lead the way. AC Motorsport, BBR, brackets Monlau, and Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing, Peter Pozovac, but it's Yannick Method that leads from Kantandi Kisuri. So Audi, Cupra and Audi. And then the next cars in the TCE series are all TCX entries. Antoine Lepescu in the Ligier JS2R from Les Deux Arbres. Yeti Racing second in TCX for Thomas Krebs in the BMW M2. And then it's Antoine Lecoste in his M2 for Kogimo TLRT, the combined entry there effectively for car 255. And they in turn are ahead of Schubert Motorsports BMW M2 for Torsten Schubert himself, and Henrik Thompson in the Sally Racing Cupra from Denmark. So finally we are getting an idea now of who's got some speed after nearly another half an hour of green flag running. We had half an hour before just a 3.5 minute Code 60, so although that was an interruption, many of the teams were able to work it into strategy if they were in the final sector at the time. Otherwise they kind of just ignored the last Code 60 and continued to plough on. That may well have given a slight advantage to the number 7 car, although if you take fuel during a Code 60 you can only take on board half of your usual fuel allocation. I think that did give the Dries Van Tor number 7 car a slight advantage, but Fred Vervisch, who did not stop during the Code 60, had to stop afterwards, and Hubert Haupt likewise are still running in 1st and in 3rd place. And if I get the right screen in front of me, I can probably tell you who's likely to be needing to pit next. So
this is all very clever, Johnny.
Let's have a look. The Vervisch car is expected in next, followed by Hubert Haupt, then Mirko Bortolotti, and then Dries Van Tor. So the leading car, having done 22 laps on this current stint, will need to pit probably in the next 13 laps, judging by Jean-Baptiste Simonau's 35-lap stint the previous occasion.
So we expect Vantor to cycle through to the lead of the race during that period, but he still needs to try and take some time out of Fred Vervish, doesn't he, at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, Dries's average lap time, a 2:01.8. There can't possibly be any code 60 amongst that. Yeah. And it's a terrific average lap time, over 14 laps as well. So something like a half stint just done by Dries.
Well, Vervish is actually pulling away a bit from Vanthor at the moment, but I think we've got another report from John Hindhaugh, who seems to be enjoying himself down in the pits.
Andrew, what's
John.
not to like? Let's be honest. It's still a bit sticky. I was listening to Johnny talking about the humidity in the visit CaymanIsland.com weather update half an hour or so ago. I can confirm that because I'm in t-shirt and shorts, and it's beautiful temperature-wise, but it is a bit sticky. Now you might just be able to hear in the background the little throb and drone of a V8 twin turbocharged Aston Martin engine. And the good news is that those headlights behind me and that engine ticking over is that of the number 95 dual racing with TF Sport. That's at what, now 3 hours or thereabouts that they've been in the pit lane, and that's coming to an end shortly. The bonnet has been ready to go back on, so the Mutrans, as Joe Bradley would say, may well be coming back.
He's enjoyed uttering that line so far this weekend. And Ramsey, who was last at the wheel at number 95, may well be back into the car, if not one of two of his brothers that are joining in that 95 car run by Tom Ferrier's outfit.
Yeah. Johnny, one of the changes for this season is the points allocation, and I believe for this season points are being awarded at half distance as well as, so it's not just you can get points at a half distance, and we're coming up to that. We're about an hour away from half distance in this race, so maybe there'll be a bit of jockeying for position then, and people trying to actually use strategy to make sure they're at the top of their class as that halfway distance hits.
Yeah, in a similar vein, although points have not been awarded at the end of day one of the split 12-hour races.
Yeah.
But remember, we have had in the past 3 and 9, 3 hours plus 9 hours of the 12-hour races, sometimes 4 plus 8, and it's all about being on the lead lap at the interval. Well, similar to what happens at the Rolex 24 at Daytona, where points are awarded at 6 hours and 12 hours, quite possibly at 18 as well.
I think they are,
so this is an inter-race scrap, if you like, to try and stay out front if you can. There's a car way off the track and going in a very different direction from everybody else there briefly.
I did see that, and I wondered if it was just a bit of an optical illusion from where the camera was, but
I didn't see any other cars doing that same approach to turns 5 and 6 though, so it had me slightly concerned for a brief time. It's now got back to pointing in the right direction now.
Going on board again.
The number 4 car heading towards the end of the long straight, and towards the end of down towards turn 16. And no, I'll say that again. This is early on in the lap, isn't it, for car 4? So yes, now heading through the sweepers in the early sector of the lap, has in front the Aston Martin, so around turn 7 and turn 8.
It's right down to second gear there, look.
Yeah, tight corner at turn 8 itself. 9 is always rewarding when you get it right.
Yeah.
And then you get pinged out of that left-hander onto, it's so crucial, that corner, because of the massive amount of banking that you have at your advantage and at your disposal to give you a good rocket out of turn 9 and down towards turn 10. But Hubert Haupt doesn't have anybody else to run with, and therefore no toe to take advantage of. But what would you favour? A little bit of a toe or a clear racetrack in front? I would suggest the latter, because Hubert Haupt is making good time in car number 4, running in third position. I'm desperate to try and get some of the time back on the two leading Audis. 2:03.9 last time around for the much experienced German, hunting down two Belgians out front from Belgian crew, WRT.
He's done a lot of time in that car as well, hasn't he, Haupt? As I mentioned before, almost 30 years ago was a factory Audi driver and still racing at the top level here. This particular car sponsored by Abu Dhabi Racing, but the team based just a kilometre or so from the Nürburgring.
Hubert's done just over 3 hours of driving. Raffaele Marciello almost 5 hours.
Right.
And Manuel Metzger has done less than either of those two, with 2 hours and 18. But only 3 drivers so far down for car number 4. That means we haven't seen any laps yet from Khaled Al-Kubaisi.
No, we haven't.
And he's the Abu Dhabi racing element, if you like, with Haupt from Germany, Marciello Swiss-Italian, and Manuel Metzger on a Swiss licence, but from Germany originally.
And we believe that dual racing Aston is back on the racetrack after that long fix. It took the best part of 3 hours, but congratulations to those guys.
Yeah, so its last pit stop, 1 hour and 50 minutes.
All right.
Actually, I haven't got the previous, no, the pit stop that it's just emerged from. I haven't got at all. I wonder whether
John had said it was been there for 3 hours, didn't he?
Right, total, yeah, maybe. But well, it did appear back out on track at 1:05 local. But how it then got back into the pits with a secondary problem, it may not have even pinged the pit lane entry timing loop. So 3 hours or so, and now back into the race, which is great work from Dual Racing with TF Sport. Having, well, it was Ramsey Moutron that brought it in at the end of a triple. Ahmed Al-Hati had done a triple before that as well. But long time, and it would be very, very easy to give things up there, I suppose, and call it a day, or 2 days, but they haven't. Moutron's away from this race for a good couple of years, so they're not going to give up easily.
Yeah, I think they're in the advertising industry. Certainly one of them is the COO of a major advertising agency in Dubai. I think they're all in marketing.
And yeah, a long run of taking part in this event in all sorts of different cars. And I certainly remember the days of the Mehmet Ogilvy Seat.
Yes, because Ogilvy made their advertising agency. That's who he works for.
Yeah, okay. With the art car livery, where they used to share that with Phil Quave. And then, you know, as I say, a variety of different cars. I think it started in the A5 division when you go back far enough, and then worked their way up to the quicker GT machinery. But it's been a couple of years away. 2019 was the last Dubai 24 hours that they competed in. The 2010 was their first year, actually in an A2 car, the Dual Racing team as they were known then. That was a Renault Clio Cup car 12 years ago. Number 4, with its instantly recognisable roofline LEDs in bright blue. Hubert Haupt, again, generally finding quieter areas of the racetrack. He did just have a car to overtake, but now he's the safe side of that. Now there are headlights further up the road, and there's a couple of 3 cars in fact in amongst that glare, but it will take a couple of corners for Hubert Haupt to be right with that trio, and may well involve cars of different performance.
I definitely will, I think. Just watch him now as he approaches these 3 cars. How great flashes of light in front of us, but our cameraman staying with us nicely, and there he is. Look at the closing speed down here as we go on board, and is he going to try and get one of them well, the track's virtually blocked, isn't it? It's got to go down the inside, I think, now of the Porsche, and doesn't have that much extra speed on the straight, does he?
No, up against a Porsche Cup car.
Yeah.
which has next to no aero.
Which is now passing somebody else. And Haupt's still got to find his. We got past one of the four. But this Porsche's been a little bit tricky to get around. He does it now. I think he's got a GT4. Is that a GT4 Audi in front of him there? He's going to nip past that in a moment.
I reckon that's the car collection AM entered
yeah,
car.
I think you're right. Yes, it's not.
Which will have a red door on one side of it.
That's the one. He's gone past that.
So that's Elmar Grimm running 5th in the GT3 AM class.
He's about 6'4", Elmar Grimm. He's one of those people, when I interview him, I have to stand on a box.
Certainly has to fold his way into the car collection motorsport car.
But they're all friends in that car, you know. I think 3 older guys are all mates, and then obviously Max Endelhoff is the son, and he's the semi-pro in that car. But they have a lot of fun together. Those Dr. Kirchhoff and so on, who's a doctor of engineering, and runs a big company that makes a lot of automotive parts.
Well, Elmar's first Dubai 24 Hours was back in 2008. He also started in the A5 class.
Oh, we got the 991 Porsche has turned around, and he spins it back and heads in the correct direction.
That's Bob Herber for NKPP Racing, one of a number of cars prepared by Baz Kooten and his crew, getting more and more substantial with every year.
And he's lying second in that now quite sparse 991 class.
Yeah, it only started with 3 cars, and the 955 has had more than its fair share of bad luck. Amazingly, it still runs though. Sabino Di Castro now at the Vidi Motorsport by Ebby Motors wheel. But it's a long way back from the duo that lead for the older iteration of the Porsche Cup cars. Red Ant Racing, the leader for Yannick Redant. So that's where Red Ant comes from. I just realised that.
Horrible things, Red Ants. They bite. Tiny little things. I've been bitten by them in Florida and had my hands swell up. Nasty things.
Ouch.
I wouldn't name a racing team after that, but I can understand why they have.
Yeah, Red Ant without the gap between the two, but it sort of lends itself neatly to a kind of cool name for a race team. And Yannick then one of the key players, you have to think, within that. But I think it's the first time we've seen Red Ant Racing as part of the 24H series. 903 leads the class from the NKPP Racing crew, then number 991.
And the 777 is in the pits. Al Faisal Al Saber. And John Hindhoff is down there to give us the report. What's happening, John, with the 777?
Well, I have to say I did stand back a little bit there. I didn't think he was going to stop on the board, but he has perfectly. Brand new set of sticker Hankook tyres going on the dark red and cream car. This is a stunning livery, even in the evening time. And the
I'm actually wrong about Red Ant Racing. They have featured once before, but that's not with Yannick Red Ant. It was with Bert. Now, I don't know the family relation between Bert and Yannick. They may well be brothers. And Red Ant Racing, having run before in Cup 1 at Barcelona in 2016, when they had one of the BMW M235i's. Bert Red Ant, part of that driving lineup, along with Pieter van Ester. Then also Michael Verheren of Belgium and Conrad Tayut. They were all part of that Cup 1 divisions, but that's about that is 6 years ago now at the Barcelona event. But Red Ant Racing, I reckon, making their debut here in Dubai in 2022, and as part of the Porsche Cup division, but for the 991 cars. Fred Vervies heading through the very high-speed and technical section in the early part of the lap now. Bit of curb on the left, bit of curb on the right, and lines the car up perfectly into turn 6 and then 7, which is by far the tighter of those two right-handers. Then is spat out the other side of the bowl at turn 9, with the headlights glinting off the Armco, pretty close to Fred Verviche's right-hand side there.
And the gap between Verviche and Van Thor really is staying at about 23 seconds, isn't it? Sometimes Verviche goes a bit quicker, sometimes Van Thor takes a second or so off him. I think this is all in traffic. I think if you just had an empty track, their speed is almost exactly the same.
Yeah, and remember, they are teammates within WRT, so those that are in command there, yes, that they're fighting one another, and of course the MS7 part of the 7 crew desperate to win this race. So if it gets to it, they will race one another.
I'm sure they will,
and rather ruthlessly towards the end of the race. But I think at this phase, probably Frederick and Dries have been given delta times, if you like. Don't drive the thing on its door handles, because we want to get some good fuel consumption. So push without risk, the old Lena Gade phrase, to slice your way through traffic as readily as you can without being stupid in the risk-taking. Round the outside, now to the inside goes the number 3 car. So that was a fair bit of intense lappery. That was the car collection Audi. And I wonder who's currently at the wheel of that. It's Jörg Wiebahn, who has experience around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, as well as here at the Dubai 24 Hours. And Wiebahn heading then out of turn 9 and down the long straight. He's a former champion in GT4 European Series at the Pro Sport Performance crew, who are again here with an Aston Martin. And he took a championship in the GT4 European Championship in 2016.
And he's been racing a while, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Yeah, first Nürburgring 24 Hours in the late 90s, actually.
Yeah, I thought he was a really experienced guy, but doing a good job.
Yeah, Dubai 24 Hours, his first 2007. So coming back for his 15th edition, if he's been to everyone in between, of course. But almost here from the start. Car 3 then heading out of the final corner.
And number 20 has just made a pit stop. I suspect that Rima Jafari will get out of the car. It'd be great if John could try and find her. We'd love to hear from her. She may, of course, go straight back to the motorhome or something there. But John, one to look out for. Number 20 car in the pit now, I believe.
2 minutes and 13 seconds adrift of Luca Engstler's Attempto Racing, the camouflage-covered Audi, and therefore a larger margin to the GT3 AM leaders, who are CP Racing. And after the heady heights of 4th place, I think they got to overall, they have slipped down a little bit, but that's partly to do with the fact that the absolute pros in teams like Barwell, Sun Energy One, Herbert Motorsport have all got on board for the overnight stints, and the fact that the GT3s are overtaking the GT3 AM leader is to be expected. But they are still very much ensconced in the top 10, 7th position currently for the 85, and a very decent lead over that second place car that you talk about from SPS Automotive Performance, where Rima Jafari's just come to the end of her stint. And we'll wait to see who takes the 20 car over. Valentin Pierberg, quite possibly, who's been a co-champion with Tom Onslow Cole not too long ago in the SPS Automotive Mercedes at international GT Open level. So we'll wait to see. That car's going to be a couple of more minutes in the fueling area. Also taking fuel, Hubert Haupt. And we'd expected that number 4 car in as the first to stop of the leading 4. That's possibly a little bit early, actually, for Hubert Haupt. 26 laps on the stint. So he could have gone... He's come in earlier, actually, the number 4, than Fred Verviche, who is further into his stint by 4 laps. So that's slightly perplexing that car 4 needed fuel at this stage. But it depends whether there was a hiccup earlier on. When the car came down pit lane, was it even able to take on the right amount of fuel? If there weren't no free pumps, that might answer the question. So Haupt in, and that will give a big advantage to Mirko Bortolotti, And it's Haupt to hand over to Manuel Metzger, in fact. And Metzger we haven't seen for a couple of stints.
He's a previous winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours.
Yeah.
But he's basically their AM, isn't he, in that team? But has a very good record in these sort of cars and these sort of races.
Yes, you need... Well, the AM is Khalid Al-Kubaisi, who's not done any racing yet.
He's
the semi-pro.
Semi-pro, yeah.
And Hubert Haupt these days are semi-pro, despite being gold previously, but he's now north of 50.
Yes.
Which will bump him down as it does in the FIA ranking system. So they have one pro, who is Marciello. Hubert Haupt and Manuel Metzger both semi-pros, and I think Metzger might even be able to edge Haupt on the average laps. We'll wait and see. Because I remember that year at the Nürburgring 24 Hours when Metzger was part of the lineup with, well, certainly Adam Christodoulou.
Yeah, it was Christodoulou one, wasn't it?
Yes.
He was in the car.
So it was Christo, it was Metzger, it was Mauro Engel, and it was a certain Bernd Schneider as well. 2016 was that win at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. But actually, their secret weapon that not a great deal of people knew about at the time was Manuel Metzger. And he did a lot of the heavy lifting overnight, in fact. So he shouldn't be overlooked. And Metzger back into that car. The one man we've been missing to this point is Khalid Al-Kubaisi, but he only needs to do 2 hours.
Yeah, which he'll probably do tomorrow.
I think he will in the daylight, yeah. And they're looking to make as much progress as possible without him to that point. So that car slips to 5th position now as a result of the out-of-sequence pit stop. And just slight question marks about why that needed to be done with only 26 laps having been completed by Hubert Haupt, when you consider, well, 37 laps had been previously done by Raffaele Marciello, but that will have included some Code 60. There wouldn't have been any Code 60 in the Haupt stint, but still, you can go to the mid-30s, I thought, even with a very thirsty 6.2 litre Mercedes V8.
I wonder why they've done that.
I don't know.
They will have a reason, I suspect.
Slow puncture.
Yeah, could
maybe. Or as I say, I don't know whether the previous fuel stint went swimmingly, and if they couldn't find a free pump, or they could only get a certain amount of fuel in, that might answer the question as well. But if John's anywhere near to the 4 crew and Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT, depending on what they will tell you, be fascinated to find out why that stop has happened when it did.
That'd be nice to hear from Hubert, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
As the team boss as well.
And yeah, to find out, well, what's happened in recent years, which is the exchange, it seems, from Black Falcon to HRT. Black Falcon still present, certainly in other areas of motor racing, not least in the Michelin Le Mans Cup as well, which is part and parcel of the European Le Mans Series and features in the Road to Le Mans at the 24 Hours every year as well. So Black Falcon still can be found on entry lists around Europe.
But not running the top Mercedes.
But not running, yeah, I know. And that has become HRT. And not the same as HRT Performance, because we've got 2 different HRT teams, which we're fairly confident are different entirely. Valentin Pierberg is the new driver into the 20 car, by the way. So Rima Jafali out and Pierberg in to be 15th and second in the GT3 AM part of the race. It is 2:30 in the morning, so we are around about the coolest temperature we will experience this evening. Let's have a close look at the weather then with Visit Cayman Islands. Still that faint haze in the air as we are at 19 degrees Celsius. Precipitation chance is still way down at 2%, but humidity's way up at 72% and a very slight breeze as well. There'll be more cloud cover on day 2 of the 2022 Dubai 24 Hours than on Friday, and that cloud will keep the heat in, producing 27 degrees Celsius as a high temperature, and then by Saturday night we'll reach a low of 19. There's still the chance of some showers on Sunday, but thankfully that will not interfere in the race, as it did so dramatically 2 years ago here at the Dubai Autodrome. So that is the weather now and for the future hours, courtesy of Visit Cayman Islands. And another 30 minutes or so to go in this race, and we will reach half distance at 3 o'clock in the morning. We were looking for an update on car number 4 and the early pit stop, we think, for Hubert Haupt, coming in after just 26 laps and handing over to Manuel Metzger. John just suggesting that that car came in earlier than we had been expecting for fuel, but we don't know what sort of stop it had previously.
Well, yes, that's the issue, isn't it? There's no sign of any issues down here on either side of the HRT, the Haupt Racing Team garage. I'll dive in for a second. Excuse me, was there any problem on the lap? Was there any problem that brought the number 4 car in early? It was only about 26 laps when Hubert came in.
I don't know. I'm not on the 4.
All right, who's on the 4? Point me to somebody who's on the 4 car. The man who is trying to sleep. The man who's trying to sleep.
Hubert's obviously gone to the back of the garage.
Was there a problem on the 4 car when Hubert came in a little bit?
Sorry, what?
Was there any problem with the 4 car when Hubert came in a little early? No.
And if there was, they're not going to tell you.
Yeah,
okay, guys, sorry, I think I lost you there for a moment.
That's all right, but we think we heard the answer,
however,
which was quite simply
it would appear no problem on the number 4 car at all.
Okay. Well, the pace was good to that point. 2:08.2 was a very reasonable average lap, and Hubert's best time in isolation was a 2:01, which is certainly equivalent to Maro Engel. In fact, it was a tenth of a second quicker than the great Maro Engel. So I don't think the car's in any difficulty in terms of its performance. I just wonder whether did one of those Hankooks just start to feel a bit squidgy, and they thought it better to change it and get some fuel on at the same time. Probably Hubert Haupt is the only man to answer that question.
We may never know. One car we haven't mentioned much, Johnny, is the all-Brazilian squad in the Swiss FAC Auto Porsche. And interestingly, just in that car for the first time is Attila Roberto de Abreu, who used to be one of the stars of Brazilian stock car racing. In fact, back in 2014, he finished second in the championship and did a bit of racing in the Formula 3 Euro Series way back 15, 16 years ago. But it's an all-Brazilian squad, that, mainly amateur drivers.
Yeah, that's a fascinating marriage, that, isn't it?
But the guy that's in the car now, De Abreu, is allegedly a pro. Now, quite why he's a pro, I don't know. So finishing second in the Brazilian Stock Car Championship 8 years ago, I wouldn't have thought would have made him a gold, really. But
that's true. Let's just have a little look as to what else he's done through his career. In 2013, he was racing in the FIA GT Series, but it's been stock car Brazil.
I mean, he's one of the regulars in that championship, I think.
Yes, but never a champion, as you said.
You know, that a bit like what we used to call the Aussie V8s, like the Aussie Supercars. It's a pretty big championship, that, in Brazil. And I think they're all V8 cars, and some very professional teams in it, and some even ex-Formula 1 drivers sometimes drop back into that. And Rubens has taken part in it, for instance, Rubens Barrichello.
Yeah, I know there are certain levels of domestic series that kind of automatically put you at the gold level, but as you say, he hasn't been a champion, has finished second though, and maybe that's enough. And
well,
they look at the stats as to how quick he is as well.
Well, they do that also. I mean, the FIA definitely do that and monitor.
Running 2005, ran in the Formula 3 Euro Championship with Muka Motorsport.
Yeah, it's a good team.
And initially started in Formula BMW in Germany, the ADAC series. But much more recently has been keeping things within his home country from Sao Paulo.
I think they maybe have a 24-hour race at Interlagos sometimes.
Okay.
But I don't know if you're looking at his stats there.
But yeah, it's an interesting question about what you say about the driver rating.
Yeah, when
though.
I was going through the entry, I thought, why the hell is he a pro stroke gold? I mean, Creventic have made him a pro because he's presumably an FIA gold. So
yes.
Anyway, there we are.
And I guess that they got together as a quintet and approached FAC Autotech and said, "Will you run a Porsche for us?"
Yeah, but also because they're running in the pro section because of him rather than the AM.
Yes. So you have 4 AMs and a pro. But the fact that they have 1 pro forces you into the pro category. Yeah. Whereas at GT3 level, you can have 1 pro and be a pro AM car.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of not discrepancy, but a grey area.
31's in for fuel now.
All right. So that will have gone very close to John Hindhaugh, who's keeping a keen eye on otherwise a fairly quiet pit lane.
All of a sudden, Johnny, it's starting to get very busy, oddly. It comes in waves, doesn't it, when you've had so much code 60. Everybody's been in and out. The driver is going to be changed on this stop. And by the way, Andrew, I did try to get a hold of our Saudi lady driver. She wanted it to disappear quite quickly.
Yeah.
So just waiting for the... Just waiting for the 7 to come in, sorry, Andrew.
The 31's in as well, so both the lead cars are in now. Yeah, 7's in the pits, 31 I think is there, yeah.
31's been and gone, Andrew. Here comes the NM7. It's going to be a full service with new Hankook tyres. We're right up at the pit out end of pit lane, so apologies. I think I lost you there for a wee moment. Who brought that car in, guys?
The 7 was brought in by Dries van Tor.
And he's just got out of the car.
He's out. I'll let him get his helmet off and then see if we can get a wee word with him. And the 31 was in the lap before, Andrew. The McDonald's sign on the door is the giveaway on that one.
Yeah, that car's still just finishing out fueling now.
That was a driver change as well, Andrew. Also just going out the 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes, and that's a full service and into the pits for some fuel as well, into the fueling area. I'll try and grab Dries now.
29 laps Dries completed, with Fred Vervisch, his car now in the fueling area, actually 36 laps done, so 7 more. But Vervisch's stint will have started in the Code 60, so he will have gained some fuel consumption that way.
Well, actually, it's great, isn't it? The two are now running the same strategy, so running together. That makes it a little bit easier to call the thing.
Yes.
But I'm sure John will get Dries, and it'll be great to hear from him. And the great battle that's going on between those 2 cars from that super Belgian team there. And also, I noticed that as it's all cycling through at the moment, Bertolotti has moved up into 3rd place back again in the 77 Lambo.
Yeah, his lap from earlier on in this stint still stands as the best lap of the race. So the only driver, I think, to be in the 159s. He did
no, the 777 was 59.911.
And we've had 4 cars actually in the 159s, but not necessarily in the last half an hour, which is when Mirko set his fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he set it in the dark. The others did it in the light, I think.
Yeah, so Mirko's is still the fastest, 159.6, but we've had a 159.681. So that is 0.06 of a second slower for car 7.
I think that was Dries van Tor earlier in the race, was it?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I think so.
159.804 for the 4 Abu Dhabi Racing by HRT car. And another car with pace, which is a bit further down the order, is the Treble 7. Al Manar Racing by HRT, which did a 159.911. Again, though, earlier on in the daylight hours. So Dries van Tor, fresh, or perhaps not so fresh, from a 29-lap race. The man that can answer the question is John.
Actually, sickeningly fresh. Dries van Tor looking at the moment, gentlemen, as he's just finished that stint for Team WRT. Dries, first of all, how are you feeling and how was that stint?
Quite okay, just so much traffic you have to deal with. It's yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare this stint, but I mean, we are first and second for WRT, so that's great. I mean, I think we just have to try to survive the night. Like I said, the traffic is a mess, so we have to just try to survive, and hopefully we can start to really push from tomorrow morning onwards.
Right, we're not even at halfway yet, Dries. Teams first and second. No thought of any team orders or anything, but will you be allowed to race if it comes down to that in the last couple of hours?
I think so. I don't see any reason why not, but our Momo already did quite some time in the car. The other car didn't yet, so I think that's an advantage that we have, and I think we'll only be clear from tomorrow morning onwards, so yeah, we have to wait for tomorrow morning.
It's an event like no other, this one, really, with the traffic density. I heard one of the other drivers, Jules Goudon, I was talking to earlier, he described the traffic densities like being on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. No time for you to rest out there, really.
No, you just have to deal with traffic 24/7, and there are faster cars who are a bit slower, and you have got slow cars which you have to try and avoid, and you've got some cars which somehow can end your race, so you've got to take care of everything, and that's what makes this race so special.
Now, I noticed that you're not wearing your own overalls. Why is that?
Well, I didn't really know that there was a new rule, and I forgot my proper overalls, so that's the real.
It can happen. It can happen to us all. Yeah. Tell me about the rest of your season and what you're going to be doing. Where else are we going to be seeing you this year, Dries?
Well, for sure, mainly we're doing GT World Challenge again, together with Charles, probably. Sprint and endurance, and then we have to see for the rest. For sure, Intercontinental we'll still do again. And then let's see, you know, the future is coming, so there's some new things coming, so hopefully, you know, we have to wait and see what that brings, but for sure it's something which I'm aiming for, and hopefully it can be possible.
Vincent Voss is a wily old character, and he's managed to sign Valentino Rossi to the European Championship. What do you think that's going to do for the team and for endurance racing?
I think it's a great thing, him coming over. I was there in Valencia when he was driving, and actually I was quite impressed how he did. He went up to speed quite fast, and that was nice to see. Also for the championship, I think it's really nice that a legend like him is coming over and is starting to come over in a four-wheel career, let's say, compared to two wheels. But I'm really looking forward to work together with him, and hopefully get some nice stories we can deal with each other. And I'm looking forward to a nice season together with him.
I've got to tell you, I'm finding it very impressive watching you, talking to you now when you've got the Union flag up here. We're going to claim you for Great Britain now, Dries.
Well, we can always talk about that, that's the word.
It can always happen. Listen, congratulations so far. Coming up to half distance. I'll let you get some rest. Cheers, Dries.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Dries van Tor there, guys. And I thought some interesting comments there. Obviously hinting, Andrew, towards the Audi LMDH programme coming up in the future.
Absolutely. That's what he was dangling for, wasn't it? And he's got about 5 other people after that as well. Interesting. James Pulko's an Anglo-Malaysian driver, isn't he? That must race for that same team. So I wasn't sure what the comment was about the race suit. Maybe his race suit was out of date or something.
I think there are new rules for this season. I think about race wear, a race suit, and he'd forgotten about them, so didn't have the correct race suit with him.
Why did they have that suit there? Anyway, apposite question from John as well about Valentino Rossi. I mean, I thought he would go to car racing. Remember, he did do some very good times at Fiorano in a Ferrari Formula 1 car about 10 years ago. And there was even talk then that he might make the switch, as of course John Surtees had done before him and many others. And I was absolutely convinced that he would come GT racing, and I was sure he would be in an AF Corsa, a Ferrari, and then finishes up in a Belgian Audi. So
you can never guess these things.
Well, I suppose it's worked out that it's a very good team, and he's got the chance of going up to LMP2 with them and so on. So, I mean, he's got such a huge following, hasn't he?
Yeah, you've got to think several moves ahead in this game. Back to John.
Yeah, the interest with the Audi connection, Andrew, is that, yes, Valentino Rossi did a test for Ferrari back in whenever it was, 2007, 2008, whenever it was. However, his ties now are much closer to Audi because he is running his own MotoGP satellite Ducati team. And Ducati and Audi are joined at the hip now. So actually it makes perfect sense for Valle to be in an Audi. And I wouldn't put it past him being at Le Mans in a GTE AM car and potentially even in a customer LMDH in years to come. I think that's what he's aiming for. He wants to go into the top class at Le Mans.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense when you put it like that.
Valentino first drove a Ferrari Formula 1 car back in 2004, and he did odd tests for the next 5 or 6 years occasionally. Yeah, but yeah, interesting because yes, Ducati now owned by Audi. I'd forgotten.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So well thought out, John. I hadn't worked that connection out. So anyway, it's very exciting news for sports car racing, amongst a lot of exciting news of the upcoming seasons in different categories. And you know, this particular championship looking really good. You know, we heard the World Sports Car Championship, the World Endurance Championship, I should say. You know, it's got a much bigger entry than before.
Yes.
That's looking good. So you know, we're coming out of COVID and we're going racing in a mega fashion again, because there's such a pent-up desire, isn't there, to go racing.
And a great time to be emerging from the very unstable previous 2 years with sports car racing and just generally endurance racing in such a rich vein of health. Let's go back to John before we tell you how things are settling down after the latest wave of pit stops.
Yeah, problems for the 961 FARC Autotech Porsche come into the pit lane and straight into the box. They're looking around the 4-litre flat 6 engine behind that car and giving it a good shake. Something's not right there at the back of the car. I'll keep an eye on that before I hand over to Joe Bradley in about 10 minutes' time. The other thing, guys, I've been noticing that it's getting towards half distance, and I'm seeing more and more teams getting the flashlights, or the mobile phone lights as it is nowadays, out and checking discs and pads. So they are starting to think about when and if and how they might need to do pad and disc changes to get us through to the end of the race. It is pretty hard on the stoppers here. I'm not sure I'm not saying anything like this. It's no way to treat a Porsche. They're running it around.
You wouldn't do that to yours, John?
I wouldn't do that to any of mine, Andrew. It's been shaking around left to right. Not entirely certain what was going on there. And they're going to put the engine cover back on. That would normally be the area that we're looking at there. I think they've got something stuck in there. I think they've got a piece of debris or something stuck in there. They're trying to blow it out with an airline, and I wonder if that's somewhere like near the throttle cable or something like that. And that's the issue, and that's why they're giving it a good shake, trying to get rid of the debris. That's my guess at the moment. It's pretty agricultural, but sometimes, Andrew, as you know, you've got to think a little bit about rallying techniques, and sometimes it's all a bit Heath Robinson. The rear deck is going back on, and whatever was ailing that car, and I'm guessing as they were talking to the driver at the same time, it was something to do with the throttle or the throttle pedal sticking at the back. And if that was the case, they identified that very quickly indeed. And the Porsche Zentrumzug, number 961, is back out. Interesting.
Well, at the front it's still, of course, the two WRT Audis, but now we've got change of drivers in both cars. Benji Gotha, the young man who has been brought up in the UK, I think, although his father's German. I think his mother is maybe Scandinavian. Anyway, he is in the lead car, and he's got a 45.7 second lead over Christopher Mies in the number 7, so it's the 2 WRT cars still at the front, and Benji doing some fantastic lap times, just did a 2:01.9, actually taking a fraction out of Christopher Mies. Manuel Metzger is now in that number 4, and he is in 3rd place. Anton De Pasquale in the Australian-backed Mercedes, he is in 4th place, and then it's number 5777, Phil Quaife is in the CP Racing Mercedes, the American flag car, in 6th place, and 7th is Rolf Ischelin. John just telling us a bit of debris in the throttles, which they shook out. That was the 961 FAC car. So it's still those 2 WRT Audis at the front, Johnny, and say Philip Quaife, who's in that CP car 6th, and the 77 Lambo dropped from 3rd down to 7th. That's how close it is.
Yeah.
Amongst that group there.
That can be the difference that a green flag pit stop can make. If you stop with a team, maybe do a driver change, full set of Hankooks bolted on, new Hankooks bolted on, and a fuel stop, it's well over 2 minutes, i.e. well over a lap time around the Dubai Autodrome, and you can kiss goodbye to 3, 4, sometimes 5 places.
Yeah, now the 92 car's just coming. Interestingly, De Pasquale, the Aussie supercar driver, I noticed his last lap before he came in was a 2:01, which is about the fastest he's been. And he was doing 2:03s for much of his stint, but he's obviously really getting to grips with his cars.
Yeah, Anton De Pasquale in, and after 37 laps, his best lap on the stint, a 2:01.9, which is, as you mentioned, the average lap time across 37 laps, 2:07.5.
Yeah, he's speeded up, and he's got used to that car.
Yeah.
Very different from an Aussie supercar. And I think John's got another report for us, actually. John?
Yeah, guys, spoke to the young Fark, having driven that car earlier on, confirmed there was that debris in the throttle. Now, you might be thinking back at home, what does he mean by a bit of debris? Well, this is what I'm talking about. Big hunks of tyre debris. They've been picked up, stuck together, thrown around in the cars, and they get into all kinds of places. That's why the airlines are blowing out the radiators, they're blowing out the brake ducts, and in the case of the 961 Fark Porsche, they were blowing out the area around the throttle bodies, the throttle cable, to make sure that everything was working well. And that's just a selection of some of the smaller pieces I've picked up from around the Fark garage. Joe Bradley will be in the pit lane next, and I'll be back in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre at 6 o'clock local time here in the UAE. For the moment, for the pit lane, thanks, and I'll speak to you later, guys.
John, thanks very much. My old mate David Hobbs, who was a great racer but then made a career as a commentator in America, used to amuse the American viewers by calling that clag. So John had a handful of clag.
He did, and it can get everywhere. That would have been my suggestion, actually, when we're talking about debris. I did wonder, from those big fat rear tyres, it